to suggest that they were made in Turkey. In fact, it was identified as the Aziz Guard Songar model, which is commonly deployed for surveillance and precision strikes. Now, that does put Turkey on notice, and the relationship between India and Turkey on notice in a way. Because this is what India's total economic engagement with Turkey is. It has acquired new momentum in recent years. There is a considerable increase in trade. In fact, it stood at a little over $10 billion as of 2023-2024. As per the Central Bank of Turkey and the data that they have compiled, Indian companies have invested about $120 million in Turkey, and vice versa. Turkish investment in India is about $200 million as per the Department for the Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade. Now, there are approximately about 3,000 Indian nationals who are residing in Turkey, most of them mainly in Istanbul. India has helped Turkey in times of crises. Operation Dost, if you remember, when the earthquake, the massive earthquake had hit Turkey in 2023, India was one of the first countries to provide urgent relief to Turkey in the wake of the devastating earthquakes. Now, 3 NDRF teams were sent. There was a 99-member medical team that was deployed, over 250 trained personnel along with specialized equipment, vehicles and relief material was also sent. But Operation Dost, in return, what India seemed to have got is Dhoka. Operation Dhoka, because India being one of the first early responders in Turkey, medical equipment and relief material worth about 8 tons was sent to Turkey. But unfortunately, in return, all we seem to have got is Turkish drones being used by the Pakistani military to target Indian military and civilian installations.
Pakistan made the preposterous and outrageous claim that it was the Indian Armed Forces and the Indian Air Force that was targeting cities like Amritsar and trying to put the blame on Pakistan. In addition, that we would attack our own cities is the kind of deranged fantasy that only the Pakistani state can come up with. As we saw in the Pahalgam attack, Pakistan is again trying desperately to impart a communal hue to the situation with an intention to create discord. In view of the existing security scenario, the services of the Kartarpur Sahib corridor have been suspended till further directions.
All right, let's try and make sense of what happened last night, this drone swarm, what was the attempt, and what happens here on, what next? Lieutenant General retired D.S. Huda is former Army Commander of the Northern Command of the Indian Army. Thank you very much, sir, for speaking with us. First things first, I want you to make sense for our viewers of what was Pakistan attempting to do last night. The swarm of drones, now we know 400 of them were employed over 30 plus Indian cities from Srinagar all the way to Kutch in Gujarat. Could this be characterized as, Pakistan climbing the first rung of the escalation ladder?
So, my own sense is, Dhaka, from a purely professional point of view is, this was a probing kind of an attempt to try and see where the vulnerabilities are, because they have attempted this at more than 30 places. See where our air defenses are active. See whether they can find some vulnerabilities that they could attack. Fortunately, the air defense systems have reacted extremely well and made sure there are no casualties. But I see this as a preliminary attempt that in case we have to do something, we have to retaliate, can we find some weak spots in the air defense architecture of the Indian military? I would say this is how they have done this attempt at so many places, starting right from Leh, as was explained in the briefing, right down to Kutch, is to try and expose weak spots in our defensive architecture.
I'm curious if you want to comment on what the Army Colonel Colonel Qureshi said about this being Turkish-made drones. Is there any light that we can throw on why they're using Turkish-made drones? Because it's quite rare for the army or the government, for that matter, to call out the country of origin where these drones were made?
No, so I think the calling out the country has been with a purpose. So we know that much of the drones that Pakistan military possesses are of Turkish origin. And I think if you look at the statements that have come out, after Pahalgam and after India carried out Operation Sindoor, two countries stand out for their sort of unequivocal support to Pakistan. One is China, which I think has still been measured in their statements. But Turkey has come out very, very openly in support of Pakistan. This is not the first time. So I think for India to call out Turkey for the kind of support they are giving to Pakistan, both military support as well as diplomatic support, I think it's a deliberate sort of step by the Indian government to call out the Turkish government.
I was also curious. I don't know if you felt the same way. It was only Turkey that was mentioned. China was not mentioned, even though you did say that the two biggest supporters seem to be China and Turkey. Despite the fact that both yesterday, I think in Amritsar, today in Hoshiarpur, some of the remnants of the wreckage that we had from these drones and some of these projectiles that came over clearly seem to have Chinese letters on it. I think some of them have been identified as, I think, the P-15. Any thoughts on why why the briefing did not mention about Chinese weaponry, even though we know that almost 80% of Pakistani arms currently have either a Chinese origin or jointly made with China?
So yeah, spot on. Over the last 15 years or so, about 80% of what Pakistan is getting from equipment that they're getting is from China. Why did the government not sort of call out the Chinese government for this? Perhaps given the nature of relations and how the situation at the LAC has just got calmed down, we are trying to improve our diplomatic relations. The Kailash Mansarovar Yatra is about to start. Perhaps, I mean, those are the reasons. But as I said, Turkey has come out very strongly, very openly in support of Pakistan, and I think it's right for the government to call out the Turkish government on that.
So General Huda, I want to know what your thoughts are on what happens next. Now, yesterday was this drone swarm, like you said, it was some kind of a probing mission, some kind of an expedition to see, if there are any weaknesses in India's air defenses. Clearly, Pakistan got a bloody nose for that. But these were all drones or projectiles without any explosives, without any kind of warheads attached to them or explosives attached to them. Is the next step going to be that they will have projectiles or drones with explosives, and then what happens after that? I mean, do we progressively go up the ladder? You have short range rockets and missiles, and then eventually start scrambling fighter jets and so on. Is that the trajectory?
See, I see that as the trajectory. If we think that what Pakistan has done last night and the fact that we've countered them is an attempt to sort of de-escalate the situation, I would sort of be cautious about making that assessment. I do see, and we should be prepared for further action from the Pakistan military. Now, what form and shape it takes, whether armed drones are used, and they could well be used in a standoff role, or Pakistan attempts to use aerial power. We are already seeing extremely heavy firing that's happening on the line of control. So my own sense, and I could be proved wrong, is that it's going to heat up a little more before it cools down.
So how far up the chain can they go? I mean, I stopped at scrambling jets, but what after that? I mean, do they start moving your mechanized divisions, your armored divisions? Eventually, do they start moving infantry? I mean, at what point of this ladder do both sides get off? And what does it take for Pakistan to get off? Because I think it's clear that, at least from whatever publicly the Indian government officials are saying, we are only responding to what they are doing.
Absolutely. We've said that we do not wish to escalate this. However, the Pakistan military would be under tremendous pressure to show some success. I mean, they have been struck in their heartland, which is Punjab, and they would be under tremendous pressure that how are you going to respond to that? Having said that, I also think they'll be cautious about, look, we don't want this to escalate to such an extent,
Right.
which could lead to what is an absolute ruinous war for them. And again, we can only speculate. I would think, some sort of a demonstrative attack to say, look, we have this capability and capacity to respond to, the Indian attack that has happened. We have not just quietly stood by and accepted what India has done. You could see some demonstrative kind of a strike, a demonstrative kind of an attack to say, look, this is what we can do. Uh, does that provide an off ramp, for both countries? Really, my sense is the ball is completely in Pakistan's court, and they have to now take a decision as to whether they want to escalate this further or they want to sort of calm it down.
All right.
So, yeah, depending on what they do is, I think how we will see this crisis play out.
All right, General Huda, it's always a pleasure listening to you, your thoughts and your perspective. And I think, you would have enlightened a lot of our viewers because everybody's curious to know, are we at the brink of full-fledged war? What happens next? Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so what happened last night? We know that there was this swarm of drones, close to 400 of them, 36 different cities in the northern and western part of India were targeted. But how were they thwarted? Not one of them ended up damaging. There were certainly no, casualties in terms of injuries to folks or even fatalities for that matter. But what exactly did India use in its air defense system to thwart these attacks? India, of course, has a huge edge over Pakistan when it comes to the air defense system. So the L-70, which is developed by the Bofors company, the Bofors Arms company, produced under its license here in India. It's a 40mm gun. It's modernized with radars, electro-optical sensors. It also has an auto-tracking system. And at one given point of time, in a minute, it can fire anywhere between 250 and 300 rounds. It's got a range of up to 4,000 meters, that's 4 kilometers. The L-70 also excels in anti-drone warfare, saturating the sky with predictive fire and making it effective against exactly what we saw last night, these drone swarm attacks. Then you have the Shilka, which is a self-propelled system. It's like a self-propelled gun, like your SH howitzers. It's got 4 23mm autocannons that are guided by radar detecting targets. It can detect targets up to 20 kilometers away. It can unleash up to 4,000 rounds per minute. So it's like almost cluster ammunition. Now it's been upgraded with proximity fuse ammunition and it's got advanced fire control systems. So basically, again, what it does is a counter swarm to a swarm of drones. The Shilka's rapid fire and radar precision make it lethal against UAVs, helicopters, and light armored vehicles. It's also a weapon of last resort, if you will, against, for protecting air bases, moving convoys, as well as sensitive installations. Now, the big question that's being asked is, can Pakistan, and clearly it's Pakistan that's climbing up the escalatory ladder, but how far can they go? And can they afford to do this economically? The last few nights have witnessed heavy artillery shelling. It's in fact happening right now across the line of control. In fact, the last few days it was both the line of control as well as the international border. Pakistan seems to be in no mood to fall back, but their economy cannot handle the strain of war, certainly not beyond a few days. It's been battered by inflation, there is massive debt, there's dependency, of course, on the IMF, and right now, even as we speak, they've gone to the IMF with a begging bowl. Another tranche of over $1 billion is due right now in Washington. So the question is, the ongoing tensions that have been amplified by Operation Sindoor, the Indus water treaties put in abeyance, all of this has hugely disrupted trade and investor confidence in Pakistan. It is almost an economic existential risk. It's a very small economy, just barely $350 billion. India, on the other hand, is a $4 trillion economy, more than 10 times the size. So a $350 billion economy does not have the shock absorption capacity, whether it's kinetic action or whether it is these trade bans and water shortages. India, like I said, is now the 5th largest economy, poised to become the 4th very soon. It's positioned to absorb the cost of the conflict much, much more. It's got $680 billion in forex reserves, which is twice of the size of the Pakistan economy. There is very, very little reliance on Pakistani trade or India-Pakistani trade. In fact, the forex reserves in Pakistan are just 15 billion. So India has, again, like I said, almost 9 times that. Now, the question also is that Pakistan's reserves would cover barely 2 months of imports. The IMF has a recommendation of 3 months, the threshold. And like I said, right now they're discussing with the IMF, negotiating with the IMF for the next tranche of $1 billion in what was a $7 billion allocation that's been given to them. It's an aid. Now, if tensions escalate into a full-scale war, then Pakistan's economy could collapse. A 3-month-long conflict would put the cost of something to the tune of $10 to $15 billion. Now, this is based on inflation that's been adjusted for the costs compared to what the Kargil War was. The Kargil War was 25 years ago. It was a 3-month war between May and July. If we were to have a same 3-month war today, Pakistan's entire forex reserves would be wiped out. Pakistan would necessitate emergency loans from either allies like China, which is not interested in turning over these loans. In fact, China has refused to change the terms of repayment of these loans. The IMF, of course, like I said, right now they're having a meeting for the next tranche of money. Also, a naval blockade, for example, of Karachi. There was a lot of fake news doing the rounds yesterday that the Indian Navy has hit the Karachi port and that there is a blockade of the Karachi port, etc. But if that were to happen, then that would choke again Pakistan's $30 billion of export, particularly textiles. And textiles make up for about 60% of Pakistani exports. Currently, the Indus Water Treaty is in abeyance, so if there is a full suspension, that could slash agricultural output by 40%. It would push 15 million rural workers into poverty and drive up food prices by 50%. And that is something that ordinary Pakistanis cannot afford. Foreign direct investment, up to 20% of the $1.8 billion in the first half of FY25 would completely vanish. A war could also displace, and this is the human cost, anywhere between 5 to 10 million people, particularly those in the border regions, and that would strain Pakistan's annual $10 billion social welfare budget. And yet, we have Pakistan's defense minister resorting to blatant warmongering.
अगर टेबल पे बात नहीं होती तो क्या अगली बात बंदूक पे होगी, बंदूक के जरिए होगी?
जी बिल्कुल, then that is the only option left to us. We do not have the luxury of waiting for days. मैंने plural इस्तेमाल किया. We do not have the luxury to wait. This patience will cost us. So we have to stop them right now in the tracks. कि ये चीज जो acceptable नहीं है.
All right, let me go across to Mr. Mukesh Aghi. He's the founder, of course, of the US-India Strategic Partnership Forum. Thank you very much, Mr. Aghi, for joining us. The US seems to be watching from the sidelines right now. We had comments from President Trump, a few days back saying this is between India and Pakistan. They've been fighting for 1,000 years. J.D. Vance yesterday, in his latest remarks, said this is none of America's business. How do you view that? Why is America taking this sort of hands-off-ish approach?
Well, you have to understand that when you have a cross-border terrorism, there has to be a zero tolerance by any nation. And we saw that in the October 7th happened between Gaza and Israel itself. And India has every right to respond and protect his civilian population. Now, as far as the current situation goes, we believe that India has given a response to that terror aggression. And it's up to Pakistan now to have some kind of an exit ramp to be able to manage the current situation. Because a long-term war is not sustainable for Pakistan economy, whereas India, yes, can sustain this up to certain length itself. And the view in the Washington, D.C. is this is not our dog in the fight between India and Pakistan. They should be able to manage this. And that's what the position the U.S. government has taken for time being.
I'm curious about that because this position that America has taken that America does not have a dog in this fight. But if you look at past conflicts, Kargil, even 2019 Balakot, America played a very, very important mediatory kind of role, if not an intervenery kind of role, to try and diffuse the situation. This time around, it's a bit hands-off-ish. I talked about what President Trump said, what Vice President Vance said. It's basically the message that seems to be coming out of Washington is their fight, let them figure it out.
No, I don't think so. I think you have to understand, earlier it was the US which would intervene and bail out Pakistan. Uh, at this stage, I think India is, I call, fed up with cross-border terrorism. And, earlier it should be okay. India would punch, Pakistan would punch back, and then there will be exit ramp for both countries, and we manage that. But now I think India is saying enough is enough, and we have to stop this. This can't continue going on. And Washington seems to agree from that perspective, saying, okay, guys, you manage it. So while US may not be able to influence so much, but the Chinese, the Turks, the Persians, the Saudis can play a pivotal role trying to counsel Pakistan. This is the wrong direction to go, both from a global perspective and from a regional economic perspective also.
One of the things that, India has been talking about, and right now they are meeting in Washington, D.C., the IMF will be negotiating with Pakistan, or the other way around, Pakistan will be negotiating with the IMF to release its next tranche of $1 billion. And a question that, begs to be asked, and has been asked here in India for a number of years, why does the West, and why does America in particular, because it has veto powers there, effectively veto powers in the IMF, tell Pakistan that, look, you can't continue encouraging all of these terror organizations and expect monies from the IMF. Why are they not making that loan or monies conditional on good behavior by Pakistan?
No, absolutely. I think US should leverage the IMF, not only just from holding on the loan itself, but also look at Pakistan putting back on the grey list. I think it's important to understand that in a global order, you cannot just go across the border and kill innocent people and walk away without any punitive actions itself. I think that era is gone. India has grown as an economy. Now it's the fourth largest economy. Its military power is much, much stronger. So it has a zero tolerance. And I think US realizes that. Okay. And in an indirect way, US is saying, hey, once and for all, just try to sort this one out so we can move on.
Okay, Mukesh Aghi, we'll leave it at that. Thank you very much for joining us from the US-India Strategic Partnership Forum. Amidst a barrage of speculation from Pakistani and international media over the alleged military losses in the ongoing Operation Sindoor, a senior government official has told CNN News 18 that India has a proud and consistent history of acknowledging its losses and honouring the brave hearts who laid down their lives in service of the nation. In a poignant reminder of India's tradition of honour, even in conflict, the official recalled an extraordinary moment from history. In fact, let me go across to Siddhant, who has more details on this. Siddhant, so there's a lot of speculation about, did India lose aircraft? How many aircraft did India lose? At least officially, no one is saying that India has lost any aircraft. The official that you spoke to, what did he have to say?
Well, that's right, Zaka. In fact, we are going door to door here in the national capital, perhaps to dig more about Operation Sindoor. And in fact, we have spoken to many officers in the government, in the armed forces, at the Ministry of External Affairs office. And perhaps, there is indeed chatter. And in fact, amidst speculation and the claims that Pakistan has made about India's military loss in Operation Sindoor, perhaps, there is a lot of criticism also that Indian forces are not owning up, etc., etc. So a senior official in the government of India, perhaps I can't name him, Zaka, but he has said this to me, and in fact I would like to read it out for our viewers, and I quote him: "हम दुश्मनी में भी शराफत रखते हैं." And he went on to remind me that how Pakistan's captain Karnal Sher Khan was awarded the Nishan-e-Haider on the recommendation of an Indian officer. Perhaps he says that India has a proud and consistent history of acknowledging its losses and honoring the brave hearts who lay down their lives in the service of the nation. In fact, Operation Sindoor is ongoing. As always, we will provide verified details at an appropriate time. Zaka, I have spoken to other officers also. In fact, what they are telling me is that this is not a right time. But any minor detail perhaps going out in media about the operations could affect the future, future success of operations. And this is the reason that there is a blanket silence as far as these chatter and claims that Pakistan is making, and the speculative stories that are getting published in the foreign media. So the message is very clear that Indian Army, Indian forces are known for their professional conduct, and perhaps this time around they are also doing in a very professional manner. It's just a matter of a time since Operation Sindoor is going on. So before divulging details or perhaps putting out details in public domain, the armed forces are very cautious. The government is very cautious, so that Pakistan should not take a mileage of slightest detail being put out in public domain.
All right, Siddhant, we'll leave it at that. Thank you very much for joining us. I'm now joined by former diplomat and former Deputy National Security Advisor, former High Commissioner, Mr. Satish Chandra, Ambassador Satish Chandra. Thank you very much. You speak very rarely to television channels, so thank you very much for joining us here on CNN News 18. I just laid out the context of what has happened over the last 2 weeks and where we stand as of today. What is your best assessment of what the situation is right now, and more importantly, where do you see it moving over the next 24, 48 hours?
Good to be with you, Zaka, on your channel. It's a pleasure to interact with you. Well, actually, what's been happening is a repetition of the playbook over the decades. India has always been extremely restrained, to a fault often, in terms of retaliatory steps. I think all of us are very well aware that we have been targets of terrorist actions by Pakistan, and in most cases we have not retaliated, and I think that's been a fault and perhaps has encouraged Pakistan in the belief that they can literally get away with murder. So what has happened, I think there's been a change since with the Modi government in terms of the actions that it had taken in 2016 and 2019. First the surgical strikes and then Balakot. And this has gone a notch higher in terms of depth at which we have struck across Pakistan in retaliation for the Pahalgam attacks. And it's been nine camps which has been struck, both in some in POK and some in Pakistan Punjab, most notable being Muridke and Bahawalpur, where the terrorist camps were taken out. But as you mentioned ab initio, and as has been underlined by the government of India, that our action was, the kinetic action, was extremely restrained in terms of the fact that we did not hit the military, the Pakistan military, which many feel perhaps we should have.
All right, sorry for interrupting that interview, but we've got these pictures from the Prime Minister's residence, the Prime Minister having a meeting earlier today with the Defence Minister, the 3 service chiefs, the National Security Advisor, the service chiefs, of course, of the Army, Navy and Air Force. There seems to be, of course, the body language, of course, everyone seems to be in a slightly more relaxed frame of mind. It was very different from the images that we had a couple of days ago, which the Prime Minister had met with the service chiefs as well as the National Security Advisor and the Defence Minister. I want to go across to our political editor, Aman Sharma, who has more on this. Aman, so this is from the meeting that the Prime Minister had earlier. Visible difference in the body language from the first meeting that we had, pictures of which a few days ago. Clearly, there seems to be a degree of comfort in what India has achieved through Operation Sindoor and a degree of surety that India can handle whatever it is that Pakistan is trying to achieve.
Absolutely, Zaka. These pictures show that the Prime Minister is extremely happy with the performance of the armed forces, not just during Operation Sindoor, but also yesterday, earlier today, in the wee hours when we have repulsed all these 300 to 400 drones fired at 36 locations of India, right from Leh till Sir Creek, as the details were given in the press conference earlier. It seems that the Prime Minister and the Defence Minister are extremely happy with the performance of our armed forces of repulsing, such a massive attack And earlier in the day, we also saw the defense minister meeting the chiefs of the armed forces and the CDS, and where also the body language seemed far more comfortable, far more easy. And it seems that the Prime Minister in this meeting also has been told about how the armed forces went about, retaliating to Pakistan's attack and diffusing all the threats that were fired our way. The details which were given in the press conference. So I think the government looking very, very confident and prepared to retaliate if Pakistan does any other misadventure.
And what is the sense you're also getting from the government that if Pakistan does not do any misadventure, as you said, then is India not looking to amp up on the escalation ladder? Is India only now keen to be seen as responding if Pakistan chooses to escalate this?
Well, yes, Zaka, it is very difficult actually to anticipate what the government could do next, because these are very operational decisions based on strategy and planning. But whatever we heard at the press conference earlier today, the Foreign Secretary saying that our response was measured and our response was responsible. So I think those words indicate that India only responded to the drone attack by Pakistan by sending our own drones and in fact bringing down one of the radars in Pakistan. So India is only responding if Pakistan chooses to retaliate. India's objectives, so by and far, have been achieved by Operation Sindoor, which happened on May the 7th.
Any more further, information that you're picking up in terms of, obviously the guard is up, flight traffic across the northern and western, particularly in the northwestern corridor, the western front, as it were, has been disrupted. The NOTAMs have been issued. What is the outlook, at least for the next few days? Clearly, like I said, the guard is up, but what does India anticipate in terms of escalatory action from Pakistan?
See, Zaka, I think India is on high alert, and especially the statement which was made at the press conference yesterday by the Foreign Secretary that this drone attack which happened yesterday was also for the purpose of intelligence gathering and to know the readiness of our defense system. So clearly, India does anticipate that Pakistan could replicate such an attack again. This may not be the end from Pakistan, because Pakistan is very, very desperate, also the Pakistani army, to show to its population that it has effectively retaliated against India. But what happened last night was not as per what the Pakistan army had desired to achieve. All its attacks were repulsed by India. So of course India is on high alert. India still feels that Pakistan will not give up on such attempts. But given the success which we have seen through Operation Sindoor and also the action last night, India is very confident that it will be able to thwart any such attacks made by Pakistan, because our weaponry and our resolve is far, far bigger than that of Pakistan.
And just one final word, just going back to the press conference earlier today, where I think it was a concerned decision that was taken to name the fact that some of these drones were Turkish made, and also at the same time not mention any Chinese made weapons, even though from the ground we seem to get reports from our reporters and pictures of these weapons, these debris, which seem to suggest that some of these drones or missiles were Chinese made. What do you make of that?
The involvement of that was sent to India for the attack by Pakistan was Turkish made has raised big concerns in the government, Zaka, because Turkey has been a country on which India, has gone out of its way to help. We remember the 2023 earthquake when India began Operation Dost. India was one of the first countries to send aid and material to Turkey to tide over that crisis. But Turkey clearly in this whole conflict between India and Pakistan seems to have chosen the Pakistan camp. In fact, there are big doubts now that this plane from Turkey, which landed in Karachi on April 28th, and subsequent high-level military delegation of Turkey, which paid visit to Islamabad, on April the 30th and had met the Pakistan air chief, does that have a connection with this huge number of 300 to 400 drones of Turkish origin which have attacked India? India is very concerned about that, and I think that is why India has named that Turkey today in its press conference to say that Turkey, it seems to be siding clearly with Pakistan in this whole conflict.
Okay, Aman, we'll leave it at that. Thanks very much. Those pictures from earlier today, the Prime Minister meeting the three service chiefs, the National Security Advisor and the Defence Minister. Now, I want to go back to that press conference that was addressed by Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri and the two armed forces personnel from the Army and the Indian Air Force. One of the things that the Foreign Secretary mentioned was the attack on Bahawalpur, which is the headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed. There's a lot of speculation around whether Rauf Azhar, who was one of the key members of the Jaish-e-Mohammed, the brother of the founder of the Jaish-e-Mohammed, Masood Azhar, whether he was eliminated, whether he was killed in that attack that happened a couple of nights ago on Operation Sindoor. Now, Rauf Azhar was the person who was responsible for luring American journalist, the Wall Street Journal reporter Daniel Pearl, and taking him to Omar Sheikh, who then killed him. This was, of course, a case from many years ago. I want to first play out what the Foreign Secretary said. He didn't name Rauf Azhar, but of course, like I said, this speculation has been doing the rounds for the last 24 hours that one of the high-value targets, one of the high-value hits in the Operation Sindoor happened to be Rauf Azhar. Let's listen to what the Foreign Secretary said, and then I'll go across to a friend of Daniel Pearl's to try and get some perspective on that.
You brought up the connection with the tragic death or killing of Daniel Pearl of the Wall Street Journal. The Jaish-e-Mohammed was in some way directly or indirectly responsible for the death of Daniel Pearl. But the real connection is through Ahmed Omar Saeed Sheikh, the British Pakistani jihadi who was held in India but was finally released in 2000, and he was the person who lured Daniel Pearl to his eventually leading to his murder. So these are all obviously connected figures, connected individuals, connected institutions, and the attack on Bahawalpur, on that facility of the Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur is, I would imagine, a fitting part of this unfortunate incident.
I stand corrected. It was Omar Sheikh who lured Daniel Pearl and eventually, of course, to his tragic killing. Asra Nomani is an Indian-American journalist and a former colleague of Daniel Pearl's. She now joins us. Asra, thank you very much for speaking with us. I know there's been a lot of speculation around whether Rauf Azhar was killed or not, but the Bahawalpur headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed has been reduced to rubble. When you saw those pictures, when you heard that news, what did you feel? What went through your mind?
It was haunting for me to see Bahawalpur on the map, because Bahawalpur has been on my map for 23 years. It was where Daniel Pearl went in December 2001, when he was on the trail of the jihadis that have caused so much violence in the world, from India to the United States to Europe. And so Danny went to Bahawalpur. He knocked on the door of Jaish-e-Mohammed, and he saw that despite the claims of General Pervez Musharraf, it was open for business. And what Danny discovered was what we all have known for these decades, that Pakistan has been fomenting a terrorism industry with a headquarters in Bahawalpur. So it was haunting to see Bahawalpur on the map now as one of the places where India struck. It's really important for me to recognize that why this family is important is because Ibrahim, the brother of Masood Azhar, was one of the hijackers on that airplane in 1999 that went from Kathmandu to Kandahar. The man that was killed this week, Masood Azhar, he is the brother, and he was the mastermind of that hijacking. So what happened was that Omar Sheikh was freed because of that hijacking. So I want to just correct the record that this family was not involved in the actual plot to kidnap Danny, just as you mentioned. It was this man, Omar Sheikh.
Yeah.
But it was this industry that created these jihadis that murdered Danny. And that's why it's so important what has happened.
I just wanted to ask you about that. I mean, look, no government official has come forth and confirmed that Rauf Azhar has died. There's a lot of speculation that he was amongst the high-value targets inside Bahawalpur when it was struck on the night of 7th of, or the morning of the 7th of May, when India carried out Operation Sindoor. Have you been able to hear from, either people on the ground in Pakistan, or have you heard from any government official about this operation taking out the man who killed your friend?
I have not. And I think that would be really wonderful if the government of India did communicate with Danny's father. His mother passed away, and his father is very engaged in this battle. His father has fought to keep the men that were convicted in Danny's murder in jail. And we have failed because the Pakistani court system has released those men essentially to house arrest and, very convenient, a good life in Pakistan. And so I would invite that kind of communication. And I know that Danny's dad is very relieved that this issue is in the front again, because the truth is justice has been denied Danny Pearl all these years.
All right, Asra Nomani, we share your sense of grief, sense of hurt, sense of loss, and now hopefully in some measure a sense of closure, a sense of justice more than closure about losing your friend Daniel Pearl, and now the killers being avenged. Thank you for joining us, Asra. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I want to move on back to the developments around the situation between India and Pakistan. In an exclusive interview with India's ambassador to the United States, Vinay Quatra, he again reiterated the government of India's position that what India is seeking to do is not go to war with Pakistan, it is to go to war with these terrorists. He said explicitly so when he was pressed by Wolf Blitzer at CNN whether India was at war with Pakistan. He said no, it's not with Pakistan, but with terrorism and with terrorists. Listen in to this exclusive conversation.
It looks like the situation, the tensions between these two nuclear-powered countries, India and Pakistan, is escalating. Is that true?
Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me on the CNN. When you talk of tensions and when you talk of escalation, what I would say is that the original escalation or the original breakout of tension happened on 22nd of April, when you had 4 terrorists backed by Pakistan carried out killings, brutal killings, subhuman, monstrous kind of killings of 26 civilians.
Indian civilians.
25 of them Indian nationals, 1 of them Nepali national. And the brutality of the killings, they essentially kill them in front of their innocent wives, in front of their innocent children. They gave them headshots, and they did so on the basis of religion. So they killed all non-Muslims who were there in the group. They identified their religion, and then they went on, they proceeded to kill them. So what we did day before yesterday was essentially our response to terror, our response to these subhuman.
When you say what you did yesterday, meaning the escalation in the military response.
As I said, the original escalation was on 22nd of April. And when that happened, we had clearly said that, we are a responsible country. We will have a very measured, calibrated, proportionate, responsible response. And that's what we did day before yesterday. What we did was we took out the terror factories at 9 locations in Pakistan and in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Took them out where they trained them, they equipped them, they armed them, they organized them. Those are the facilities which we took out. We were very careful in excluding the military establishment, the social structures, and economic infrastructure. We were very, very cautious, careful in keeping our targets only to those people and their backers who carried out these dastardly killings on the 22nd.
All right, it's not just the Indian ambassador to the United States. The Indian High Commissioner to the UK has also spoken with the international press in an exclusive interview with Sky News. He showed, Vikram Doraiswamy, he showed proof of military backing to terrorists in Pakistan. He showed a photograph which shows Pakistani military officers standing behind an internationally sanctioned terrorist. Let's play out what that interview was all about, and who is this internationally sanctioned terrorist that Vikram Doraiswamy was alluding to.
High Commissioner, I just have a minute left, but I've spoken to a retired general who in Pakistan who referenced India funding and backing the Baluch Liberation Army. They've said that they have done that for years, and when I asked him about Masood Azhar, he said, well, their family members were targeted. Should we be doing the same to, the high-level militants from the BLA, the Baluch Liberation Army, that are seen and operate within Delhi?
Well, look, let me show you this photograph of yesterday, I believe it is, to your viewers. This person here is a sanctioned terrorist under the American sanctions regime. His name is Hafiz Abdur Rauf. He's a brother of the founder of the terrorist groups that you're mentioning. Look who's behind him, Pakistani military. Look at the coffins there. They have the Pakistani national flag. If you're going to be giving terrorists state funerals, what does that make of your system? And everybody knows that for the last 30 years, Pakistan has used this as a means of subcritical warfare against India. If the international community really wants to be able to look at this and worry about it, the simple solution is to tell Pakistan it has an opportunity for an off-ramp. These are things that the world should have compelled Pakistan to do 30 years ago, to compel them to implement their promises about taking down this infrastructure. It has not done so.
There is an information warfare that's taking place, and independent journalists can't seem to get access to either side.
Well, look, it is a fluid situation out there. I don't know how helpful it would be to have independent journalists or any kind of journalists wandering around in an area where there is active military operations happening. The logical solution would be, as we've said repeatedly, for Pakistan to take the opportunity of an off-ramp, which we have made abundantly clear, including this morning, that if Pakistan stops attacking our military facilities, the matter ends there. But it is for them to decide.
All right, we're just getting some breaking news before we close out the show. There's been a massive blackout followed with siren sounds that have been activated in Udhampur, a complete blackout in Udhampur. Also, multiple ceasefire violations happening across different sectors on either side of the line of control. So not yet quite the repeat of what we saw yesterday, but still heavy artillery firing happening on across the LOC. Akash has more details on this. Akash, so is it restricted to CFV violations and artillery shells right now? Are we seeing any kind of drone activity yet? Is there any possibility of a repeat of what happened yesterday, or it's following a familiar pattern?
I'm hearing the sirens. In fact, here in Jammu, I'm not allowed to go outside because of the light and some sort of restrictions that are in place. Zaka, yes, we are learning about one drone attack here in Jammu. In fact, defense sources are telling us, and we have heard multiple firing sounds as well. You rightly pointed out on line of control, we are having ceasefire violations in different sectors, not only in Jammu but in Kashmir as well. In Uri and Kupwara, we have been reporting since evening. And at this point in time, in Poonch and in Samba, we are learning about this ceasefire violation from Pakistan, where they are in fact firing the artillery. Here in Jammu, I have heard multiple sounds. I was trying to count 11 at least. I have heard, and I am learning. In fact, defense sources are telling me that it was drone once again. It was a drone attack once again. We'll wait for the police to confirm it as well. But I am learning that yesterday it was the airport, and once again it is in the close vicinity, possibly the airport only. And agencies are in fact using the AD systems and AD guns to thwart these attempts. Once again, it is Pakistan trying to attack the infrastructure, and not only in Jammu. We have been learning about these sort of activities in different areas. Tejinder is reporting in fact about Pathankot and Samba as well. We have a colleague Anshul and Anvit in different areas as well. They have been reporting about blackout and sirens. But as far as Jammu is concerned, Zaka, so it is very important. It is the international border though, but it's a very part of the sort of attack that was carried out. In fact, yesterday it got started with Jammu only, and at around 8 p.m. This evening also, we heard sirens, and soon after that a blackout was there. Yes, it's a precautionary measure, Zaka, but it has been categorically mentioned by the police and the civil authorities that people cannot stay outdoor, and in fact they need to go inside whenever they are hearing these sort of sounds, and in fact whenever there is blackout they need to go indoors.
Okay, Akash, we'll leave it at that. Thank you very much. So yes, ceasefire violations are happening in Samba, in Uri, in Tangdar, all across the line of control. Akash there reporting that one drone was reportedly intercepted in Samba and one drone intercepted in Jammu. As of now, it seems sporadic. It seems, restricted to one or two places. We're not seeing a swarm of drones like we saw yesterday, but I don't want to jinx it. We'll leave it at that. Rahul Shivshankar, my colleague, will take it forward. We're just getting some breaking news before we close out the show. There's been a massive blackout followed with siren sounds that have been...
Hello and welcome to the continuous coverage of the border tensions between India and Pakistan as Bharat gives a befitting reply to the terror state. I'm Ayushman Singh Jamwal. Now, Pakistan launched drone strikes along the border targeting Jaisalmer, Rajouri, Amritsar, Firozpur, Riyasi, Kathua, Samba, Nagrota and Uri. India has successfully brought down the drones to deter Pakistan's design. Ceasefire violations continue along the line of control and the international border while India continues to raise the cost for Pakistan, hitting back at Pakistani forces and striking deep into Pakistani territory, even taking our crucial air defense systems. Now, in a significant move in the recent IMF meeting, India has objected to the $1 billion bailout for Pakistan, saying the funds are being used for terror operations. India has abstained from the vote and the IMF has taken note of that. So India is saying that all the funds that are going to Pakistan from the IMF are only funding the terror operations. Case in point, the Pahalgam terror attack and Pakistan's offensive against civilian areas inside India. Now, joining us on the broadcast to get a global perspective on this entire matter, I'm joined by Lisa Curtis, strategic expert and senior fellow and director of the Indo-Pacific Security Program at CNAS. Thank you, Ms. Curtis, for joining us on CNN News 18. How do you see these developments coming in between India and Pakistan as the border tends to remain hot and Pakistan continues its offensive against India in the wake of the Pahalgam terror attack, even though several nations have backed India's stand as well as offensive in taking out the terror infrastructure inside Pakistan?
Well, I think we're in a very dangerous situation. The situation is escalating. And, on Wednesday, the hope was that after we saw the Indian retaliation for the April 22nd terrorist attack against the terrorist infrastructure inside Pakistan, and Pakistan claimed that it had downed 5 Indian aircraft. The hope was that things would de-escalate, that the two sides would find a way to walk down the escalation ladder and establish dialogue, establish contact with one another, and establish dialogue to be able to walk back from the brink of conflict. However, yesterday, the action across the line of control continued with drone strikes, with missile strikes. There's an unclear situation exactly what's happening at the moment because there's a lot of misinformation circulating on social media, and there's a lot of different statements coming from each side. So the hope is that we start to get some clarity from each side on what is exactly happening and how the two sides can stop the exchange of military action that's happening, and how we can establish peace and calm in the region. This is the utmost need of the hour.
Right, but Ms. Curtis, given the current defense paradigm and the skirmishes between the two sides and the significant technological as well as the big difference in defense capabilities between the two sides, how do you see it play out given India's technological edge over Pakistan, be it air defense or be it even striking deep within Pakistani territory?
So India exercised its right to self-defense when it struck Pakistani infrastructure on Wednesday. What has been happening since then in the last 36, 48 hours is very unclear because Pakistan has claimed it's downed 5 Indian aircraft. India has not acknowledged this. India has claimed that Pakistan has struck military installations inside India, or has attempted to do so. And that is why India said that it retaliated by targeting Pakistani military sites inside Pakistan.
Right.
So again, the situation is escalating. It's getting out of control. We're in the most serious situation, I would say, that we have been since the Kargil border conflict in 1999. So I think that right now the sense is both sides need to find a way to engage with one another and find ways to stop the military activity that's happening and reestablish calm in the region. And, the U.S. does have a role and a responsibility to play in this situation. The U.S. should be on the phones talking to the leadership, talking to the Chief of Army Staff, Asim Munir in Pakistan, and talking to the Indian leadership in India, the National Security Advisor in India. So my hope is that we see somebody like Secretary of State Marco Rubio working the phones, trying to de-escalate this situation, because nobody wants to see an all-out war in the country, that could potentially go nuclear.
Right, and Marco Rubio has been in contact with the leadership on both sides, Ms. Curtis. But I want to press you on that point you just ended on. How real is the nuclear paradigm between India and Pakistan, given the fact that Pakistani leaders have only been saber-rattling using the nuclear weapons narrative against India, saying, even warning India as well as the world, where the defense minister even went on to say that either Pakistan exists or the whole world gets destroyed?
Well, I think it is real. Look, anytime two nuclear armed states enter a conflict, one has to be concerned about one using those nuclear weapons. Look, I think the ultimate concern would be a situation where one of their red lines is crossed. And of course, India has a no first use policy in place. Pakistan does not. So there are concerns that if Pakistan feels like its existence is being threatened, a situation like in 1971 when Pakistan was basically split in two and you had the East-West or East Pakistan turned into Bangladesh. I think if the Pakistanis felt a similar situation was happening in their country, that they could potentially resort to nuclear weapons. And once you start up that escalation ladder, you lose control and it becomes a tit for tat, and each side keeps trying to increase their response. And you can see how things quickly get out of control. So I think, we have to take seriously the possibility. It may be a remote possibility, but I think we try to dismiss this possibility at everyone's peril. And it has to be taken seriously.
Right. Thank you, Ms. Curtis, for sharing your perspective on the situation currently at the border. Now, you and several experts have also said that de-escalation is the most prudent way forward. Thank you for sharing your perspective. And up next, my colleague Akanksha Swaroop takes us forward with the latest news and updates.
All right, we're just getting some breaking news before we close out the show. There's been a massive blackout followed with
a very warm welcome to our live and rolling coverage of the border tensions between India and Pakistan, as India gives a befitting reply to Pakistan's misadventures and even displays its technological edge. Pakistan continues its drone strikes along the border, targeting several spots in Indian territory. Pakistani forces have unleashed drones in Jaisalmer, Rajouri, Amritsar, Firozpur, Riyasi, Kathua, Samba, Nagrota and even Uri. Ceasefire violations are continuing along the line of control and even the international border, while they are also raising the cost for Pakistan as India continues to retaliate. in the recent IMF meeting. India has also objected to the bailout for Pakistan, saying the funds are being used for terror operations. India has abstained from the vote and the IMF has taken note. That's a big breaking input we are now bringing to you as far as putting or exerting that pressure on behalf of the IMF is concerned. Let's in fact bring you those breaking inputs. Top government sources are telling CNN News 18 that as far as IMF clearing a $1 billion bailout for Pakistan, India has abstained from the recent International Monetary Fund vote. This was with regards to the loan that was being doled out to Pakistan, not because it lacked opposition, but because the fund does not allow member countries to vote no. Otherwise, remember, India was all set to vote and cast a negative vote, but this time around, India has abstained. By choosing to abstain, here's the message. India has sent a strong message of disagreement. It has raised concerns over Pakistan receiving repeated financial support 28 times in the past out of 35 years, including 4 programs in just the last 5, without any meaningful reforms coming from these global economic institutions, primarily the IMF. India has also criticized the Pakistani military's deep role in economic matters and warned that the money could be misused to support cross-border terrorism, posing serious risks to global credibility and values. On that big breaking input, I am joined in by Siddhant Mishra, who will break down that big message that India has sent out while abstaining from that very crucial vote. Siddhant, first of all, many would want to know, why hasn't India cast a no instead of abstaining?
This is where India demands reforms at the international institutions. In fact, talking about IMF, if you allow me, then I would like to draw a larger context to this particular development. So there is no vote policy at IMF. Perhaps a country with more economic might has more say, and in fact, decisions are largely taken on the basis of consensus. So India does not, India cannot, or any of the members cannot exercise no to the bailout, and this is a reason that India decided to abstain. Perhaps the IMF has also of India's abstention. And it is kind of a message which India is sending out to the world that India has provided evidence, material, time and again. India has raised this issue that a country which is surviving on IMF bailout perhaps is spending equal amount of money for its defense budget. Says about the priority of that country, etc., etc. And today again this happened. India, in fact, this issue was raised. India's abstention was also taken note by the IMF. But, as I said before, that again, this is where India demands reforms at the international institutions. Perhaps a terrorist state, which is directly involved in killing 26 innocent people, last month on 22nd of April, perhaps is again getting loans from IMF. In fact, because the bigger countries with the bigger economic might have supported this bailout again.
That's very important, Siddhant. I'm going to request you to continue staying with me. In fact, I'm joined in by Professor Brahma Chalani at the moment for more perspective on this. Professor Chalani, thank you for joining in. This is a big development, as Siddhant was highlighting and sharing the reasons why this is an abstention and not a no. Also, break down for us, how do you weigh in on the statement, which is a very sharp and pointed one that's come out from India?
First, this IMF bailout approval has followed a staff agreement with Pakistan. So the right time to lobby with IMF was when IMF staff were negotiating with Pakistan. At that time, we did not raise a voice. What happened today was a pro forma approval. Once a staff agreement has been reached with the country, the IMF board normally, unless there is something extraordinary that comes to the notice of the board of the IMF, the board normally approves the staff agreement. So the lobbying should have been done much earlier. at this stage, it was very difficult for India, even with US support, for example, to block the staff agreement with Pakistan. The US administration, the present one, is quite India friendly. They know that Pakistan is deeply involved in terrorism. The right thing to do would have been to lobby in January or February, to prevent such a staff agreement from being reached. But actually, it goes back to the Biden era. When Joe Biden was the president, he began this bailout process for Pakistan. There was a big bailout that he helped secure for Pakistan, and then soon thereafter, he announced a $450 million deal to modernize and upgrade Pakistan's F-16 fleet against India. Look at the irony of it. On one hand, the US under Biden pressed IMF to bail out Pakistan because it was bankrupt or on the verge of defaulting, and then they signed a $450 million deal to modernize Pakistan's F-16 fleet without securing any commitment on counterterrorism. And even at that time, the Indian government did not raise its voice. So, we have a record of only raising a voice when there is a crisis that is facing India. So today, because of this military conflict, we spoke up, but it was too late.
Thank you for making that very critical point, Professor Chelani. And I want to, also ask you about the entire statement that has come in. Do you think that statement is hard-hitting, even though it is hard-hitting, as you said, that we seem to have already missed the bus at a time when there's a lot of chatter about how we can exert pressure on Pakistan through these monetary institutions, whether it is the IMF or even make efforts to bring Pakistan back on the FATF grey list. How is this move in your point of view?
I think India needs to mount a sustained international campaign to spotlight Pakistan's nexus with terror groups. This tendency in India to speak up when there is an act of Pakistani-sponsored terrorism, or the tensions along the border or the LOC, that's not the right way. You have to do it on a sustained basis. You have to then press each institution. For example, the FATF allowed Pakistan to exit the grey list. At that time, India could have built a coalition. Of course, the Biden administration, along with China, helped Pakistan to exit the FATF grey list, but you have to start building a coalition months ahead, and you can't do it just when FATF is meeting. Similarly, in the case of IMF, you can issue any statements that you wish to make, but to pressure IMF, you have to build a coalition. Because India is only one important country in the IMF. It doesn't have a veto power in the IMF.
Okay.
But certainly it can help build a coalition.
That's another very important point that you've made, Professor Chelani, and that's the point that I would like to take forward with Lieutenant General Iyer, who's also on the broadcast with us. He's the ex-chief of the staff at Northern Command, and I'm also joined in by Captain M.J. Vinod, who's a defense expert. Many thanks to you, gentlemen, for joining in. But if I could bring in Lieutenant General Iyer. Sir, that's an important point that Professor made, and that's why if you go by the consensus, as they say, that unlike the UN over here, as far as the IMF is concerned, the vote goes by the economic power that each country wields, which means that the United States has a significant sizable vote in the IMF. What is one to make at a time when the United States is maintaining consistent engagement with New Delhi? Should we expect or shelve any hopes from the US to play a critical role over here?
Firstly, I will take it, Professor Chelani took it back to January. I'll take it back to August, September of last year.
Okay.
It was around that time when, they got out of the FATF grey. They were one of the major contributors of ammunition to the Ukraine requirements, which was something which Biden administration was pushing. So they were like Biden's gang at that stage of time. And by the time the elections happened in the US and the new administration came in, and it was too late because this IMF bailout had already passed that staff test. Thereafter also, till the month of April, there was no other significant reason for us to start pushing for putting them on a grey list, as well as, getting this bailout out. So to some extent, we have been trying for the last 2 weeks, but 2 weeks is not an adequate amount of time. And let us have trust in the current American administration. They are well abreast with the kind of activity that is happening in Pakistan. I am personally very sure that next time when it comes up for the FATF relisting, Pakistan will find itself into trouble. My only piece of concern is 2 weeks down the line, though we have accused Pakistan of this Pahalgam incident, we have to back it up with real concrete evidence.
Yes.
That is somewhere we need to work much harder. We have to connect the links between what happened in Pahalgam to the Pakistani administration. And by the time they come up for the next set of, loans, it should be very clear that Pakistan is a country which is, fostering terrorism once again, and they deserve to be treated in the manner they were treated last year. And the third thing I would say is $1 billion in the current scheme of things, we should not get too much worried about. I'm sure it is just maybe another 6-7 days of war stamina if you equate it towards completely being employed towards this war waging efforts. And should this conflict go any further north and we find ourselves into a limited or a long drawn engagement with Pakistan, this $1 billion is not going to last it. So let us not get worried about it. Let's stay focused on the current situation. I still agree, and I keep saying this every time whenever I get an opportunity. The I part of the time syndrome, we have not doing so well. We have not been able to communicate our intentions correctly. Whereas we have done very well on the diplomatic side, we have done exceedingly well on the military side, we have done fairly well on the economic side. Because the communication aspects are not good enough, we are not able to get the kind of results that we should have got by now.
No, I agree over there. I agree over there. But where I do disagree is that $1 billion funding, as you're saying, may not result or yield too much of war stamina. But the fact is, it's not just this $1 billion bailout that we are looking at, or an additional funding, which is what they are calling it, because there's been a consistent sort of bailout pattern that's been coming out of IMF, and that goes all the way back to 1958. And that's why I want to bring in Captain Vinod on that note. Sir, there's so much chatter about how the global consensus is standing with India in solidarity. And so when you talk about that global consensus, will that yield any results, especially in a body like IMF, which is governed by consensus?
And listen, I mean, without, sounding very different from my position, for the sake of viewers, let me explain this particular thing to you. See, professional, I don't want to use that word, but for want of a better word, I'm using this word. A professional beggar knows exactly how to dress up before he goes begging. So, in FATF, when you go to take the money from IMF and not to get into FATF grey list, Pakistan has done a large amount of work. Before you go and submit your application, Pakistan knows exactly whom to go and meet, what to say, how to say, Germany, US, before it goes to IMF. To stay out of grey list, Pakistan doesn't need to go knocking on the doors of US. It needs to go knocking on the doors of Australia. Why? Because in the FATF, we have something called an APG, Asia Pacific Group. In the Asia Pacific Group, the permanent chair is Australia, and you have a rotating co-chair. And the Philippines, and last year when they got out of it, it was Malaysia, and they had a tacit understanding that when you have a bailout, you will return what is owed to Malaysia, which they didn't return. And if you remember, that big thing happened when PIA Airlines was captured by Malaysia. Because they promised that paisa will be given, paisa diya nahi, aur yahan inko ullu bana ke chale gaye. So these kind of things, a professional person who knows how to ask for arms knows very well. I was not surprised that they will get this money because they have done their homework very, very well. For the next bailout, they have already started their work. And for the next bailout, they have already must be doing their paperwork. So they're extremely professional about it. And like Professor Brahmacharani said, you have to beat them in their game. You cannot be, beating them in their game 1 day to go, 2 day to go. Nothing is going to happen. By calling somebody 1 day before the money is going to be allotted and hoping like hell that the money will not be allotted when professionally he has addressed and plugged all the holes a month ago, impossible to do. But my limited point is, in the last 3-4 days, the amount they have spent is much more than the amount that they may get. And it is not that FSTF sanction, aaj hua hai, you will get money today. No, it takes 1 month, 2 months to come into your account, and when you start spending. So that itself is something which is not going to aid in this particular operations.
No, I agree with you that they do their homework and they do it bloody well. But Professor Chelani, I think the example that's been quoted of FATF is living testimony, because remember, they convicted a Sajid Mir or even a Hafiz Saeed only till the time they wanted to get off the grey list of the FATF. Once they did, they were back to their proxy games of terrorism. And that's why I want to bring you in on that point, that why haven't these global monetary institutions like the IMF or the World Bank been able to do much when it comes to addressing terrorism? I can't help but ask that, are they not equally responsible for what we are seeing happen in Kashmir?
The thing is that as long as Pakistan does not export terrorism to the West is actually not concerned about Pakistan exporting terrorism to India, because then it becomes a regional issue for them. And in an old India-Pakistan problem, where the two have been at loggerheads for decades now. But they all know that over the years, the footprints of many terrorist attacks in the West were traced to Pakistan. The US found Osama bin Laden living next to the Pakistan Military Academy, and other top terrorist leaders that the US wanted, like Khalid Sheikh Mohammed or Abu Zubaydah, they were found living in Pakistan's heartland. But then under previous US administrations, the Pakistani government, especially the ISI and the army chief, promised to Washington that they have started cleaning up their act, that they will never repeat what happened previously. They pledged that they will not do anything to undermine US or Western security. So with those assurances and pledges, the US under some administrations, for example under Biden, resumed cozy ties with Pakistan. And we saw how Biden, for example, really helped Pakistan secure the first IMF bailout, then managed to get Pakistan off the FATF grey list, helped modernize Pakistan's F-16 fleet, while we didn't really press our case at that time. We did not. We were being too nice. We thought that if we were to exert pressure on the Biden administration, this could strain US-India relations. No, we should have actually said that what Pakistan is doing is a threat to global security, and that India's efforts to pressure Pakistan to clean up its act is actually good for the world. It's not just an India-Pakistan issue. It's actually about international security. The IMF bailout, and this is there was a big bailout that was initially supported by Biden administration, and now we are now the second bailout.
Yes.
But the IMF bailout is actually great leverage for the US, because as you rightly point out that the US has a virtual veto power in the IMF, and Pakistan needs the IMF bailout, not just because of the amount of money, because the IMF bailout allows Pakistan then to secure loans from elsewhere. For example, this latest release of $1 billion, this immediate release, immediate $1 billion are being released to Pakistan
and
now.
we all know where it's going to go.
Yes, but more importantly, because of this $1 billion deal, Pakistan now will be able to secure additional billions of dollars from Saudi Arabia and China. They were waiting, China and Saudi Arabia were waiting for this IMF agreement. And now $1.2 billion swap deal with China will go forward, and there will be another major package from Saudi Arabia.
All right, I think you've made another very critical point, Lieutenant General Iyer. How do you weigh in on that? That actually does sound alarm bells at the moment, because as we've been talking about, India has also stated it in the IMF that the Pakistani army, the military, has a lopsided sort of sway over the economy in Pakistan and how the funding is going to be utilized. So that indeed is a cause of concern now, even if it is just going to be slightly over $1 billion.
I can't agree more with Professor Chalani. It's covered almost all the facets of this this bailout. My only point here is whether this bailout came or not. The funds flow from both China and Saudi Arabia, if not through the front door, from the back door, would have continued. But this does give them legitimacy to now push through loans. These are ultimately loans. Like Pakistan, somebody said, Pakistan budget is, every budget tells us what is to be repaid and where the loans are going to come to repay the next year's, next year's budget. So it is a kind of a continuation they are living in. They are living in dangerous situation. No country would like to, have so much of external debt as Pakistan is. Their economy is in shatters. A war of maybe even 15 days is going to make their life miserable. They just cannot afford it. And I am very sure this 1 billion, like Group Captain Augustine said, it is not going to be of much use. A couple of jets going down and this $1 billion worth will, get covered over there. Possibly in the last 4 days, they have taken losses more than $1 billion as it is. But that having said, unfortunately, we are making Pakistan India-centric. And that is something we need to tell the world that the problem is not just going to be in India. Tomorrow, this epicenter of terror is going to bite everybody. Somebody said, keep snakes in your backyard and they're going to come and bite you. This point has to be rubbed into the Americans. 9/11 happened because there were people who were, raised by the Americans in the 80s. They came back and bit them in the late 90s. The same thing can happen through Pakistan in some stage of time. This has to be told to the Western world, and that's why, again, I said, we have to be much more active in the info domain. We have to be ballistic in the info domain. Our people should be able to communicate the points of view, our troubles, and also tell the world what is going to hit them later. We can survive, but will this be harmful to the world has to be told. And the last point I would like to add here is, possibly in the later half of last year and early part of this year, we were too focused on China. Our entire interest was trying to find a way to de-escalate with China because it was running into the third or fourth year. We were still worried that this is something which, and possibly we neglected Pakistan as possibly something which is not of, importance to us. And I guess, because I remember I've been in service and in an operational command, and we were literally only focused towards the north, and we're not looking in the west at all.
Okay,
I guess,
Captain Vinod, I want to bring you in. Lieutenant General Iyer and Professor Chalani both have highlighted how India's homework should have begun much earlier, and perhaps we had distractions at the LAC as well, which perhaps kept us more focused on China front. But now that the Biden administration is gone, you have an administration which is more serious about tackling terrorism, something that we can stand by with the arrest or the extradition of Tahawoor Rana. What, in your view, could sort of perhaps expedite the US support when it comes to, tackling or exerting greater pressure via institutions like the IMF?
Great question. In fact, just tell the viewers, their foreign office, the Section Affairs Office equivalent of ours, as a separate division which is looking at only IMF loan bailouts and the paperwork and everything. There are a whole lot of people working in that particular department who are only looking at this. Now, let me draw a simile because I'm being a military man. You say you stay across Amritsar, they deploy one division or two divisions of force. Will you keep quiet? You will also deploy one or two divisions of force, isn't it? Similarly, in our External Affairs Ministry, we should, maybe they will learn a lesson. We should have a separate division continuously working to get these buggers into grey or blacklist. All the time. Career, officers should be working permanently to get these guys, give the guys what they deserve, which is blacklist. Else, it is going to bite us badly. And like Sir said, a couple of years went by when we lost focus on Pakistan, which is we are paying dearly for it. And I'm mincing no words. Even today, I think we are not giving it back to them as much as they deserve it. We can and we should, is my feeling. But then there are better brains taking better calls, so I'll leave it to their judgment. Otherwise, what we are seeing on the screen, we should not be seeing on the second or third day.
I agree. Why were we waiting for a 22nd of April for the situation to have arrived to this point? But Professor Chelani, take a moment to weigh in on the reliance that Pakistan has had on the IMF, which goes, I will again say, it's gone over for decades. 1958, I have the entire list of all the bailout fundings that have gone. And it all began in 1958, 8th of December to be precise. And I can't help but say that, if it is about snakes in the backyards, when will they stop, in fact, harboring these snakes in the backyard? You expect better from the Trump administration.
Two things stand out. This IMF bailouts for Pakistan began during the Cold War, when Pakistan was a surrogate of Western powers. So it was easy for Pakistan then to secure IMF bailouts. And once you get one bailout and you don't do your reforms, you become more and more dependent on IMF. It's getting IMF money is actually quite slippery for many countries because IMF imposes conditionalities that are pretty tough. And once you get into the IMF bailout trap, you continue to you continue to need more and more bailouts. And this has been Pakistan's story. And the second is that over the decades now, since the first coup in Pakistan in the late 1950s, which actually coincided with the first IMF bailout, Pakistan has been ruled formally or informally by the military continuously now. And the military dominates not only the society, it dominates the politics, it dominates the economy. There are very few countries in the world where the military not only calls the shots in politics, but even the shots in the economy. There are very few examples of this kind in the world. So Pakistan is a very unique case. It's an abnormal state where the military and the intelligence agencies are not even accountable to the government in office. For example, today, the way the military operates, Shahbaz Sharif is only the surrogate of General Munir. So this is a very abnormal state, and that's the reason why, to answer your question, this dependence on bailouts has never left Pakistan.
Absolutely. And Lieutenant General Iyer, we are looking at a year which is very critical to some partnerships that India has, and we'll be playing host to the Quad Summit. And when you talk about it in such a year, is this partnership with, say, Japan, Australia and the United States of America only limited to the Indo-Pacific?
Unfortunately, the Quad is only limited to the Indo-Pacific and it is China-centric. I'm making no bones about it. That having said, I am looking at a brighter year ahead for three, four reasons. Firstly, the Russo-Ukrainian conflict is almost as good as gone. I guess it's just a period of time when the Americans, because the Trump administration is not going to be as actively involved with the Ukrainians as the Biden administration was. So I see that part of the world order changing in the coming part of this year. So Pakistan's value in supporting Ukraine and, being part of the American setup will go down in due course of time. The second thing which Pakistan has done over the last 1 month, and they have been somewhat been able to, play it down below the radar. They have been trying to reignite the Middle East by pulling out the Palestinian clause once again. Even I saw even during the PSL games, they had these, save Palestine kind of things coming up, or crush Israel kind of, things being taken up. I guess we did not catch that. They had wonderful opportunity to play it up, but we did not. There is still an opportunity because Pakistan still relies on a lot of support from the Middle East. It feels that since it makes a cause for the Palestinians, the Middle East, especially the Saudi Arab and the Emirates, will come to its support as far as finance is concerned. Unfortunately, the last few months have seen the Saudis haven't played ball with them in exact manner.
I was about to come to that. Yes, go
Professor
on.
Chalani mentioned that possibly after this bailout, there could be a difference. Well, I want to see it to believe. But the way the Saudis have treated the Pakis in the last 6 to 8 months is actually, I'll go back to Group Captain Vinod's analogy, it's just like a beggar. So that having said, I do look at a better year ahead. Trump is somebody who's not going to get into bailouts of this nature. He's a businessman. We are going to have a very good trade deal with the Americans very soon, so we'll become valuable to the Americans. We will be able to, I hope, play this game of Pakistan being the epicenter of terror with this current, we have him. We are actually holding him by the neck. It's a question of how fast and how quickly we are able to squeeze him out and expose him to the world order. And, this $1 or $2 billion is something which is not, very alarming to me. Yes, it was a signal. Had this $2 billion not happened today, this complete CNP, as far as the Comprehensive National Power, which we have applied for the last 2 weeks or so, would have seen its complete domain being fully exercised. That notwithstanding, I'm sure, when the Indus water doesn't come in time, his crops are going to suffer. He's going to face a lot of problems. Otherwise, his stock exchange has crashed. So he's into a lot of trouble as it is. I'm sure he's going to face massive floods in this monsoons because he'll not be able to regulate water because we are not going to give him any data of the kind of water we are going to release. So his standing crops are going to go down. He's going to face a lot of trouble. I'm seeing bad things happening to Pakistan in the next 5 to 6 months.
No, I agree with you, Lieutenant General Iyer, but today is also a wake-up call for India, and that's why Group Captain Vinod, I think when you're talking about global support, glad that Lieutenant General Iyer talked about Saudi Arabia. I want to bring you in on the kind of good offices we share with OIC nations. In fact, just a day ago, we had the foreign ministers from Saudi Arabia and Iran very much in New Delhi. So when you talk about our own consistent engagement with OIC nations through our own economic partnerships, whether it is with Qatar, Iran or Saudi Arabia, even UAE, can we not expect them to also come to our aid and rescue when it comes to exerting pressure via these institutions?
Absolutely. In fact, if you look at a decade ago or maybe more, YC willy-nilly was, most of the nations willy-nilly was against India. Today it is not so. In fact, most of them have given awards and such.
In fact, Prime Minister was in Jeddah. He was in Jeddah on the 22nd, which happens to be the headquarters of OIC.
Oh, yeah. So the world is realizing the strength of A, our leader, B, as a country, us, and C, they are able to see that every time the Sharif comes, he's only coming. I feel sad for him. He's only coming with a begging bowl, and there is not much that he's contributing towards OIC as such, except probably, getting an epithet of being a terror factory. And I'm sitting in DC, speaking to many such people. The moment you say Pakistan, the synonym is terror factory, and everyone understands that because post 9/11 things have changed. The focus is totally different. And like Professor said, now post Russia's pullout and post the end of Charlie Wilson's war, the use of Pakistan to West, especially to US, is not much. And especially after they pulled out of Afghanistan, it is actually zilch zero. But yesterday, when Vance said it is the war between them and we have nothing to do, I knew then that the bailout is coming. That I knew then that Vance has not stopped it. Probably he or his people have given the go-ahead for the money. And like General Iyer said, it is a signal, it's not the money. Had we succeeded in blocking this money in for next couple of days, probably things would have been different. Now, on this high that I got the money, maybe it'll continue for 1 or 2 more days. Over to you.
So, despite the austerity, inequality, poverty and the debt, Professor Chalani, they continue to fund terrorism. So, where have been the failings, if I were to say? I know if we were to begin from our own home with India, you've always maintained how we've lacked a strategy or a policy, a consistent policy towards Pakistan and terrorism sponsored by Pakistan. So, where have the failings been, especially from our end?
If you look at successive governments in India, you've never had a consistent Pakistan policy or a consistent China policy. Every prime minister who takes office seeks to reinvent the foreign policy wheel. I'll give you some examples. Vajpayee, he came to office, he took a bus to Lahore, he thought he could befriend Pakistan. Then, few months later, he publicly bemoaned that his bus to Lahore got hijacked to Kargil. He did not learn from his predecessors. He thought he could actually do what his predecessors had failed to do. Then he tried his luck with China. Again, he tripped. But that did not discourage him. In his last year in office, he again sought to befriend Pakistan. Then came Manmohan Singh. He made his peace overtures to Pakistan. And in return, he invited the horrific Mumbai massacre. And we did not even impose any cost on Pakistan for the Mumbai terrorist attacks. Then comes Modi. He lands in Lahore unannounced in late 2015. In December 2015, he thought that where Manmohan Singh had failed, where Vajpayee had failed, he could actually achieve friendship with Pakistan. And do you know what happened after he went to Lahore? The Pakistani military establishment was enraged that they thought that Modi was conspiring with Nawaz Sharif, the then Prime Minister. And so in response, they staged a series of major attacks in India, starting with Pathankot. And to investigate the Pathankot attack, we invited the ISI to come and join the investigations into the attack that the ISI had staged. So you can look at this just recent history, how successive prime ministers have not had a consistent Pakistan policy, and if I could even describe how they have not even attempted to have a consistent China policy. So to a large extent, the problems that we are facing with Pakistan and with China, to some extent, they are because of our own failures.
I think that's a very valid point. Lieutenant General Iyer, in January this year, in fact, to be precise, we were learning of these long-range ballistic missiles being prepared by Pakistan that also led to sanctions being imposed by the United States. But how far did that go to curb Pakistan is what one is left wondering right now. Because remember, when the war began in Ukraine, Russia was sanctioned massively. Their assets were frozen, and that also went to an economic level. We've not seen the same happen in case of Pakistan.
Because Russia is, endowed with a lot of resources. When Russia was sanctioned, there was a feeling that Russian oil and gas will not get sold in the world, and Russia
Of course,
will be.
they didn't get impacted.
So they managed to work around the system, and Russia was much stronger a nation than Pakistan. We can't compare sanctions on Pakistan with sanctions on Russia. That is one. Secondly, I don't think the sanctions.
They actually gunned for Russia, which I don't see happening for Pakistan when it's
Because
a fact that they are harboring terrorism.
Because, like Group Captain Vinod said, Pakistan is not anti-West. You must understand that. Till the time the West feels threatened by Pakistan, they will not go the whole hog. They'll make noises, all right. They'll say, we'll sanction you, we'll cancel your loans, we'll put you on the grey list. In my mind, Pakistan should have been in the blacklist 2 years ago. Pakistan should have been in the blacklist way back in 2011 when Osama bin Laden was found within 10 kilometers of the Pakistan Military Academy. There was no reason, and it was not that Americans found him one day. They knew about it for more than a year and a half before they actually went in and got him out. So it is something which we have to possibly make a little more noise. We have to not neglect our Western adversary, saying that he doesn't matter to us. Somehow, like I said, in the last 2 years, we became
But
part
that's
of the
exactly what the US Vice President has said in his interview to one of the leading news channels in the United States. That we are not going to get involved in anybody's war.
So my larger point is, you started by asking, Quad. Quad is totally Indo-Pacific.
No, that's true. No, I was saying that this is just, the point behind asking that question was to actually say that this is just to actually use the analogy friends with benefits, because it suits you in the Indo-Pacific, which is why you've partnered with India over there, but it doesn't suit you when it comes to Pakistan. So we are not concerned about this particular conflict.
So when I can put my example to it, my last 5 or 6 years in service was since the time, the Quad started shaping up, and suddenly we decided that our, adversaries only in the north, west can be handled at any time. And in that window, possibly Doklam happened, then Ladakh happened, and we got fixated with China for definitely since 2020. And in that period, we have felt that Pakistan is already done and dusted with. Kashmir has been sorted out. We have abrogated Article 370. Normalcy has come into Kashmir. Pakistan has been dried up. They don't have the money to finance terrorists. We have been able to knock off all the militants or terrorists in the valley. Everything is hunky-dory. In fact, last year we were, going gaga about the kind of, tricolors floating everywhere in Kashmir. We actually neglected Pakistan and his hold in some kind of such freak events inside Kashmir. And he's been able to, all the bluff and put us into a position that we are in today. I guess we need to ensure that all our, vulnerabilities are taken care of with equal amount of importance. And we can't just concentrate on one part of the world and be part of a world body just because the world feels that China is the next threat. I feel. Yeah.
I think you expanded it well. Group Captain Vinod, if you were to look at sanctions coming in from the United States, that's precisely the hypocrisy that I'm talking about. Whenever it comes to nuclear armament, that is a direct threat to the United States, but not terrorism.
See, let me tell you something, very simple analogy so that the viewers understand. See, for maintaining a consistent policy towards Pakistan is extremely, extremely important. Let me give you an example from my own home. My great-great-grandfather was Nambudri. Before he converted to Christianity. But before he did so, in our Bhagavati temple, He has written and gone. This is how the marriage, padati jo hai, he has written and gone. Now everyone may disagree, but down the generation, we had to get married in that mandir, in the procedure that he had written and gone 500, 600 years ago. So that is how it should be. Your presidents and prime ministers can come and go. Your policy has to be consistent, because everything else now stems from that particular, selection and maintenance of aim. That is point number one. Point number two, and very important issue is that we need to understand ये जो peace का चूरन जो है ना, ये पाकिस्तान के साथ दिखता नहीं है. They have shown it to us umpteen number of times. You can be peaceniks and go them and tell Babar, go back 8 times. The 9th time he'll come back and make a Babari Masjid, and that we have seen. And if we have not learned from that lesson, I think there is something seriously wrong in our psyche. We have to, change our thought process that the peaceniks and peace ka churan does not work with Pakistan. Pakistan understand, Garhwali mein wife se Garhwal mein kahavat hai. थोड़ा मारे बहुत रोए बहुत मारे चुप, तो इनको ना बहुत मार के चुप कराना पड़ेगा. That's the only way they will learn. There is no other way they will learn.
Clearly, because the financial sort of investments are just a mirage for the global community, and that's why I think I just want to have closing thoughts now, and that's why, Lieutenant General Iyer, I want to ask you, what will end this cyclical nature to the IMF bailouts which we've seen happen for over 7 decades?
Before that, I just want to add one thing to what Group Captain said. When Pakistan lost the 71 war, they never accepted that loss. They have been trying to find at least one small occasion when they can, redeem it. Unfortunately, whatever they tried, whether it was Zia or thereafter it was Musharraf or now this gentleman, they never forget it. It's something I equate it with India beating Pakistan in ICC cricket matches and always beating them in all wars that they have fought with us. They can never win. As far as the IMF bailout is concerned, I felt had this bailout not happened today, he would have had to off-ramp it in a day or two. He had no other choice but to get off the horse. At this state, he could not survive. This particular victory of sorts which he will claim.
Yes.
I am sure DG ISPR is going to go gaga about it. All his briefings will be talking about, how the world order does not see Pakistan as a terrorist state, that he's been able to get, vindicated by getting the bailout.
And that's why I was highlighting that it's beyond just $1 billion, There are ramifications to it.
The only good thing that happened is we didn't vote against it, we abstained. That was one way of, registering our protest, but not, because otherwise you would have given even more scope to try and tell people that, look who voted against us. Abstaining a vote does not mean that you're necessarily against. I feel next 2 days, he's going to have the upper hand and we should be prepared for it. We have to find ways and means to put him down again. It's like a wrestling match.
I'll have to leave it at that since I'm running short of time. But many thanks to you, Lieutenant General Iyer and Group Captain Vinod, and also Professor Chalani. It has been a pleasure to have you on this discussion. And before I call it a wrap, CNN News 18's Zaka Jacob spoke to India's former envoy to Pakistan, Satish Chandra, on the internal turmoil inside Pakistan amid the escalating tensions at the border. Can Pakistan afford a war with India? Listen in.
I'm now joined by former diplomat and former Deputy National Security Advisor, former High Commissioner, Mr. Satish Chandra. Ambassador Satish Chandra, thank you very much. You speak very rarely to television channels, so thank you very much for joining us here on CNN News 18. I just laid out the context of what has happened over the last 2 weeks and where we stand as of today. What is your best assessment of what the situation is right now, and more importantly, where do you see it moving over the next 24-48 hours?
Good to be with you, Zaka, on your channel. It's a pleasure to interact with you. Well, actually, what's been happening is a repetition of the playbook over the decades. India has always been extremely restrained to a fault often in terms of retaliatory steps. I think all of us are very well aware that we have been targets of terrorist actions by Pakistan, and in most cases we have not retaliated, and I think that's been a fault and perhaps has encouraged Pakistan in the belief that they can literally get away with murder. So what has happened, I think there's been a change since with the Modi government in terms of the actions that it had taken in 2016 and 2019. First the surgical strikes and then Balakot. And this has gone a notch higher in terms of depth at which we have struck across Pakistan in retaliation for the Pahalgam attacks. And it's been nine camps which has been struck, both in some in POK and some in Pakistan, Punjab, the most notable being Muridke and Bahawalpur, where the terrorist camps were taken out. But as you mentioned ab initio, and as has been underlined by the Government of India, that our action was, the kinetic action, was extremely restrained in terms of the fact that we did not hit the military, the Pakistan military, which many feel perhaps we should have, but we did not in the interest of being extremely restrained. We only went for the proven terrorist hideouts from which terrorists had been attacking India from time to time, and also during the Pahalgam incident. Now, the Pakistani reaction, as you indicated, rightly so, has been escalatory, openly, blatantly escalatory. And I do recall from the times when I was in Pakistan, and in fact it is documented, that then Air Marshal Ashgar Khan had said that all the wars with India by Pakistan were initiated by Pakistan. So let's be very clear, I am not surprised, because I have dealt with Pakistan for much of my life, that this is the standard playbook of Pakistan. They will escalate, they will lie, they will try and say that India is escalating, whereas the contrary is correct. Just like they keep saying that they are really had nothing to do with terror, and I think everyone knows the score on that, not only India but the rest of the world. So I don't need to say anything more on that score.
But the escalation towards what end? Now, when India did the operation and it said, look, we're taking a non-escalatory step, and underlined, the army statement underlined, we're not targeting any military installations, we're not targeting civilians, I thought that was an exit option or an off-ramp for the Pakistani army. But by doing what they did last night, and clearly, as you said, it's an escalatory step, what are they trying to achieve?
I think you must understand two things that are happening in terms of dynamics in Pakistan as I read it. Number one is that the army has lost face in terms of what happened because of our strikes, and they want to prove a point. The army is also very badly divided. In fact, the whole country is divided. So they are trying to somehow, in some way, establish that they are one up on India. That is the endeavor, and they are not going to succeed. And the second point, which is more intrinsic, and I am sorry to say that unfortunately many of us in India have failed to read Pakistan right. I mean, there is a whole army of people in India saying we must engage dialogue with Pakistan. Yes, that's correct, if Pakistan were a normal country. And again, I will merely relate a conversation or some conversations that I had during my stint in Pakistan as High Commissioner in the 90s. And when I spoke to some people whom I knew rather well within the system, and I said, look, by creating these terror camps, you are actually going to end up hurting yourselves. And in fact, Hillary Clinton also said later on,
Yeah.
much later on, something to similar effect.
Yeah.
Well, what was the reaction I got? And that's what made me absolutely very, very pessimistic about the future of our relationship. The response was, we don't care as long as it hurts India. So that's the game that they are playing. But, you know, clearly they are not going to, in quotes, win this. Because what we have seen in the last 3-4 days is that they are getting and continuing to get a lot of egg on their face. And if I may go off script a little bit from your query, I think that this could be very easily sorted out if the international community appropriately pressurized Pakistan. You know, they are going around the
Staying with the live and continuous coverage on India and Pakistan, we're getting in breaking inputs. In fact, what we are learning is that India has fired multiple drones at Pakistan in their Punjab province, and a big blast was also reported in Pakistan's Rawalpindi, and Indian drones have been spotted in Lahore, even Sheikhupura. Meanwhile, defense sources are telling CNN News 18 that India has intensified firing at the Sialkot and Narowal border areas after Pakistan violated the ceasefire. These are breaking inputs brought to us by our Security Affairs Editor, Mr. Manoj Gupta. And what we are right now learning is that India has fired multiple drones at Pakistan in the Punjab province, to be specific. In fact, a massive blast has also been reported in Rawalpindi. Indian drones have been spotted in Lahore and Sheikhupura. Meanwhile, defense sources are also telling us that India has also intensified its firing at Sialkot, even the Narowal area as far as the border areas are concerned. Remember, Pakistan began to violate the ceasefire, has been doing so for quite a few days now, but as far as the shelling is concerned, it began yet again in the evening. And it spiked on Friday evening as Pakistan resumed heavy shelling and unprovoked firing along the line of control. We've seen that is continuing to happen in various sectors, whether it is Pathankot, even Uri, Poonch. The latest escalation comes after there was a lull for over 11 hours, marking another day of relentless ceasefire violations by Pakistan. Sirens have been blazing in several border areas, but as far as Pakistan is concerned, what we can tell you in the latest big breaking inputs that we are learning is that India has sent its own set of drones to Pakistan's Punjab province. And remember, as far as drones are concerned, they are seen as a double-edged sword, because not only are they meant as weaponry, they are also meant to carry on reconnaissance operations as well. It may perhaps help India in picking up crucial information. It may also help India to get a sense of in fact, some satellite insights also may be provided by those drones. Ayushman Jamwal joins me live from the newsroom on those breaking inputs. Ayushman, what is the information that you can share with us as far as the Indian side retaliating this time around?
Also, Akanksha, we're learning from our investigations editor Manoj Gupta that the Noor Khan air base has also been targeted by the Indian forces by this counterstrike coming in from India, because it's not just Islamabad, Rawalpindi, it's Sheikhupura as well, it's Lahore as well that is facing the brunt of India's counter-offensive. We're getting you these visuals from Narwal as well as Rawalpindi, where you can see the explosions on your screen. India now hitting back at Pakistan in the wake of the initial drone strikes which took place earlier today, just a few hours back, where all those border areas along the LOC and the international border were targeted, and now India paying back Pakistan, hitting deep into Pakistani territory. Rawalpindi, Lahore, Islamabad, Narwal and the Noor air base has also been targeted by the Indian forces. India using drones, and also what we are learning is that Indian drones have been spotted in several big cities in Pakistan as well. Several locals have also found shells of Indian drones in Lahore as well as Narwal. So India now targeting Pakistan deep into Pakistani territory, hitting at the commercial, military as well as the political hearts of Pakistan. You can see those visuals on your screen. You can see how these cities have been lit up as India has countered Pakistan's initial drone strikes with its own drone offensive deep into Pakistani territory, jolting the entire civilian as well as the political infrastructure inside Pakistan, saying that any attack against India will bear a heavy price because India has the technological as well as the military edge, and it can inflict damage deep into Pakistan. See those visuals on your screen right now, Akanksha, from Narwal as well as Rawalpindi. These are crucial areas inside Pakistan and have several military and civilian installations, and they have now faced the brunt of India's technological prowess in the defense sector.
In fact, those visuals speaking 1,000 words, as you rightly highlighted. Rawalpindi, Narwal, those footages that we are playing out to you are the latest visuals coming in from both these locations, as Ayushman was highlighting. That's the kind of havoc that India is wreaking on Pakistan, making Pakistan pay for what it did to India on 22nd of April. Those visuals, in fact, speaking of India's retaliatory efforts. And as Ayushman was highlighting, we've already sent out our drones over there. But Ayushman, if I could bring you in on the ceasefire violations that have started again on Friday evening after a lull of over 11 hours.
Absolutely. And even to those ceasefire violations, Akanksha, what we are learning from our investigations editor Manoj Gupta is that areas in Sialkot and Narwal, which are near the LOC and the international border, those areas are now being pummeled by Indian forces. Indian forces now opening fire at several posts along the LOC and the international border, trying to take out Pakistani artillery formations inside those areas. So Narwal as well as Sialkot are seeing a lot of damage coming in from the Indian side. India literally raining fire on Pakistan after the initial ceasefire violations that we've been seeing in the couple of hours before India's counter strike. We saw the damage that was coming in when Pakistan launched those drone attacks on several areas in the border parts of India along the LOC and the international border. But India's air defense system, Akanksha, it is way too advanced as compared to Pakistan, and was able to take out all those drones, cause minimal damage along the border areas. But you can see what India's missiles and drone strikes are doing to Pakistan. While we were able to intercept them using the S-400 system, using the Akash system, using several air defense personnel as well as technology, Pakistan stood no chance. See those visuals on your screen where we are raining havoc when it comes to the counter-offensive, to their attempt to disrupt the peace and tranquility inside India, and also to punish India for our initial strike through Operation Sindoor. And now they are paying the price. So that has been India's strategy. We are upping the cost, upping the ante against Pakistan. Narwal, Rawalpindi, Akanksha, the center of Pakistan's military. And you can see those visuals on your screen where Rawalpindi is now facing the brunt of India's military fury.
Oh, absolutely. Let me quickly, in fact, bring in our guest. I'm joined in by a Group Captain Vinod over there as well, who's joining me live on the broadcast. Group Captain, thank you for coming back to our broadcast. But this is big breaking input as those visuals are coming in from Rawalpindi and Narwal. What we are learning is that Noor Khan base has also been attacked. What do you make of these strategic retaliatory attacks from India?
Akansha, you've been up the whole night and it is wee hours of the morning. A day before, I told Munir via tweet that Munir, don't go this drone warfare way. Probably that's the biggest mistake you will ever make. And Munir didn't listen to me and he's made this mistake. Now Pindi is exploding. See, it is not tit for tat anymore, Akanksha. कि आपने एक मारा तो मैं एक मारूंगा नहीं. बहुत मारे चुप. I told you the previous time. We are here to give them such a big reply that हिंदी में कहते हैं पुष्टे याद रखेंगी. In the years to come, it will be found in your textbooks that we went against India and India did this to us. And I'm not saying, as a jingoism or some kind of a, chest thumping kind of a thing. No, it is just go by the effect. One drone with some 100 kilo or 100 grams of bomb that came over, say, Jaisalmer or wherever, as opposed to 100 kgs and 250 kgs and 2,000 pounder spice 2000 is what we are putting over them. The 2,000 pounder bomb, that is what we are seeing on the screen. It's huge. It's not some pav kilo ka bomb. And if this does not send the shivers down Munir's spine and other people's spine, I don't know what will. Which, if he doesn't come on the table tomorrow, I think he's really making a big mistake, and probably he's not paying the price. Someone else is paying the price for him, and those are people of the Pakistan who are already asking questions.
Since you're talking about price, I want to bring you in because there was a drone attack near the Rawalpindi Stadium hours before a Pakistan Super League match, and we all know that the locations for these matches is now being shifted. So that is the cost that they've already started paying. And in fact, new visuals coming in, if I may bring you in, Group Captain, if you can see these visuals, I'm being told that this is fresh footage that's coming in from Pakistan. Clearly, it seems like footage that's coming in from the Punjab province. But what we can tell you right now, as far as authentic information shared by sources with Security Affairs Editor Mr. Manoj Gupta, is that Narwal, Rawalpindi and the Noor Khan Air Base have in fact been attacked. But if I could bring in Group Captain on that note, Group Captain, massive explosion over there. What does it speak? You were saying that this actually speaks volumes of the way we are coming back on Pakistan.
See, a couple of things, Akanksha. One is the image that you put out is, I mean, within a few frames you can make out that we have done some kind of a strike against a target which was probably a target which had explosives in it. So we have gone against, I can straight away make out this is some kind of a phosphorus burning. We have gone against, I think, the weapon dumps and the artillery dumps. We have still not gone against targets which are civilian in nature, or which are like purely military as in the air bases in nature, where you could have a collateral damage. We have gone against those targets which is probably adding punch to their existing military. So taking out these targets logically are the first ones we take out, so that you don't have explosives left to fight the war. And we know exactly where they are, and as poor planners and thinkers that Pakistanis are, and I call them, anyway, I don't want to say it, are that they have probably exposed their explosives out in the open. And this is not one stores an explosive, and as you can see it on the screen, this is not something you store.
That's a very critical point that you're making, Group Captain Vinod. I want to bring in Ayushman. Ayushman, Group Captain has shared a very critical piece of information. His observation is quite accurate. I must say that explosion, the intensity of that explosion goes on to indicate that this could very well be a dump for the ammo that they were perhaps storing. And if that's the indication, that clearly the Pakistanis and their army has been knocked off their feet.
Absolutely, and we're getting more updates as well from our investigations editor Manoj Gupta as more and more visuals come in from Pakistan. Akanksha, what we're learning is that 2 blasts have been heard in Rawalpindi. One hit the Sadr area and the other hit the Noor Khan Air Base, a crucial air base of the Pakistani military. One blast on the outskirts of Rawalpindi as well as Islamabad. What we're also learning is that the diplomatic enclave in Islamabad has also taken a hit. One blast happened in Lahore, in the Askari area of Lahore, which is a high-end area in Lahore. One blast happened in Shekhupura, one blast in Narwal. Pakistan security sources are claiming multiple blasts are due to shooting down of Indian drones as well, is what they're claiming as well. So they're trying to intercept a lot of the drones, but as you can see the damage that India's military prowess has caused, not just in places like Shekhupura, Lahore, but even in places like Rawalpindi as well as Islamabad. We have struck deep into Pakistani territory as we counter their offensive that we saw just a couple of hours back along the border areas.
I want to bring in Group Captain. Group Captain, one of the information that's trickling in from the Pakistani side is also that their security forces are claiming multiple blasts are due to shooting down of the Indian drones. Do you think this kind of explosion, going by the intensity of it, indicates that this is shooting down of the drones?
Kancha, if you have a whip, kindly lend it to me. I want to flog myself because I can't listen to this nonsense anymore. You shoot down a drone which will fall on your, weapon dump. It is preposterous and completely concocted thing that these people are talking about. But talking about Chaklala, the Noor Khan air base was called Chaklala, and this is where our one squadron, which is pounding them, Tigers, carried out their operations before India-Pakistan split. So Noor Khan Air Base for us has got a lot of, for Indian Air Force at least, has got a lot of umbilical cord connection, which was of course severed in 47. Very, very important base. Our wonderful fighters, Marshal of the Air Force Arjun Singh, he operated from this base. This base has been very, very important base in the history of Indian Air Force, and alas, we had to go and destroy it till cows come home. They'll probably keep remembering it. There used to be an airfield called Chaklala.
Stay with me, Group Captain, because you mentioned the significance of Noor Khan Air Base. Remember, it's not the first time we went for this air base, even when we were attacking them, avenging for the terror attack on 22nd of April. We have exclusive visuals coming in of that attack at the Noor Khan Air Base today. Let's listen.
बिल्कुल घर के सामने अभी एक जहाज गुजरा है और ये नूर खान बेस के ऊपर अटैक हुआ है। भाईजान नूर खान बेस में आके गिरा है। ये अटैक हुआ है नूर खान बेस पे, बिल्कुल घर के सामने अभी एक जहाज गुजरा है और ये नूर खान बेस के ऊपर अटैक हुआ है। भाईजान नूर खान बेस में आके गिरा है। ये attack हुआ है नूर खान बेस पे।
I go back to Group Captain Vinod, who continues to stay with us. So, Group Captain, you literally have it straight from the horse's mouth. This is a video coming in from one of the Pakistanis, and you can clearly hear them, in fact, confirm that it's not a drone attack by any means. What do you make of this explosion?
See, like I was saying, it is this time around, and for the sake of viewers, I'm saying this: we have weapons which can go up to 350, 400, 550 kilometers of range without even crossing the line of control or international border. We have gone and hit Chaklala, aka Noor Khan, the place where our number 1 squadron was formed. There's a place called Bridge Road here. This is where our 1 squadron was formed, and this is where we are going and hitting our original home base of Tigers. And what we see, the orange or brownish flame, is 100% an explosive dump because it is the mix of phosphorus and C4 burning. See that explosion, and I was expecting this explosion because this is the secondary
Group Captain, would you call this a missile strike?
This is the secondary explosion, Akanksha, because the strike has already happened. It is already burning. And see this is the secondary explosion that is happening because much more these explosions we'll be able to see as the time goes by, because the weapon storage uses something called URP, Unit Risk Principle. So all these explosives will be kept within a small bunker where only beyond a certain point of heat that particular weapon will go off. So it will take some time for the Sutli bombs to go off, and over a period of time we'll keep seeing these explosions happening time and again. And as you can see from on the screen, this is an explosion which is from the bottom up and not from the top down. So no doubt it is the secondary explosion that is happening because of the fire and the explosion that we caused with the original attack, and that was the aim, and that is how we carry out surgical precision air-to-ground targeting. And that probably the medicine that Munir has gotten seen, and he is also probably understood that whatever money came, the lion's share was kept by Pakistan Army, and only the crumbs were given to Pakistan Air Force, which they are facing today. The crumbs are not to be given to Pakistan Air Force. Pakistan Air Force may be small, but Pakistan Air Force needs more money. That none of these generals would have given. And Babar, I'm sure, must have been crying till cows come home, and he didn't get anything. And today he must have told Munir, "See, I told you." And this is what that CI told you was happening. That is that we are seeing on the screen, Akanksha.
Group Captain, how do you contrast this with what we are watching right now at our own borders? We have seen drones, we have seen shelling, yes. Some of them have also targeted civilians, but contrast the fury that you're seeing coming from the Indian side across the LOC.
I was just, great question, Kanksha, that you asked. I was just looking at a video of two people. One is in the in the Amritsar area, where when our AK guns are firing at incoming drones and missiles, our people on the road are cheering and, shouting slogans and stuff like that. And they are not absolutely not afraid and probably having a party time. I don't know whether it is, whether they don't know the effect of it or whatever could be the reason. Another video that I saw was of a girl from Badmer saying that even if everything is falling around you, what should not come to you is, and if it comes to you, I'll come and kick you, is your fear. Don't be fearful and be hold your ground and stay steady. That is happening, why, Akanksha? Because the explosions that is happening on our side is not as the explosive as this or as violent as this. What we are seeing here is a violent explosion, which is caused by the weapon storage area going up in fire, because we caused that fire and explosion in the weapon storage area. I was witness to one such in Amla, where we store our weapon, and because of some grass fire, one bomb caught fire, and thereafter the many bombs started going off, and it was extremely scary.
Absolutely, and that is what we see in cracker factories as well. And this kind of explosion actually reminds me of one of those deadly fatal ones. I'm going to request you pause and just hold on to those thoughts. I'm going to quickly bring in Ayushman, who's back from the newsroom. Ayushman, I believe you have some breaking update coming in. Please share with us.
There's another update that we have, Akanksha, as the group captain there was pointing out that these particular positions were identified by the intelligence agencies to target through these strikes to cause maximum damage, and he's absolutely right about that. We're also learning is that the diplomatic enclave in Islamabad has not been spared when it comes to the counter-offensive. The Serena Hotel near the diplomatic enclave, one of the most posh areas of Islamabad, has also been hit by one of these strikes. So as I was pointing out, India striking extremely deep within Pakistan territory, be it the military, the commercial or the political areas or the political hotspots inside Pakistan. Even the diplomatic enclave in Islamabad, the capital of Pakistan, has now been hit by one of these strikes, are the reports that we are getting. So India punishing all levels of Pakistan society, from the military to the commercial establishment to even the political class.
Oh, absolutely. I want to bring in Group Captain on that note. Group Captain, if going by the information that's been shared by our Security Affairs Editor, Mr. Manoj Gupta, there's other explosion taking place. In fact, the attack that's taking place in Serena Hotel near the diplomatic enclave in Islamabad. What does it speak? It's a very high-profile area you're talking about.
Absolutely. In fact, I want to introduce our viewers to a concept called vertical envelopment. In a ground offensive, traditionally, all thousands of years that ground offensives have happened before the air came as one of the aspects of the offensive, is that you attack the fielded military force first. Then you came onto the walls of the fort where there was a ditch, and you tackled the crocodile and went into used probably a horse or a Trojan horse or something, and you went inside the fort, and then the fort fell, and sometimes it could take years for the forts to fall. That is the traditional way of attack. Whereas in air, we do something called a vertical envelopment. We don't go from outside to in. We go for the effect straight away, which is what we call the EBO, the effects-based operations. And what we do is we bypass the field of military force. We bypass all other protective covers, and we straight away go for effect. If you remember, Akanksha, the last straw that broke the camel's back in East Pakistan's operation. Do you remember that? It was attack on governor's palace when governor and all the people gathered there. One MiG-21, there is cotton that I belong to, Force Squad Muriel. We went and hit the governor's house with one rocket. And that was it. Governor said, Bhai, bhago tum Niazi, jaake sign karo. So this is what the vertical envelopment does to you, and that is what I think we are going for now. If we have gone into the area that you are saying, the residential area, I'm sure there is a viable target there, which we would have hit. I hope it is not Munir or any of his chelas, but if that has happened, then I hope and pray that they are on the table tomorrow morning. I hope and pray again. If not, then it is going to be another bad night and another bad night and another bad night. Do not compare this with Ukraine-Russia war, people, and especially
no,
the
that's
Western.
True. I totally agree with you. And if only the Pakistanis had a clear conscience, they would have perhaps not even started this entire conflict, given that the Indian External Affairs Ministry has made it amply clear that it was Pakistan that escalated the situation. But I'm sure all our viewers who are tuning in right now will also have one moot question: what is this going to lead to in terms of an escalation? And should we expect similar kind of attacks coming from Pakistan?
Maybe. I mean, because they have such weapons, Kangsha. They have cruise missiles which are quite capable. Whether they'll be able to launch them is a very big question, but they have...
Why do you say that that's a question if they can launch it or not? Why do you doubt the capability?
Very good question again, Akansha. I was coming to that. Some of these cruise missiles is tipped with something called tactical nuclear warhead. Will they use it or not is a very big question. Tactical nuclear warhead has got a very limited fallout range. It still is a nuke, mind you. 10 to 20 kilometers of fallout range. But, Akansha, that 20 kilometers, you can never use it till at least our great-great-grandchildren come up. Because that full area is going to be full of nuclear fallout for many years. Will they use it or not? I don't know. But they have missiles like Rad, and they have missiles which they have got from China. Will they press that button? Remains a very big question. They are not NFU, no first use. We are no first use. They are not NFU. So therefore, them slapping on a tactical nuclear weapon may not be a possibility, but is something that is lurking in the background.
And if it's a Chinese make, I seriously have my doubts. But going to request you, Group Captain, to continue staying with me. Ayushman, I believe, is bringing us some more breaking inputs right now. Ayushman, what's the latest that you are learning? Is there any confirmation coming in from the Pak Army?
More updates coming in on this counter-strike coming in from India, Akanksha. What we're learning is that top Indian government sources have said that no less, no more, only custom match attack is the strategy that's going forward, which means you target us, we target you. That is the message coming in from top government sources. The Noor Khan Air Base has been targeted after Pakistan targeted the Pathankot Air Base. So it's a tit-for-tat action that India is taking, but clearly India giving a lot more damage to Pakistan. Also, what we are learning from the Pakistan government, top sources in the Pakistan government also confirming that these attacks have taken place. They have admitted to the fact that India has targeted their assets deep into Pakistan territory. So that admission also coming in from the Pakistani establishment. A huge embarrassment for Asim Munir, who's anyway being criticized by not just the citizenry, but top politicians who have said that he's incapable of protecting the people of Pakistan. Now the Pakistan establishment, and we are learning, has admitted that India has struck deep into Pakistani territory, be it Sialkot, Islamabad, Rawalpindi, Lahore, the diplomatic enclave inside Islamabad, the Noor Khan Air Base, a critical military base that is operated by the Pakistan military. This is something huge when it comes to the entire offensive between India and Pakistan, where the Pakistan establishment has now admitted that India has drawn blood in this entire conflict. And also top government sources making it clear this is a measured response that's coming in from the Indian side. India also making it extremely clear, if Pakistan attacks, there will be a measured counter-offensive to any escalation coming in from the Pakistani side.
if you are looking at kinetic warfare, Group Captain, I want to bring you in on the fact that, Ayushman just shared some very critical information that this is a tit-for-tat response coming in. India has avenged for that attack that took place at the Pathankot base. And we were all, waking up to this very disturbing information of how India's military installations, whether Udhampur or Pathankot, all of them were being targeted by Pakistan. And today this is a befitting response. And as Ayushman was saying, a reminder to Pakistan that, they will be served a response in the way they carry out their own attacks against India.
Absolutely. In fact, I feel very sad for Pathankot because I served there for 3 years. I was a frontline fighter squadron flight commander in the mid 2000s. And like I was saying previously, it's very, very close to border. And it already faced one brunt. If you remember, we had a Pathankot terrorist infiltration. That time we didn't do much against these people. But today they got the medicine of what they've been doing. And I slightly, Akanksha, beg to differ on the tit-for-tat operation because they sent only pav kilo ka bomb, we sent 2,000 pounder bomb. So there is, it's more tat than what they did to us is something, I want to make our viewers happy about. We've said thus and no more. If I can hit Noor Khan, I can hit Bihari, I can hit Sargodha, I can hit any base I want and I can hit it simultaneously.
That's a very, very critical piece of information for all our viewers who are perhaps not so well versed with these locations. And since you've served, at Pathankot, and I'm sure you, as you also talked about the importance of Noor Khan Air Base, give us a sense of what are these locations, how critical they are, and what is the feat that we are looking at, because remember, as you said that then that also indicates that we can go deep inside enemy territory.
Absolutely, and this is ये तो ट्रेलर है कांक्षा. पिक्चर तो अगर if they want to see the whole movie, पिक्चर तो अभी बाकी है. But बशर्ते है कि उनको टिकट लेनी पड़ेगी. But be that as it may, see, we hit Noor Khan probably with one or maximum 2 aircraft. That's it. You imagine the entire might of Indian Air Force. Forget the entire might of Indian Air Force. Just might of Sukhoi 30 if I put. The viewers need to understand 8 tons one Sukhoi 30 carries. One Sukhoi 30 carries 8 tons of mobs. If one Sukhoi 30 can probably 2 or 3 Sukhoi 30 can completely raise the Lahore-like town to the ground. That is the capability, firepower capability we have. Compare that with any artillery. Artillery launches 25-pounder shells or 50-pounder shells. 50-pounder kahan, 2,000-pounder kahan, and 2,000 pound into as many numbers you put to reach 8 tons. You look at, and they are all precision-guided weapons, Akanksha, and multi-spectral. Let me explain multispectral to the viewers. We take a dumb bomb, which does not have any kind of directional control. We slap on a kit on top in the front and the rear and make it smart. The rear kit is the one which controls and the front kit is the one which seeks and gives some kind of stability. What it seeks is what I put, and what I put is what I already have in intelligence. Suppose the intelligence changes in flight, I can change it. If it does some kind of a decoy measure, I can switch to a different head.
I want to pad this conversation further because Group Captain, this is also the information that we are learning, that a missile was used to hit the Noor Khan Air Base. And when you're talking about the missile, are we looking at the ATGMs? Because what we are learning is that the Indian Army has been actively using these anti-tank guided missiles.
No, this Noor Khan is way far for ATGMs to be used. Noor Khan is probably hit by a precision-guided weapon like Spice 2000 or Scalp NG or those kind of or Popeye version of a Popeye that we have is the one which we have used. It could even be BrahMos. You never know because BrahMos is an interceptable weapon and it comes down at 3 times the speed of sound. There is no way, no weapon in the world has the capability to intercept a BrahMos. BrahMos is Brahmastra. There is no two ways about it. It could well have been BrahMos, and we make it, in 1,000. Not like Pakistan who go with a begging bowl कि मुझे खैरात में मिसाइल दे दे. No.
I want to bring in a second guest who's joining us right now, Major General K.K. Sinha. Thank you, sir, for joining in. It does seem like a day of hope for India right now, and this is going to be, we've hit them, and we've hit them really hard. Major General Sinha, if you can see that explosion that's taken place at Noor Khan Air Base, what is your assessment of this explosion?
Good morning and Jai Hind. I think it is a very good note on which I think I just got up after very late sleep. Very good because 6 air bases and places starting from Sadar, that is Islamabad, up to Nurwal. It is quite deep. These are the heart of Pakistan. We are actually attributed on this. They tried to hit our military installation at Udhampur and Pathankot.
Yes.
It is on, it is actually in response to that. And the response is, I think, it is, in my judgment, more than 100 times what they try to do it. They were trying to hit our areas, thinking that, they are just trying to provoke us. What happened on 7th and what happened today, these are something on 7th when it started, 9 places hitting in just 25 minutes, unprecedented in the complete I have seen in the global history of military, strike on anywhere. A very precious in 25 minutes. And today, if I have just tried to understand and seen the spread and going exactly pinpoint and also trying to, we have taken the photographs. I think it is a great, it is not a part of escalations, but I think we are just giving it back if they want to climb the ladder and try to escalate from that side. We waited for 2 days. If you see the night of 7th, 8th and 8th of 9th, I was there throughout monitoring what they did it. It was also very surprising. They have used their drones, which they got it somewhere from, I think, from Turkey.
Yes.
1,400 kilometers starting from, if you say from the Leh, it was at the base of, also of, I think, Siachen Glacier was hit right up to the run of Kutch. So I think it's a very, very befitting reply. And we are just giving it back to them because we told them it is non-escalatory strikes earlier, which we did it on 7th. But they wanted to just increase it, misadventure, trying to probe in our areas with absolutely non-lethal type of drones. But we had casualties. They were using also the artillery fire in the area of Uri, Punch. I think there's a revenge, not as a revenge, but we are taking the escalatory ladder up. Let them try something else. They will, if they force us, we have to do something that, then the complete Pakistan will not only be devastated, but Pakistan will be broken, and balkanization of Pakistan is very, very near. And we can think even that taking POK back, Gilgit-Baltistan back, if they are giving us or forcing us to do that, we will be able to do that.
But Major Sinha, I want to bring you in on that explosion, that massive explosion that's taken place at the Noor Khan Air Base. For that, I will request you to just stay with me. For our viewers, we are going to play it out again. And as Group Captain Vinod has been highlighting that this is no ordinary explosion. It also indicates that there was perhaps a dump of ammunition which has now been completely wiped out, destroyed and left to a rubble by India. Let's quickly listen in and have a look at those visuals.
भाईजान नूर खान बेस में आके गिरा है ये अटैक हुआ है नूर खान बेस पे बिल्कुल घर के सामने अभी एक जहाज गुजरा है और ये नूर खान बेस के ऊपर अटैक हुआ है भाईजान नूर खान बेस में आके गिरा है ये अटैक हुआ है नूर खान बेस पे, बिल्कुल घर के सामने अभी एक जहाज गुजरा है और ये नूर खान बेस के ऊपर अटैक हुआ है। भाईजान नूर खान बेस में आके गिरा है, ये अटैक हुआ है नूर खान बेस पे, बिल्कुल घर के सामने अभी एक जहाज गुजरा है और ये नूर खान बेस के ऊपर अटैक हुआ है।
So, Major Sinha, two key takeaways from those visuals. First, Pakistan cannot deny this explosion because you have it straight from the horse's mouth. A Pakistani making that video, confirming that that strike has taken place. What we are learning from our government sources, that a missile was used to strike the Noor Khan air base. And what do you make of that intensity of that explosion?
See, Noor Khan, what I can make it out, because I have seen a certain, similar type of explosion in Kargil during the Kargil war.
Okay.
The day I was on the air, just going to the headquarters, there was a strike in an ammunition dump by Pakistanis into the Kargil ammunition dump. It was just behind the headquarters. It is something like that. I think it is bigger than that, because I can see the flames coming into that area. The flames can be of two types. Either there is a dump which is having your aircraft turbine fuel, or the ammunition dump. Noor Khan Air Base is a very, very important, because basically what they, this strategic area divides the area of POK when we talk it, and then the complete Punjab, if you're down below, because there are 4 corps which are generally located in this area, and namely these corps, when you say Gujranwala, which is somewhere nearby, 1 corps Mangla area, 1 corps, then Gujranwala is there 30 corps, and when we say Lahore, I believe Lahore Askai's airbase has been hit. Tekpura, if you come down, before coming to the Norwal, just Multan, 2 corps. So this is a massive, these are massive, these are the core locations and core headquarters. Udhampur is our Northern Command headquarters. Pathankot is a brigade. There is a, I think, Air Force. We have got a strategic location of Air Force also. I think this is something very, very big, what we have seen on
that
7.
Undoubtedly is. And you rightly said that this is a direct escalation in the ladder, and not just an escalation, it's a befitting response to how dare they even look at our own military installations in Pathankot, Udhampur and Jammu. And that's why I want to bring in Group Captain Vinod. Group Captain, what does it speak of Pakistan's own defense capabilities? We managed to repel all those missiles that they had sent out to target our own military installations. But what does it speak of their defense capabilities now?
Yeah, so I was just going through my information sent out by some people. Noor Khan houses a squadron called number 6 squadron,
okay,
which is air-to-air refueler.
Oh.
So it could be an air-to-air refueler, and that is a strategic target. And you have very few of them. We'll have to wait till we get more information, because the way the thing is spread out, have we taken out certain air-to-air refueler on ground? Is something needs to be seen, and it also houses another very strategic squadron called 12 composite squadron, and a 10 squadron which is your electronic intelligence squadron.
Oh.
They operate an aeroplane called Phenom 100, and if I'm not mistaken, the Gulfstream 4. So these aeroplanes that we see flying all along the border, gathering intelligence and snooping into Indian territory with cameras and electronic intelligence equipment, are the ones operating out of Noor Khan. And like I said, the 10 squadron, which is MRTT, which is the tanker transport squadron, also called the Bulls. So these squadrons are established in Noor Khan. So very, very strategic base. If we have got the air-to-air refueler, I will be extremely elated, because then the F-16s and other aeroplanes have no extended stay and no extended range. That severely limits them. The counterattack could be in one of our bases in Chandigarh, Agra, or somewhere else.
Okay.
So that we need to be worried about.
And that's
But
exactly
Noor
what
Khan
I'm going to
Noor
be
Khan
discussing.
is really big.
Right. And
Can I ask one question from
sure,
Group Captain
sure,
Vinod,
Major
please?
Sinha, sure. In fact, I have to
Yes,
quickly
sir.
go across to Ayushman, who's joining me live from the newsroom. But before I do that, Major Sinha, perhaps you can pose your question to Group Captain.
Yeah. Good morning, Vinod.
Good
Vinod,
morning, sir.
very good morning and very good. We are meeting on, of course, on a TV channel when something very spectacular has been done by our brave Indian Air Force. Because I heard, a passerby or someone who's there, he said that some aircraft came. He is saying he can see an aircraft coming in that area. Is it we have sent our aircraft over there, or it is just a BrahMos? We have, tried to stick them with the cruise
That's what, just
missile.
before you joined, sir. I was telling Akanksha, just before you joined, it could be BrahMos, because that is the one which has a jet engine, and rest of them does not have a jet engine. It has a boost phase, and thereafter it only glides down.
And Major
So that is
Sinha,
why I thought-
information that we have received is that this is a missile attack.
Okay.
So MRTT is, I'm putting my money on MRTT, sir. MRTT may have been on ground, the tanker transport aircraft, and I pray and hope MRTT is gone, and that is severe blow on Pakistan.
All right.
Severe blow
So
on
we
Pakistan. It's
we have not
extremely
intruded
strategic.
the airspace of Pakistan. So your judgment is
I
that
don't know,
we have not crossed the airspace of Pakistan.
Absolutely not.
Okay, I believe
Absolutely not.
Ayushman has some more optimistic updates for us. Let's quickly go back to Ayushman. Ayushman, please go ahead.
Akanksha, we're getting more information. It's not just the Noor Khan airbase that's been targeted by the Indian forces. The Shorkot Rafiki airbase is also under attack inside Pakistan. So Indian projectiles are also taking out those capabilities of the Pakistan military. But the Indian government also making it extremely clear when it comes to this counter-offensive that's coming in from the Indian side. Top government sources are telling CNN News 18 that initially the Pahalgam attack was an attack against innocent civilians. But when India launched Operation Sindoor, we didn't attack Pakistani military installations or any civilian areas. Pakistan attempts since yesterday, this is what top government sources are telling CNN News 18, were criminal acts. Since Operation Sindoor, they also attacked Indian civilian areas. Their crime list is very big, and Indian government sources making it very clear, India is making only a custom match attack. If you attack us, we will respond in kind, is the pitch that is coming in from top Indian government sources. They're saying that while initially they were targeting only the terror launch pads, Pakistan has escalated this entire offensive into targeting military bases as well as certain civilian areas attached to those military bases. So India making it extremely clear, if Pakistan moves up the escalation ladder, India will respond in kind. What they are using, and the term that top Indian government sources are using very frequently, is custom match attacks.
Yes. And that actually, is the big differentiation if you were to compare it with the whole analogy of calling it a tit-for-tat one, which is something Group Captain Vinod was also saying. And Group Captain, I want to bring you in on that note. The messaging behind these attacks, before I get into the significance of the Shorkot Rafiki airbase, I want you to shed light on the greater messaging as has been shared by Ayushman, inputs coming in from our Security Affairs Editor, Mr. Manoj Gupta, who's gone on to bring us this confirmation from government sources who have said that terror dens were attacked by India, but they chose to attack our military installations and our civilians and civilian infrastructure.
Absolutely. In that morning, in fact, I was with Zaka, Rahul and Anand. I was saying the same thing. What is the matching target on Indian side for them to attack to save face? There is none. There is none, Akanksha. We have gone and hit 9 terror targets. मुंह छुपाने के लिए कौन से target पे attack करेंगे वो? And that is where I think the Fauj has made a mistake. They should have gone for like last time in the Operation Swift Retort, some forest area and called it a day. And I think that time's general probably had a little bit of brain reverted to inside his head, but this time's general is not, because they have gone for a target which I opened completely. In fact, I was with General the other day, completely a new can of worms, because now I have the upper hand, and it is not like like the word we are using, tit for tat attack. It is a matching attack. That means you hit my base, I will hit your base, and what I will hit your base, to what extent I will punish you, is now up to me. And exactly that is what we have done in Noor Khan, and you said we'll come to Rafiki, and Rafiki itself is another beautiful. I mean, it's news to me because Akanksha, while I say this, I have goosebumps. In Pathankot, Rafiki was one of my target, and I know Rafiki like the back of my hand. If you put me blindfolded in Rafiki, I know exactly where is what and how I can.
No, then go ahead.
Maneuver
Go ahead.
myself
Go
in
ahead.
there.
Shed light on why this has been such a critical target, and what is the significance behind targeting the Rafiki Air Base?
See, firstly, Rafiki Air Base itself is the Nas of Pakistan, because in 1965 there was one squadron leader called Rafiki on whom the air base is put, and he has been credited with, I don't know why, 5 Indian Air Force aeroplanes downed in some couple of seconds or something like that. So this particular base has been named against on his name, Rafiki, and it, like he said, no, he had Hilale Pakistan and Sitare Zurrat. They are two very high. It's like Mahavir Chakra and Paramvir Chakra. So these are two awards given to him, and on his name is this base. There are 5 fighter squadrons there, and some of the frontline fighter squadrons are there. If we have hit Rafiki, I'm sure we have hit all those assets that are there in the Sikhi, at least a majority of those assets. I'm sure some of those assets are in blast pen, but some of the assets must be out in the open. We may have taken out a major chunk of Pakistani.
I have to quickly go across to Ayushman. Before I do that, Major Sinha, if I could bring you in. Major General, the point that I want to also make is that India is also avenging, as the messaging over there being shared by Group Captain Vinod is also that when he shared the significance behind naming that Rafiki Air Base after a squadron leader who had downed Indian aircraft. What do you make of the larger messaging?
Khanshab, your colleague has given the name that, government has, basically released that in the custom match, attack, which we have done it. Custom match attack means last 2 nights, our response was there, which came out officially in the official briefing by the 2 our brave ladies, that we carried out 4 drone attacks, and one, I think their radar was hit. And that was a drone attack. Now, it is not very clear to me whether it is actual crossing the airspace, because some doubts are coming because of the guy who is just speaking, that he has seen something coming to the Rawalpindi and he has used an aircraft. But our assessment is that we have not crossed their airspace.
All right, but we're getting in breaking inputs right now that Pakistan has confirmed that their 3 air bases have been struck. Let's quickly bring in Ayushman.
Absolutely, Akanksha. So that confirmation also coming in from the Pakistani establishment that India has struck 3 air bases. One was the Noor Khan Air Base, then the Rafiki Air Base. Also, what we are learning is that Indian forces have struck the Murid Air Base inside Pakistan. So I'm sure our defense experts can shed more light on the strategic edge of targeting these particular 3 air bases: Noor Khan Air Base, Rafiki Air Base, and the Murid Air Base. So India also making it very clear, as we reported, and the information brought to us by Investigations Director Manoj Gupta, the top government sources have said that this is a custom match attack. If you attack us, we will respond in kind. But clearly, India targeting Pakistan's military assets deep in Pakistani territory, and now a 3rd air base has been targeted by the Indian forces. The first was the Noor Khan Air Base, then the Rafiki Air Base, and now what we're learning, the Murid Air Base has also been targeted by Indian forces.
Group Captain Vinod, Murid Air Base as well, the 3rd one. This is in fact quite a triple treat for India to wake up to in terms of all the latest updates.
I'm extremely happy for what I wanted to do all my life, some of my boys did.
Well, you're
So
still part
I'm happy
of
for
it
them.
at this hour.
I know. I wish I was there sitting in the cockpit doing it. And how many times I don't know I dreamt about it. God only knows. Murid is very, very important base, Akanksha. Why? Because Murid houses some of another strategic assets, and we have now chosen, I think, wonderful bases to break the backs. Murid has all these drones that has come from Turkey and the other places. The Bayraktar drones, TB2s as we call them, and they also had a drone which was like 10 years old called Burak. Then they have a number 60 strategic squadron, which is based in Murid. Once again, those are UAVs and UCAVs, that is unmanned combat aerial vehicle. So these are the drones which carry weapons like bombs and rockets and come and hit them.
And that's why I'm actually skeptical when the DG ISPR is making claims that are, they've confirmed that there have been 3 attacks at these 3 air bases, but our assets are safe. What is one to make of such a comment?
Possibly it is true, because none of these, because they are strategic drones, because of which they may have been parked inside a blast pin individually. Like I was telling you earlier, called URP, unit risk principle, which means one bomb can take out only one target and not take out other targets in the same line. If they are parked together on an open area, one bomb can take out probably 10 targets. But in the unit risk principle, one bomb can take out only one target. Of what the Pakistani ISPR saying could be true, but what may not be true is that we have not used multiple bombs. Maybe we have used one bomb per drone. So, which means all the drones there are gone. And if all the drones there are strategic drones, there is number 60 strategic squadron, it is called. It has a drone called Shapur, and number 61 strategic squadron, which has a drone called Burak. Burak is a very, very capable drone when it comes to eavesdropping and taking information. So it is like taking out somebody's eyes. So that is the kind of effect it has.
I want to bring in Major General Sinha also. Major General Sinha, if you could add to that, because 3 air bases, very critical ones. Noor Khan, you are looking at Murid and Rafiki. What is the messaging, especially when it comes to India's own strategic edge and the statement that's now being made by us?
The most important thing is that we are hitting, Punjab. This time the whole concentration is Punjab. And the spread is not only Rawalpindi, Islamabad, down below. We have gone right up to Bhavalpur, now Rafiki and Murid. These areas when you hit, and if they are confirming, DG ISPR is confirming 3 areas, we say, okay, 9 out of 6, which we are saying, even 3 are hit. But he's saying his assets are intact. I think, they will give this type of, but what the visual I can see, it is a massive attack.
Yes.
Massive attack. It is only single BrahMos or a single missile or is a multiple missile. That has to be seen. And you will see that when you carry out the damage analysis of that area, these are strategic bombing. It is not a strategic, hitting. It is not a hitting a target which have got tactical. It has an operational and strategic level. We have taken the things. See, there are 3 levels on which the things happen. When
Okay, we seem to have lost that audio connect with Major General, but let me quickly go back to Ayushman, who's in the newsroom with some more updates coming in. Ayushman, what is it that you're learning in terms of how this entire attack was carried out?
Absolutely, Akanksha. What we're learning is that top government sources are saying that this is simply the second phase of Operation Sindoor, and this is the big piece of information that's coming in, brought to us by our investigations editor Manoj Gupta. Air-to-surface missiles have been used by India for this attack. Air-to-surface missiles, very advanced technology when it comes to missile strikes used by India. The ordinances that are being used by India are extremely advanced. It's an air-to-surface missile that is being used by the forces to target not 1, not 2, 3 crucial air bases inside Pakistan. The Murid Air Base, the Rafiki Air Base and the Noor Khan Air Base. Also damage has been reported in Rawalpindi, Lahore, Islamabad, Shekhipura, Sialkot and Narwal as well. And all of these areas are seeing a lot of damage in crucial military centers as well as near some civilian areas as well. The diplomatic enclave inside Islamabad also taking a hit. But air-to-surface missiles being launched by the Indian side. That is the update that's coming in.
That's a big update coming in. I want to quickly bring in Group Captain Vinod. Group Captain Vinod, that's I think a massive update and insight that gives us an understanding of how India's resolve stands firm and is also being in fact fortified further by the kinds of these air-to-surface missiles. We have the BrahMos, as you were rightly also guessing. Take a moment to sort of weigh in on the other ones like Rudram, the Dhruvastra, the Nirbhay, and also shed light on their importance, how they are used for various ground attacks.
Absolutely. In fact, I'm sure it is one of my squadron who did it, the 7th Squadron Battle Axis. If it is Battle Axis, then there is another beautiful weapon we have called the Custom Maze. It is, again, a wonderful weapon. I've trained with it a lot. And I mean, as I say it, I'm extremely whatever. So
I know it's an emotional moment for you.
Yeah, it's an extremely emotional moment for me. So, and as I can, as you were talking to General, I was trying to zoom into the image. I can probably see an aeroplane burning. Tell your team to probably freeze it and have a look at it and do your own forensic analysis. Little off the shelf or off the cuff forensic analysis, back of the envelope forensic analysis that I can see is that it is an aeroplane burning. It could be a C-130 or it could be MRTT. Whatever it is, it's a great asset that is out of, Saklala and now called Noor Khan, a place where Indian Air Force has a lot of history, in this base.
You know, compare this moment with the moments that you have witnessed in your years of service. How far have we come? Have we come far at all? Many are talking about how India has progressed in leaps and bounds after 2014. In the last 10 years, we've really fortified our defense. What do you make of this moment?
A very, very long way. Akanksha, in Kargil, the longest vector I had, we had was a laser-guided bomb called Matra. It had a range, and those days the range used to be huge, 10 kilometers. We used to say 10 kilometer range was bomb ka. And you have to come at very high altitude, and it used to glide down to the target, and you had to continuously illuminate it with a laser. Of course, it had its own, technological disadvantages where the aeroplane had to remain within the target, and at that time risk getting hit by an enemy air defense weapon. What
do you credit the rise of this kind of Indian warfare, the way it has grown, the kind of modern warfare and technology that we are now observing today through these visuals?
Great question, Akanksha. We started the Air Force, not many people know, started with Chanda. Bombay ke jo saukar the, unhone chanda diya tha, and that is how we started Air Force with 4 aeroplanes called Vapiti.
Wow.
It was a written-off aeroplane which we got from UK, and we started Air Force with 4 aeroplanes. The aeroplane's name was Wapiti, but the nickname was Water Pity. So we started with 4 Water Pity and see where we are today. So this has come about. I would give a lot to polity. I would give a lot to money allocated to get this technology. But this has come about, Akanksha, because of real, farsight of the leaders of Indian Air Force in the yesteryears, the Deputy Chief of Air Staffs, because those are the people who sit down, and mostly Deputy Chief of Air Staffs that we have had test pilots who traveled the world, who knew what technology was available, where it is available, and how to get it. So those are the people I would give credit to. The first of the long-range vectors we got were cruise missiles. Then we started developing on our own. And we have such exceptional missiles which can go 600 kilometers,
right.
Which means which means I can go across Pakistan and hit another country without Pakistan even coming to know of it, and that kind of capability I possess today. Thanks to such great leaders that we had who had that kind of vision, and the benefits of it which we are reaping today without even crossing the line of control or international boundary, we are getting the effect that we desired that otherwise we wouldn't have got by crossing the boundary.
Absolutely. Major General Sinha is back, as I can see, sir. Thank you for coming back. And Major General, what do you make of these visuals when we were just discussing, Group Captain Vinod and I, the kind of defense preparedness and our own offensive capabilities also. How far have we come today as far as Indian government's own defense preparedness is concerned, if we were to go by the visuals that we are viewing today?
Kansha, the game changer is from 2016. Even in Air Force is concerned. 2016, I think, we have been fighting. Even I think Vinod, I don't know whether he was there. He was there in service, but I was just out from service, and lot of TV debates on which the Rafale, when the Rafale was government to government contact was there. I think the whole, even in the media, there was a big divide, saying that we have gone for a wrong thing first, and then saying that it is government to government. There is some hanky-panky, and the many people who are from services, they were talking about. Today is a game changer. Rafale, just see how many squads we have added. And the capability which we have got is unimaginable. The second thing which I want to bring it out, that from in that time onwards, maybe 2012, because I was ADG, infantry, looking after the major assets. And also we were going to the government that time, and on file, it was written in 2012 that there is no money for anything, even not bulletproof jacket. Today, can you imagine that we have got integrated two-layer air defense system, which 3 years back, even the drones were coming and hitting our Jammu air base, and drones came, we were not able to shoot down. Today, with L-70 air guns, we are shooting them down. You are not even crossing, because I was asking, have we crossed the airspace? Now, Vinod is a very experienced and a very veteran pilot. I know him, and a fighter pilot. He confirms, means I think I get that full validation that we have not crossed. We have, but it is air to surface missile.
Yes.
It means that aircraft had been used, and from our area, it has been actually. Then when you go up in the air and launch, it is give you a very high precision, strike capability, and hitting. If it's true, even the DGISPR is saying that the Rawalpindi, Noor Khan Air Base, the Rafiki and Murid, if they had been hit, I think even 3 has been hit. Lahore Air Base means I do not know whether it is a Lahore Air Base or they are talking about Sargodha, because it is just behind, and east of Lahore is Sargodha. Sargodha was the major target, where it was Air Force, Indian Air, Mighty Air Force has a, free fall all as Sargodha.
Okay.
And that is the history. When you say Sargodha, there is a movie on this, Sargodha Airfield Strike.
All right.
So I think the history is being repeated.
Major General, stay with me. I'm also joined in by Major Manik M. Jolly, who is a defense expert. Major Manik, your thoughts first of all on this strategic victory that India has had with the destruction of these 3 air bases.
Excellent. I mean, why is everybody so serious? We should be very happy. This is a successful hit.
I was clapping.
Right? Yeah.
I was clapping just before you came.
I was vocal up with I was vocal up with the great news. So good that we see the whole, since yesterday, past few hours, since yesterday, as the evening progressed, these guys have been sending swarm drones continuously towards us.
Right.
Whether they are probing, whether they want to hit, whether they carry explosives, the air defense has been actively, dropping them off. We had a complete wall around the borders, and they were. Maybe when you send a swarm, find 1 odd % on something and get in. But we did a fantastic job. But what I heard that there was some intercept near Sirsa, which turned out to be serious. And obviously, we know as much as we also hear on media. Do not have any insider information. But going by you, even if that there was an intercept, or even this was swarm happening, and these guys were just not stopping it, I think a major message was required to be sent. And this is that kind of message which says we will not get down to your petty level of sending swarms and this and that. We will hit once, we will hit hard. So just keep imagining this, that you take one step, वो 100 सुनार की एक लुहार की, the way that we see in Hindi. So this will be the answer from our side.
Oh,
and
absolutely.
taking out,
And Major Vanik, a moment to also reflect on the statement that's come in from the government sources to CNN News 18, who've said that this is going to be a custom match attack. It has been a custom match attack.
Exactly. And yesterday late night on CNN only, I was saying, somebody was asking about what do you see this going on. I said what is going on is India is standing as a tall, powerful chap, You even try and scratch me, I'll give you a punch on your nose that you'll keep bleeding for 3 days. And you keep again do that, we'll again do that. The mere quantum of how we are going to reply, that is the message we want to send. That you send one drone, we will take out your 3 air bases. That should ask them to calm down a little and start reflecting on what India wants from them, how they need to now behave. So it's a fantastic thing that has happened today.
Group Captain Vinod, if I could bring you in on, all our viewers who may perhaps gain a lot, if you could shed light on perhaps the significance of the air-to-surface missile that has been used. We don't know exactly which one has been used. You did place your bets on BrahMos, but it could be Rudram, it could be Nirbhay. What is it that your hunch tells you? But of course, what a major milestone this has been for India as far as our own defense capabilities and offensive capabilities are concerned.
It could even be a weapon called crystal maze, made by a country to which Pakistani cannot go because the Pakistani passport says to all countries except Israel. So it could even be crystal maze. And I am placing my bets actually on crystal maze and my squadron, which is 7th Squadron Battle Axis, who has done this. And if it is so, which we will come to know many weeks down the road, I'm extremely proud of the boys. And like I was saying, Kanksha, I think it is the MRTT that is gone. The more and more I'm looking at the visuals, and more and more I'm doing some kind of a, armchair forensics, which is, I don't know whether it is right to do or not. But the fact is something of importance, either a C-130 or a MRTT, that is a refueler aircraft, is gone in the visuals that we are seeing, which is of Chaklala. In 2012 or 13 or something, they changed it to the base called Noor Khan. Noor Khan was there, I think, the second or first or second air chief. उनके नाम से ही रखा. So that time I was still in service, and answering the general's question, very, very thankful to God. S-400 started as under my signature, one of the signatories when I was the director for air defense, and so is Rafale. So very, very thankful. In fact, last day of my life in the Air Force, I was briefing very Rajnath ji on Balakot, because we were one of the architects of Balakot. So extremely, extremely thankful that like all of us have lived a life which is worth living all over again.
No, I totally understand your emotions today, and I join you in that moment of pride as a very proud Indian today. But Major General Sinha, if I could bring you in on the major defense acquisitions that India has made in the last decade. We've also had to pass several international hurdles. One that we've already seen with the procurement of S-400, where the United States threatened us with its own set of CATSA sanctions, which we were able to receive a waiver on. But not just that, you actually have several other acquisitions. If one were to look at, you also have the Rafale, and you're also looking at several UAVs. But if you were to specifically look at the surface-to-air or the air-to-surface missiles?
We have to understand one thing, that whatever the strategic capability we have gained, I think, a lot of contribution is from Russia side, S-400, when the Russia is itself going for a war with Ukraine. Even just before that, Putin came and he signed in hurry and just left. And, out of 5, units, he has given 3, which we have got, and it is doing a wonderful job. Second thing that, in spite of the pressure, that time, even Donald Trump was there, he was threatening. We conceded one thing because he told that time, because Chabahar was coming and he was saying that the Iranian oil you will not take. We agreed. But we have not conceded the point as far our weaponry is concerned, especially S-400. Binod says he was also the signatory of that. I know a gentleman who was the DG, because I was also ADG infantry. He was a DG, air defense regiments of part of our army. He has a great contribution, greatest contribution, because the integration of air defense system with matching, it is Barak 8 has come. Can you imagine Barak 8?
Barak 8, yes.
Barak 8 has come. IGLA has just before this thing we have started all this what we are doing it. IGLA, a new generation has come from Russia when they are fighting. See the supply. I will not name it because it will not be ethical to say what we are getting from Israel, but we are getting a lot of things from Israel even now. Americans are giving.
Yes, and that's why this point becomes very critical at a time when Donald Trump is very keen on increasing our defense procurement, especially when it comes to New Delhi looking towards Washington. But what does it speak in the current scenario where we've seen how the Russian make, the French make, or even say the Israeli makes are also being equally good?
Yeah, the French one, which I say, basically the Rafale part of it, well, actually it is totally conceived, done government to government from 2016, and then, the way it has come, we have seen the flying of Rafale in India, and then getting operationalized, when there was a face-off. Galwan, that was the northern border, we had a face-off with Chinese. When it landed in India, and record time, it takes a lot of time to actually, when you put an operationalization part and integrate with your own system. It is not a joke in war-like conditions, because what was happening in the northern borders that time, Rafale getting integrated. And now when the Rafale is attributing everything in Western Front, especially in these areas you have been naming, I'm amazed. I'm amazed because we all understand, because all 3 of our people are sitting. It is not done in a record time like this. It is not possible. And then integrating, if he's saying that BrahMos has been, so if air to surface missile, is it BrahMos from the air platform has been launched, Binod?
Possible, sir, from a Su-30 or a Crystal Maze from Mirage 2000.
All right.
Okay.
We are awaiting confirmation on that bit, and I'm
just guessing.
Okay, I can see Stephen Golub, and who is an international affairs expert, has also joined in. Good to see you, Stephen. But I'm going to come to you in just a bit. We're getting in some very critical breaking inputs. Let me quickly bring our viewers up to speed as we are learning that, in fact, intelligence sources have told CNN News 18 that Pakistan fired 6 ballistic missiles at Punjab, at the state of Punjab. 6 ballistic missiles were fired by Pakistan. All have been intercepted by Indian forces as India continues to expose Pakistan's propaganda offensive against India, because the DGISPR has claimed that India fired 6 ballistic missiles on its own Indian cities in the Indian state of Punjab to target the Sikh community. So if you can see the kind of rabble-rousing that they are trying to do, also trying to stoke communal tensions within the country, that's already started. Top government sources also saying that Pakistan is stooping to a new law to create communal divisions in India. I take that with Ayushman. Ayushman.
Kanksha, so it seems that the misinformation campaign also continues from the Pakistan side as India is hitting back at Pakistan. Remember, attacks have been launched on 6 big Pakistani cities, including 3 crucial air bases. And this is the pitch that's coming in from the DG ISPR. As Pakistan launched 6 missiles to target Punjab, all 6 were intercepted by India's advanced air defense system. So to spin the entire narrative, the DG ISPR has said that it was India that launched those missiles on its own people to target the Sikh community, trying to create these communal divisions between the people of India, trying to spin its own failed military offensive into some PR victory is the pitch that's coming in from the Pakistani establishment. But what the Pakistani establishment does not realize that the entire nation is united in this effort to punish the terrorists and the terror infrastructure inside Pakistan. So any kind of attempt that is being made to stoke communal tensions inside India, it is completely failing. This is not the first time the DG ISPR is trying to make such claims. Every attack that has come in from Pakistan has been foiled by the air defense system. So Pakistan has been on this overdrive of misinformation, claiming that India is targeting its own. But all those claims have been debunked by experts across the board, by namely the Indian government, which has made it extremely clear the people of India are united in this offensive against Pakistan and the terror infrastructure.
If I could bring in Stephen on that note. Stephen, I want you to weigh in. Is it befitting of the DG ISPR of Pakistan to mislead the entire international community by saying that those 6 ballistic missiles that actually came from their territory were fired by us at our own state of Punjab to target the Sikh community?
Well, I think there's probably all sorts of information flowing in various forms with various degrees of accuracy pertain to this conflict. But to directly answer your question, yes, I would certainly find that misleading to assert that India fired upon its own people. And I think it won't stand up in terms of any legitimate scrutiny from abroad, from outside the sphere of this conflict, about what's going on in this conflict.
Oh, absolutely. And I want to bring in Major Manik. Major Manik, our own defense capabilities. We were just weighing in on our procurements and how far we've come. On a day, we've destroyed their 3 air bases and successfully managed to repel 6 ballistic missiles directed towards Punjab.
I couldn't hear the last part of it. Can you please repeat that?
Major Manik, my question is about when we are talking about our own defense capabilities. After destroying those 3 air bases, we are now looking at 6 ballistic missiles directed towards Punjab, which have been successfully repelled.
Yeah. So the funny part of that is that Pakistan is, making claims that we fired 6 missiles on our own citizens, and 5 of them actually landed. 1 was destroyed. Whatever lies they are saying. So the thing is, they are trying to cover up the solid wall of Indian air defense that we have. They fired 6 missiles towards India, Punjab. We brought them all up down. For them to save the embarrassment of how bad they are at waging missile warfare, they're trying to cover this up. So the defense capability that we're talking about is actually, so since these were missiles, it is a pretty good chance that we could have used the S-400 series.
Yes.
And hence, it goes back to the fact how critical they have proved in our air defense infrastructure, and that, the country is safe today, civilians are safe, military installations are safe. So it has been a great boost to our air defense. And I would say now the case which, John Sinha would have been part of it all that during that time, and so many of our seniors who actually fought and argued that we need these systems, and that it has come to fruition that yes, we were right. That because the fact is that let the armed forces decide, take a call on what we need to wage a war effectively. If you're going to weigh every weapon in terms of what you think is good for us, it is going to cause problems. So every call that has been taken in terms of weaponry or radars or aircrafts, those are Rafales or S-400 series or Barracks missile or the drones we've got, every single anti-aircraft system has proved its weight in gold today. So I think we've done a fantastic job on those procurements.
Group Captain Vinod, is Operation Sindoor now a reflection of how far our offensive and defensive capabilities have come, not just in terms of tech, but in terms of the procurements also that we've made?
Absolutely, Akanksha, because 24th of October last year, I remember that date very clearly because I just tweeted about it as well to one of the journalists, and later sometimes to Anand. I have talked about ad nauseum the importance of air defense. I said, if you don't have a credible air defense, might as well hand over your country to the enemy on a platter. Because air defense is such an umbrella which will keep you, not getting wet from any kind of rain, sun or sand. So that is the kind of capability air defense has, and it is a very, very and an extremely important aspect of a country. If country can today stay together, like General mentioned, not end up in balkanization, which it looks like Pakistan is heading that way, is because of not having a good air defense. So, I mean, as much I can emphasize about air defense is less. That's one. Second, and which is also the most important aspect, is something called mass mixed mobility and connectivity. Mass is you need to have en mass air defense. Mix, you need to have long, medium, and short and close-in weapon system, all of which is beautiful in our case because the close-in weapon system is also acting as a counter UAS thing. That means any small drones coming, paw kilo ke drone aa rahe hain, even those are being taken out by these ACAC guns and other phalanx guns we have integrated into this larger scheme of air defense. And the last part is the backbone on which the air defense information flow is happening, which has taken, I'll tell the viewers, which took us 10 years to put it. This backbone is completely our own, as in it does not depend on any national backbone. It is the purely a Fauji backbone on which the information flow takes place. And it is not one, it is not two, it is not three, it is six. So you absolutely cannot touch it. It is impregnable, mathematically impregnable. You can take out one, you can take out probably two, you can take out probably three. Actually, out of the six, only one is enough. So that is the kind of backbone on which our air defense and rest of the systems are sitting. If you think you can, a country like Pakistan come anywhere close to the capability of India, they are absolutely sadly and very badly mistaken. And to top of that, Akanksha, is that we are friends with many friends, like you said some time ago, friends with benefits. And so we are friends with French, we are friends with Israel, we are friends with America, we are friends with Russia.
That's exactly the point I was about to take forward with Stephen. Thank you for talking about friendships, because Stephen, today we see while India's own indigenous capabilities have really come a long way in the last decade, thanks to DRDO, but take a moment to reflect on our defense partnerships, whether it is with the United States, even Russia and Israel, and France have all helped and jumped to India's rescue as well.
Yeah, I think they've all helped. I would provide just a bit of caution to the discussion when we talk about India's relationship with the U.S., be it military, strategic, political, or other, in that while India is certainly viewed as an ally of the U.S. government, particularly when it comes to the contest with China or the competition with China that both countries have, just bear in mind that you're not dealing with the most knowledgeable leader ever of the U.S. government in Donald Trump. Just a few days ago, he said that the India-Pakistan border tensions go back 1,500 years.
No, that's
and
true.
You folks obviously know much more about your country's history than I do, but I think that reflects a level of ignorance that could come through in various ways, not in the very short term, perhaps, but in various ways in terms of India's dealings with the U.S. So just know who you're dealing with under this current administration, even though there is an alliance there.
No, I think that's a critical point, which is why I think, India has made it amply clear that this is going to be our fight, and when it comes to Kashmir, they're not going to be welcoming any third-party mediation. India has made it amply clear. But I want to actually bring in, Group Captain Vinod, if I could bring you in on that point. As far as third-party mediation is concerned, I think the United States also acknowledges that this is our own conflict to deal with, which is what was amply clear by what the US Vice President J.D. Vance had to say.
Absolutely. In fact, Dr. Jaishankar couldn't have been more clear than I. He said we want partners, not preachers. So we don't need preachers, we need partners. And today we have the capability to say that on the world front, to say, bro, don't come and preach me, come and partner with me, understand my problem, be the part of the solution. My problem is what? My problem is when my people go on to have a ball in a wonderful place, you come and identify their religious leaning and kill them. And you think the current administration will take it lying down? Please, I think those days are gone. If you do this, and this is what you're going to get. And if you continue to do this, you will be dismembered. Absolutely, rest assured on that. But like General said, balkanization could be a probability. I want to take it to a step further and say, I hope it happens.
Major General Sinha is also very patiently awaiting his turn. Major General Sinha, thank you for being so patient. I want to bring you in on how, when it comes to the Kashmir conflict and terrorism emanating from Pakistani soil, India will hit, and it will hit hard, and this is only going to be India's job. Has India made that amply clear?
See, Akansha, what we have displayed, especially after, I will not take what we have done it on 2016, what we did in 19, but I just take it from 22nd of April onwards, if I take. See, we waited 2 days, then we had the CCS meeting and openly came out and we have given. It is very important for my foreign friend to understand that, what we have told, and unprecedented, nowhere in the world has happened. This, suspending the Indus Water Treaty. And mind you, all these places which we are talking about is along that, river system, all along that river system. All those places are being hit. See, it is not, no one has able to do it. No one. Even no one has threatened, and we have done it. It started on 24th onwards, and today we are here on 10th, I think, May. No one, no power, even they have pointed a finger and we are doing it. We have stopped Chinab, we are doing Jhelum. I'm just saying, because you asked certain question and we have got a foreign guest sitting with us.
Yes.
Because, see, and we didn't get any preaching. When you are talking about the United States of America, I'm not batting for them, but we didn't. J.D. Van was here when it happened.
Yes.
And therefore, yesterday, J.D. Van has very clearly, has brought it out that it is, we have nothing to do with this thing.
And that's what makes it so ironical. That's what makes it so ironical, that the day it happened, he was very much in the country and he was being warmly hosted and welcomed and toured around. And that's why I was particularly taken aback by that statement.
Yeah, Akansha, second thing is that, we are displaying to, especially when we call third world used to be, now we say, global south, the strategic autonomy which we have taken, and it is just not because we are just making or preaching someone, we are practicing it with the strategic partnershiping with everyone, even the adversaries who are, with the crossroad. We have got strategic partnership. Russia, proven partnership. United States of America, in spite of that Chabahar, because they had some concern in Chabahar, they wanted that India should leave it. India has done, finally we have got about 99 years commitment over there. And I think it is coming into that way with Iran.
Sure.
We are able to do it. So basically what we are, exhibiting, and thank God, I say that 22nd April is a bad day for Indian history, but the resolve thereafter, and 9 May onwards, if you see what we are doing it without speaking. Have you seen anyone of our, NSA or Prime Minister or Foreign Minister making and thumping the chest that we have done it this, we have done that?
Yes.
We are calmly sitting in the glare of the complete world, carrying out a review and integrating. See, the CDS system, if you see, which started in 2016 again, when the Rafale came, with all theater command in operational conditions, in warlike conditions, we are doing it. All meetings, there is a CDS. It was announced in 2016.
Ms.
We are
General Sinha,
able to
I'm
do
going
it.
to request you to continue staying with me right now. In fact, I must, for all our viewers who are tuning in, it's roughly 4:30 a.m. Indians are going to be waking up to this very brave news, and a salute to the Indian Armed Forces as we've successfully destroyed and targeted 3 air bases in Pakistan, and as Indian government sources are telling CNN News 18 that this is a custom-made response by Indian Armed Forces. I'm going to continue with that discussion, but before I take this forward with Stephen as well, Stephen, take a moment, have a look at these visuals that have come in from Noor Khan Air Base in Pakistan, which was targeted by India, and that massive explosion that took place, which also indicates that it was an ammunition dump over there that was targeted by our air-to-surface missile. Let's play that out.
भाईजान नूर खान बेस में आके गिरा है, ये अटैक हुआ है नूर खान बेस पे, बिल्कुल घर के सामने अभी एक जहाज गुजरा है और ये नूर खान बेस के ऊपर अटैक हुआ है। भाईजान नूर खान बेस में आके गिरा है, ये अटैक हुआ है नूर खान बेस पे।
Okay, 2 points keep in mind, Stephen. It's a Pakistani video made by a Pakistani. So clearly the DGISPR cannot deny that that explosion didn't take place on Pakistani soil, because we have been observing consistently that there's a disinformation campaign being run by the country. But having said that, I want you to also reflect upon what makes this entire conflict and the fight so unique, especially if we were to compare it with Gaza or Ukraine. India doesn't need the kind of support that Ukraine has been begging for from its NATO allies or even the United States. Gaza, as many have said, has only relied for support from its Islamic allies, who also have perhaps not been able to do much.
Well, frankly, what makes it unique is that India and Pakistan are nuclear powers. And there's, I think, a great concern in many quarters about this escalating in ways that could prove catastrophic if nuclear weapons are used. I'm not predicting that's going to happen. I'm certainly hoping fervently against it and even betting against it. But when you have this kind of intensifying conflict going on, it raises concerns in many quarters, in many capitals, regardless of who's right or wrong here. I'm not criticizing India's stance towards Pakistan here, but I am emphasizing that what makes this unique is that you have two nuclear-armed nations going at it in a way that seems to be escalating.
That's a very fair concern. But I want to ask you this, that today India has been brought to a point where dialogue and diplomacy is done. India's foreign ministry has made it amply clear that escalation can't be pinned on India, because escalation happened on 22nd of April when that massacre in the meadows of Pahalgam took place. We are done with dialogue and diplomacy. We've seen how this is one of the oldest conflicts after the Second World War, and Kashmir happens to be the territory which has been illegally occupied by a rival nation, that's Pakistan. The UN also couldn't come up with a solution. How does one then address the problem of terrorism? Stephen?
Well, you address the problem by trying to provide all sorts of disincentives, which is obviously India's aim here. I will beg to differ in the notion that dialogue and diplomacy are permanently done. If they are done, then we're in really a hopeless situation. Sooner or later, India and Pakistan are going to have to get back to talking with each other. Even if the talk is harsh, and even if the disagreements are run really deep, the alternative to dialogue and diplomacy is ongoing, escalating war. And I don't know whether you can simply count, even if Pakistan backs down, which I guess is the hope in your quarters and many parts of the world, they'll need some kind of a fig leaf that could be offered by dialogue and diplomacy. So I really, as I said, want to push back against the notion that those avenues are done, because the alternative to their being done is very dangerous.
And that's a food for thought as well. Group Captain Vinod, have we reached a point of no return? And as many would say that now, if India has entered this conflict and has resolved to destroy those terror camps, then is it time to go full throttle?
Absolutely not. In fact, at every point in time, and just want to disagree with Stephen. Stephen, at every point in time, we gave an exit. We are calling it the off ramp. At every single operation, including this one, we have the capability to do Noor Khan into 10 on all the bases, air bases as well as the military bases in one wave. That kind of capability we have possessed today. We did not do it. We don't. A broken up or a balkanized Pakistan or with refugee crisis at our back door is not something any country would want. We absolutely do not want that, and that is why our talks have been, our speeches have been measured. Quick point about how mathematically incorrect these generals are. How can I fire a ballistic missile? Is called a ballistic because it takes a ballistic path. That is why it is called a ballistic missile. How can I fire a ballistic missile which will take a ballistic path and come and drop on my own head? It is mathematically impossible, isn't it? How can I do that? They should use some kind of brain, isn't it? For 1,000-kilometer range missile, the minimum range at which you can hit a target is something like 300 kilometers. Well, anyway, that
okay.
is.
But Stephen, if I want to bring you in on that diplomacy bit, Stephen, I know it's not going to be about settling scores and it can't be brought down to doing the maths, but what is your assessment when India actually embarked on this entire Operation Sindoor? Because India went for the kill as far as 9 terror camps are concerned. Those 9 targets were not military installations. They were not civilian targets. They were 9 terror camps. Pakistan could have just left it at that.
So I'm sorry, what's the question?
So the question here is, what is Pakistan doing by retaliating now? If it is not concerned with terror camps that are, very much bred on their soil, but if it's not concerned with those terror camps, then there's perhaps no need to retaliate.
Oh, well, look, I can't, I'm not sitting in Islamabad or reading any of its political, or more importantly here, military leaders' minds, because the military in Pakistan are the people who are calling the shots with respect to many things in the country, certainly including this conflict. But I think what I'll speculate about is what's going through those military and political leaders' minds is a degree of saving face, which actually probably influences a lot of conflicts, that they felt they'd lose so much face in the face of India's attack, which again, I realize is in response to a horrible terrorist attack, killing many innocent people in Kashmir. The Pakistani leadership I believe feels that it needed to respond for the sake of maintaining its own credibility in the country, its own leadership, maybe it's even its own hold on power, because if it didn't respond in some way, it might be weakened in those regards. Having said that, don't get me wrong, I'm not defending Pakistan for what it's done at all, and I'm not saying that the way it responded was necessarily legitimate or the best way. But you asked me, what might they be thinking? I think they're thinking about their own survival, their own credibility, their own strength within their own country, and that's what these counterattacks might be about.
Major Manik, I'm going to give you a quick 1 minute. I know, because we have some breaking inputs coming in, but do you think this is just a face-saving attempt by Pakistan, or is this also retaliation to defend the terror camps that they have been harboring so far?
This is retaliation, definitely. Where do they land actually? They always want to maintain that thing that we don't breed terror, we don't support terrorists. But the funeral, do you remember the funeral that happened for these terror leaders? The entire military brass was present there. Their coffins were placed in national flag. They were given hero send-off, which was an acknowledgement of that these people, the terrorist leaders and their families, are not thought of as terrorism or families. They are thought of as national leaders, part of their administration, which are due state funerals. So they have to prove it to these tanzeems, these terrorist organizations, their people, that we are aligned with them, even whatever they can keep saying in front of at global platforms, irrespective.
All right.
So this was retaliation, and yes, they are getting back at that with
All right, I have some breaking inputs coming in. What we are learning is that Pakistan's airspace has been closed to all types of air traffic. Airspace will remain shut until 12 noon today. This is the big breaking input that we are bringing to you. Clearly goes on to indicate, Ayushman, that this is a very tense situation over there across the LOC. Ayushman, can you hear me?
Yeah, Akanksha, I can hear you. So basically the development that's coming in from Pakistan is that in the wake of India's counter-strike, where we have crippled 3 crucial air bases, now Pakistan has closed its airspace to all kinds of air traffic. Airspace will remain closed until 12 noon today is the information that's coming in from the Pakistan Airports Authority, which has now closed the airspace. But remember, Akanksha, also when Pakistan launched its first counter-strike, commercial airliners were still running above the skies in Pakistan. They were clearly using those air carriers as civilian shields, and that entire point was exposed by the Indian government. Vikram Misri also pointed it out, and the entire Indian establishment highlighted the fact how Pakistan was using civilian carriers as shields to launch that counter-strike against India, to punish India for Operation Sindoor 1.0. And clearly in this case, feeling the heat, feeling the public pressure, now Pakistan has resorted to close its airspace for all kinds of air traffic as it tries to secure and tries to take stock of the damage caused by India's counter-strike.
All right, Group Captain Vinod, what do you make of this decision that's been taken? Is that a direct indication of the kind of damage that's been inflicted upon the 3 air bases?
Or could be, Akanksha, pressure from international civil aviation.
All right.
Which is quite a bit high. I mean, it does happen in IQ. Maybe IQ has weighed down on Pakistan to shut the airspace down, because in the hot war condition, if anything like, friendly fire happens either by Pakistan or us, then it will be a catastrophe. It could be an IQ. I don't know.
All right. If I could bring in Major General Sinha. Major General Sinha, what is your assessment of the thought that's gone behind shutting the airspace? Clearly, Pakistan is on tenterhooks.
Yeah, and I think, we have able to expose the Pakistanis hypocritic, the step they have taken. If you remember the briefing at 5:30 by our 2 brave ladies, then she brought it out and she has shown the live streaming of the air traffic that time when the things were coming right from Karachi, going right up to Lahore. And that was, these things are also seen by the complete world. The idea is that time it exposed that, they are trying in the shield of this air traffic, they are doing something, because the strikes were coming that time. All these drones which were sent to India, and they had the air traffic on. Now two possibility. One thing is that, first thing they want to hide. First thing they want to hide it from the public glare. After the 7th strike, the May strike, which was in the public glare, everyone has seen. Now only one eyewitness has been giving the live stream of Noor Khan Air Base, which we can see. But as far as Rafiki is concerned and Murid, we haven't got any live feed. I have not seen, because it's not coming in our channel. The point is, Pakistan doesn't know how to, because it is so novice. Can you say, what Binod was bringing it out, that anyone who's in sense can say that you have fired your own missile in your own area. How you will do it, I do not know. So this is what the standard of Pakistan military. And if you allow me, then I will just try to quickly just bring out something for Stephanie, because
I have a map to go to, but I'm going to give you that time, sir. Go ahead.
It's very important. Foreign guest is there. Never, because it sees the mindset of what exactly the West is still trying to do it. See, Stephen, what you have brought it out, basically you have said that two nuclear armed countries, they're in conflict if you don't talk. We have never stopped talking to them diplomatically. 2016, when we have taken the strategy that terror and talk will not go. Do you say that the Pakistan says okay, terror is stopped, and you have hit 9 places, all this terrorism, which they are making the statement. Why can't they we'll start talking to them. This is our pretext that terrorism and talk will not go together.
True.
So I have not seen any Western power is telling the Pakistan to give up the terrorism and just start talking. We have got a single terms of reference. Stop terror. We are ready to talk. We are ready to do all business with you. Even after that, our borders were open. Atari border, people were coming. How many Pakistanis were they getting visa? They were getting the treatment here. We never stopped. This is the first time it has happened. So it is very good to lecture, a country who are in a very, very, absolutely in operational condition. And second thing is, in the garb of nuclear bogey, if same thing the West is doing it, Russia has got nuclear. In this 35 NATO collision have got the nuclear. 100 of this gravity bombs are deployed all in Europe. That is not a nuclear standoff between the two.
Right.
And then you say that, that's because Pakistan keeps threatening. India has not officially used a single N nuclear in their own statement or anything which we are carrying out operationally in the ground.
Fair enough. I'm going to, in fact, bring Stephen in on that note as well. But I'm going to request you people to, in fact, pause on to those thoughts. Many thanks to you, Major General Sinha, for joining in. Thoroughly appreciate your insights. In fact, we're getting in some breaking inputs right now. Top government sources are telling CNN News 18 that Pakistan has lost major air assets. According to available information, after the attack, they could not even start their machines. That is the big breaking input that we are bringing to you. Remember, contrary to the claims that are being made by the DG ISPR, who's gone on to say that yes, 3 attacks at 3 air bases did take place, but there was not enough damage on any of their assets and that they remain safe. Government sources now coming up with that clarification to CNN News 18 that that's a lie which is being peddled. Ayushman sheds more light. Ayushman.
Absolutely. Pakistan has lost those major air assets. 3 crucial air bases have been decimated in this counter-strike coming in from India. And not just these 3 air bases, several key cities also facing the heat as India launches this counter-strike. Air-to-surface missiles, Akanksha, have been deployed by the Indian forces to punish Pakistan for its drone strikes which took place hours before India launched those air-to-surface missiles. We saw that how the entire border got lit up by Pakistan when it launched those drone strikes. But everything was intercepted by India's superior air defense system, our S-400s, our Akash systems. But India used its own air-to-surface arsenal and assets and has wreaked havoc inside Pakistan. 3 major air bases have now been neutralized by Pakistan, by the Indian forces in Pakistan, and top government sources indicating that their air assets have been severely compromised. Let's get you an overview of where all India has struck, ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to this counter-offensive, which many people are calling Operation Sindoor 2.0. Islamabad, the Noor Khan Air Base, one of the key air bases in the military headquarters of Pakistan, that is Rawalpindi. Then is the Murid Air Base in Chakwal, right next to Rawalpindi, another key air asset that Pakistan controls. These right next to the border with India, crucial for Pakistan's air operations when it comes to taking on India. Then Shekhupura also targeted in these strikes, these air-to-surface missiles that India has been able to launch on Pakistan. Then is the Rafiki Air Base in Shorkot that has also been neutralized by this attack coming in from India using air-to-surface missiles. India wreaking havoc on Pakistan, taking revenge for what it did earlier today when it came to lighting up the border and taking on all those different cities along the border. Each and every missile that was launched by Pakistan, each and every drone was neutralized by air defense system. But this is what Pakistan has to reap when it comes to what it sowed earlier today. Islamabad, the Noor Khan Air Base, the Murid Air Base, Sheikhupura, Rafiki Air Base, neutralized pretty much when it comes to the air assets that they control, and significant damage to Islamabad, to Rawalpindi, as well as Lahore, as well as Narwal, crucial areas near the line of control and the international border, because a lot of firing is taking place from the Indian side, and we've been able to dismantle several Pakistani posts over here. So the commercial capital of Pakistan, the military capital of Pakistan, the political capital of Pakistan feeling the heat of India's counterstrike. Akanksha.
That's a very significant, I think that's a very significant point that you've made. Ayushman, if I may just request my team to go back to that map. Team, if you could please switch back to that map. I want to keep the focus on that map as far as those locations that have been targeted by India are concerned. As Ayushman was rightly highlighting, Stephen, take a moment to reflect on all of these locations. As Ayushman highlighted, you're looking at the commercial capital, you're also looking at some very critical military installations, the air bases, you're looking at the national capital, which is Islamabad. What do you make of these attacks that have taken place in the interim of 9th to 10th May?
They strike me as major attacks. They may well have been effective in decimating significant parts of Pakistan's Air Force and maybe other forces. Just to return to an earlier aspect of the discussion, I don't mean to lecture, and I'm just stating my opinion here.
Right, sure.
But it's, as I've said, one way or another, directly or indirectly, formally or informally, unless this thing were to keep escalating forever, there will need to be some discussions. Now, I suppose there's an outside chance Pakistan will simply throw up its hands without saying anything to India, give up without saying anything to India or the world, tell its people that somehow it accomplished its goals in this back and forth by overstating vastly what it accomplished through its own military actions. There's a possibility that that's the route it will go, but there are many, many other scenarios in which the two governments, one way or another, will need to talk to each other, even if it's just a matter of Pakistan trying to save face by saying it negotiated or reached some kind of a halt to these hostilities with India. And the alternative is, as I've said, very, very dangerous. It's not just a matter of two governments deciding we may go nuclear. All sorts of things can go wrong when nuclear powers are at odds. Just to pick an example from my own country's history, if not for the wisdom of a Russian colonel years ago, when mistakenly the radar in the Soviet air system indicated falsely a nuclear attack on the way from the US. If that colonel hadn't shown the common sense of saying, no, there's something going wrong with our system here, I'm not going to declare this a nuclear attack. If not for his wisdom, the US and the Soviet Union can decimate each other. So things can go wrong even if neither government wants to escalate. When things are very, very tense, they can go wrong due to a miscalculation by a lower level officer, due to misreadings of radar or other technical information. And that's why it's important to keep avenues of communication open, even if they're not being used right now.
Okay. I'm going to now bring in Glenn Carl, who is a former CIA officer, joining me live on the broadcast. Glenn, very good to have you here on CNN News 18 today. We speak on a morning which is very optimistic for all Indians. There's a sense of pride for our Indian armed forces. A major victory at hand as India has struck back and struck hard at 3 air bases of Pakistan. If you can see my screen, all of those locations, one of them also being at the national capital of Pakistan. What do you make of all of these strikes that have taken place?
Well, as everyone knows, or is watching, this is the worst or most serious clash in decades. I think the reasons probably are the changed nature of the Pakistani government and officer corps, but also the changed nature of the leadership in India. India being more nationalist than in the past, and Pakistan being more Islamist. So that is alarming, and the pride that one can rightly feel in one's armed forces doesn't diminish the danger that I think is greater now than at any time for 25 years or more.
Right, but when we are saying that, India has reached a point where terrorism from Pakistan, and when we are talking about terrorism emanating from Pak soil, you're looking at not just those camps, you're looking at funding, you're looking at training. India has perhaps also had enough, and that is the messaging behind those attacks. I'd like your thoughts.
Well, one certainly would understand the sentiment of and wanting to put an end to the endless suffering that the terrorism causes and destabilization. But India is in a dilemma that any state faces confronting a terrorist threat, and in particular has a greater problem in that its neighbor is a dysfunctional government and society. So a conventional military response, whether it's from India or the United States, against a terrorist threat really never solves the problem. And were the war to become even worse and India to be victorious, as I imagine would be the case, that would probably invite greater problems yet, because certainly India doesn't want a state collapsed on its border rather than a troublesome one. So it's a terrible dilemma. What a state is to do about terrorism. The only solution is unsatisfying because it takes many years and should happen out of sight by intelligence services countering and trying to disrupt and break up terrorist cells and organizations, and a longer term, much larger effort to somehow change the conditions that lead to the terrorism.
Okay.
And no state has succeeded in doing that.
Okay, I have some fresh updates coming in, and let me quickly go back to Ayushman, who continues to stay with us. In fact, we're getting in some breaking inputs as we speak, and some big ones. As what we are learning is that multiple drones have also been hovering over Islamabad, Rawalpindi, Sialkot, Lahore and Peshawar. What is it that you are bringing to us, Ayushman?
Absolutely, that is information coming to us from our investigations editor Manoj Gupta. Akanksha, it seems Operation Sindoor 2.0 is not over yet, and now what we are learning is that, as you were pointing out, multiple drones are still hovering over Islamabad, Rawalpindi, Sialkot, Lahore and Peshawar, the crucial cities in Pakistan, and also crucial areas where a lot of terror operations have also emanated from, namely Sialkot and Peshawar. And now what we are learning is that multiple drones are still hovering over Islamabad, Rawalpindi, Sialkot, Lahore and Peshawar. This is what top intelligence sources are telling CNN News 18, that Operation Sindoor 2.0 seems to be far from over as we are hitting the morning. Now what we are learning is that multiple drones are hovering over Islamabad, Rawalpindi, Sialkot, Lahore and Peshawar. So what is the road ahead when it comes to these drones which are hovering over these crucial cities after so much damage has been done by the Indian forces with the launch of the air-to-surface missiles? We'll have to wait and see how that plays out, but it seems the operation is still not over.
Absolutely not. Let me actually take that question with Major Manik Jolly also, who continues to stay with us. Major Manik Jolly, it seems like this is going to be a long night for Pakistan.
Yeah, it does seem like that, because I was just reading, there's a platform called Bolan News, and they're saying just 20 minutes back, another suspected Indian missile strike has been reported near Kahuta, a high security area close to Rawalpindi. So this was famous because AQ Khan Research Labs, which were critical for the R&D, they are in this area. So what is happening is, I think what we are getting reports right now is the air bases But there's quite a possibility that Indian missiles have been targeting other locations also, and it didn't happen in one phase because missile attacks can be actually phased. So maybe we are looking at second, third phase also. So we don't know how long the night is going to be, and so it's going to be a tough night for Pakistan, that's for sure.
All right, and in fact, that also means that we are going to be on high alert. What will this, Major Manik, mean for us Indians in the border states, especially if we were to look at Jammu, Punjab, and of course, even Rajasthan?
Well, definitely high alert, because as the things start to scale up, the kind of operations that countries carry out at successive stages of warfare, they tend to define how serious a country is, how much are they getting sucked up into the war. Till now, like Pakistan was doing drone warfare, probing and sending small drones, these Turkish drones, and trying to hit installation, trying to cause some damage. They fired some missiles. But given the kind of retaliation India has given, and a strong one, and most importantly, a justified one, Pakistan has a tendency to take stupid decisions. Like somebody mentioned in debate today, and you were also saying, we gave them enough chance to not escalate this. We had hit their terror camps, they should have just left it at that. So now also they have the capability of not taking it up, and they have the choice to do that. But I hope they take that choice and do not escalate it further, because it's just going to keep getting worse for them as the days go. So in that desperation, if they take the other call, that we are going to prove something to our people, to ourselves, without realizing the military capability they are dealing with, in their failed sense of pride and all that, they could go for more missile strikes, they could go for air raids, they could go for these standoff air raids, throwing in missiles, they could try and sneak in more terrorists. There's a lot they can do, and the worst part for border areas is that these are the places that will get affected most, because deep inside India is a huge country, and to get into the depth of it requires a lot of capability from Pakistan's side, which they don't have actually. So people have to follow. I think the best thing they can do is follow government instructions. If you are asked for a blackout,
right,
do that, stay inside, and just follow whatever advice comes to you officially.
Well, absolutely. I want to bring in Stephen on that note. Stephen, we also speak on a day when the IMF has decided to go ahead with that additional funding of over $1 billion for Pakistan. So when one is to weigh in on the role that the international community can play, especially the role that these global lending institutions like the International Monetary Fund could have played, one has been also probing the history of Pakistan's reliance on the IMF. What do you make of how Pakistan continues unabated to divert that funding clearly into terror training?
Well, I don't know if they're directing that funding, if they're targeting that funding for terror training. I think that seems to me to be a few steps too far in terms of where
no, but India has presented evidence. India has presented evidence. The fact that the military is playing a very significant role when it comes to crucial economic calls for the country. That is something that India has also presented in its statement at the IMF today. And clearly, a debt-ridden country can't be, harboring terrorism to this extent if their economy is in tatters. So there's certainly some amount of funding which is coming to sponsor that kind of terrorism, right?
Well, I'm certainly not, please understand, I'm certainly not defending any support for terrorism, but nor am I actually a huge fan of the IMF, but the IMF provides support to all sorts of countries, loans to all sorts of countries that commit human rights abuses, that tolerate terrorism, that may even back terrorism, that do all sorts of dastardly things that allow or perpetuate the mistreatment of women, all sorts that commit crimes against other countries. So I'm not justifying any of that, but I don't think Pakistan is alone by any means in terms of receiving IMF support under these circumstances. And I think even if the IMF were to have snapped its fingers and said, we're not going through with this loan, Pakistan's stance towards terrorism would have remained the same. I don't think it hinges on IMF support for other parts of its apparatus. If I may, just one other aspect of what you asked I wanted to address echoes Glenn's point to some extent, in that you are dealing with a very dysfunctional polity in terms of Pakistan, in terms of the military really substantially controlling the government, setting policy, at the same time that it's in some ways ripping off the country through its own businesses, diversion of resources, and the like. And that adds another twist to all this, another complication that makes it even harder to address how dysfunctional the Pakistan government is, not just to the detriment of India in terms of possible support for terrorism or likely support for terrorism, but even more so to the detriment of its own people and the suffering that they've undergone and the lack of relative economic progress that country has experienced over the decades.
Well, absolutely. And those decades have borne testimony to how it is impossible for any civilian government to function as long as the upper hand remains with the army and the deep state. I'm going to request you, Stephen and Glenn, to continue staying with us. Major Manik also stays with us, but in fact getting in some more breaking inputs coming in. Now what we are learning from government sources is that after India struck Pakistan, all major cities in India have now been put on high alert, and this is a decision on expected lines. Ayushman Jamwal joins me live from the newsroom with those breaking inputs. Ayushman,
Kamshar, that's the latest update that is coming in. Remember, India has now set the doctrine of custom match attacks to give a befitting reply to Pakistan. So in the avenue of the fact that Pakistan could launch another counter-strike, all major Indian cities are currently on high alert. The entire defense infrastructure is on high alert. Also, the air defense systems have been activated across the border to ensure that any misadventure from Pakistan is met with a swift response. So because India, by targeting 3 Pakistani air bases, by hitting the heart of Pakistan, Islamabad, Lahore, Rawalpindi, now in the fear of a counter-attack, India is ready to face anything that Pakistan throws at it, and all major cities are currently on high alert with the entire defense apparatus now activated.
I want to bring in Major Manoj on that. Major Manoj, what is your response now to the fear of escalation? Everybody is talking about it. We heard Glenn, we heard Stephen, and that's perhaps a valid concern now. But I guess India is prepared.
Yeah, we are prepared, obviously, and we are very, this is on expected lines, as you said. I just want to take a moment to reply to what Mr. Stephen said, especially on the fact he has a certain stand on the whole thing. But what I wanted to comment on what he's saying, that irrespective of we give them IMF funding or not, like IMF gives them funding or not, Pakistan's stand on terrorism is not going to change. So here's what I have to say is that you cannot say that a country which has ample resources and some kind of intentions, that logically would want to pursue it and can pursue it successfully. Secondly, you have never denied them funding to know that will they actually stop terrorism if we stop giving them money? Will they use it? And it is a known thing that the infrastructure, the health services, education, everything is defunct in Pakistan. The generals are exceptionally corrupt. The politicians take all the money. They all settle abroad in US, UK, Europe, Canada, and all that. You know that they take the money, but just because they've been doing the bidding for US since 80s, since the time Russian came in, you have refused to comment on the terror. You knew the terror factories are there. You knew where the training camps were established. You knew when Al Qaeda was formed. So you cannot say that, if we don't give them money, they might not change. You never gave this possibility a chance to even experiment with that thought. Today, when you know that India is in such a critical state with Pakistan, and this is now a time to maybe corner them. Fine, I don't say militarily or just kill them all. But the point is, there could have been a spot where the world could have cornered them, that when will you stop? America found Osama bin Laden hiding in Pakistan after 10 years of carrying out joint operations. What more proofs do you need that they don't care what you think, because they know they'll get your money? So you should have the IMF should have given this a chance this time that we could have cornered them, that we will not support you till the time you mend your ways. But you lost the chance again this time, and it will continue to be the same story that everybody thinks, oh, they are going to be like this, we give them money or not, so let's give them some more. That's not I don't think that's the right way to go. Anyway, coming on the, what originally Akanksha asked, that the high alert in all the cities is as expected on the lines, because the thing is, one, war is a brutal business. While we are celebrating all our successes, there is a possibility an odd missile might make it through and land on our cities also. Pakistan has been hitting our civil areas by drone and artillery since past almost a week now. So everybody has to be ready for that contingency. It's good to shout that go war, fight, kill everybody, but I mean, there's a possibility that we also might get hurt at some stage. Hence, it's a good decision for government to issue this alert right now.
Okay.
And along with it, the civil administration comes into action and they will issue necessary directions to everyone.
Okay, stay with me. Going to request all of you gentlemen to continue staying with me. Also joined in by Sushant Sareen, who's a senior fellow at the ORF. Sushant, what a morning to wake up to. India's made some massive strategic victories today when it came to, in fact, reducing those 3 air bases to rubble. And we've not just targeted Pakistan's commercial capital, we're looking at the national capital as well. I'd like your thoughts.
Akanksha, you are being very presumptive that you thought people went off to sleep last night. I tried to, but within half an hour, I was so restless that I got up, and then I would imagine that
You should have joined in much earlier then. I'm going to hold this against you.
Yeah, but the thing is that I just came to the thought that if Kargil was the first television war in India, this conflict is the first. I can't call it a war as yet, but this is the first Twitter or X war in this part of the world. But look, something was being expected because yesterday, when the Pakistanis had attacked, and they've been attacking us, this is the third night that they attacked us. On the second night after they attacked us, we had the press conference yesterday by the Foreign Secretary, and I would have thought that the Foreign Secretary had given them an off-ramp because he spoke in very measured tones, as he normally does, but he said that the Pakistanis had carried out these attacks, and the Indians, we retaliated in 4 places. He didn't say what the scale of retaliation was, but the way he said it, it was that, okay, fine, we've done it. We are not making a big song and dance about it. We are not gloating about it. We are not making a big deal out of it. And this can become an off-ramp for both sides. And that is the impression I got when I was in the evening when I was on your channel. This is exactly what my impression was, and I think Major Jolly was there at that time, if I'm mistaken, not. And my impression was that, we've said, okay, fine, let's take this off-ramp. But clearly the Pakistanis have this habit of biting off a lot more than they can chew, and they thought that, obviously some damage must have been done. And just because their attacks have not been successful over the last 3 days, that does not give them a free pass. And the thing is that, so quite clearly, I think the message from the Indian side was that if they are now going to start continuing doing this, then we will also hit back and hit back hard. And I think that is what has happened tonight. A lot of these rumors were actually doing the rounds yesterday, but apparently it's happened today. So I think now we are in a completely different situation because the kind of retaliation India has done, it's very clear that the Pakistanis are going to try and hit back. How will they hit back? The reports, which if we can make some sense out of them, there is that they are going to use their air power and they're going to try and strike at targets inside India. And we'd have to see how the rest of the air defenses, which have performed exceedingly well against drone attacks, how they perform against the Pakistani fighting.
Stay
number
with me.
one.
All right, finish the point because I have some breaking inputs coming in.
Number 2, are they going to start the use of ballistic missiles? Because then we will also go up. because so far we have not used any ballistic missile. At least there is no report of that. Even the Pakistanis are saying that all the attacks that we've done is from air to ground missiles.
Yes.
These are fighters and which have been used. And so if the Pakistanis are now going to scale up, then I think the response from the Indian side will be similar.
All right.
So
I'm afraid I'll have to interrupt you there, Sushant, because we have some big breaking inputs coming in. After 3 air bases, India has now hit at the Sukkur airport in Sindh. This is another massive blast in Rawalpindi that has taken place. We can officially confirm this through sources that have shared information with Network 18's Security Affairs editor, Mr. Manoj Gupta. Big breaking input coming in. A 4th blast now as India has hit the Sukkur airport in Sindh. As I must tell you that this is a domestic airport, also known as the Begum Nusrat Bhutto airport. In fact, Ayushman joins me with more breaking information on that. Ayushman, what more details can you share with us?
Absolutely, Akanksha. As we've been tracking all these sites that have been targeted by the air-to-surface missiles coming in from the Indian forces, more information coming in where Rawalpindi has now seen another blast. This is what top sources are telling CNN News 18. Information brought to us by our securities editor Manoj Gupta. Also, as you were pointing out, the Sukkur airport in the Sindh area also now being targeted by these air-to-surface missiles as India unleashes on these particular sites in Pakistan in retaliation to Pakistan's drone attacks along the international border as well as the LOC. So we can just add it to the list of the attacks which are coming in. The Sukkur airport has been targeted in Sindh. In Rawalpindi there is another blast, and as we were reporting earlier, Islamabad, the Noor Khan Air Base, the Murid Air Base, Shekhpura, the Rafiki Air Base, Narawal and Lahore also being targeted by the Indian forces. Air-to-surface missiles deployed when it comes to this offensive coming in from India.
Absolutely. I want to go back to Sushant. In fact, Sushant, before I come to you, let me bring in Major Jolly, who continues to stay with us. Major Jolly, 3 air bases and now a domestic airport. What do you make of the kind of strategic edge that India has displayed today?
It is fantastic. Actually, this is how it should be. If you're fighting a war, it's not a exchange of niceties. You are not expected to it is what India is doing. You take out their bases. Then I just read somewhere that maybe an air battle is fine. This can be all misinformation. But taking out why they are taking out the other airport is because the moment wars happen, there are some airports which can act as a dual capability, civil as well as military. So if you're obviously the planners, I won't get into detail of that. The planners have decided that we are going to demolish or even mitigate any possibility of aircrafts taking off of this region, because whatever their bigger plan is. But we hold superiority. That's the point to note here. The kind of superiority that we are, the word is enjoys actually. India enjoys right now that absolutely no air defense. India is striking when and wherever we want. This looks like a World War II kind of a setup when the smaller countries didn't have air defense and you could go and send missiles everywhere. So this is fantastic position to be in.
I want to quickly bring in Glenn on that note. Glenn, what is your assessment of the way India has hit out at the air bases? Now this domestic airport, what does it speak of not just our defense but also our offensive capabilities and the defense preparedness so far?
Well, so far, it appears that India's modernization program of recent years has been bearing fruit. We have all been reading that it's only in the mid-process and that India was far from having really modernized doctrine, training, and equipment, but at present, it's an impressive performance. I can comment more substantively on the policy implications or objectives. India seems to me to have clear objectives that it's trying to achieve. One, obviously, to stop terrorism. These conventional attacks won't do that, but as a response to a terrorist act, they're completely understandable. And then 2 is to make the point and then stop having made the point. That's clear and sensible. Pakistan's objectives seem to me a lot murkier or incoherent. One could understand a response for pride and national sovereignty. But as one of the gentlemen said, it seemed clear also that India has been providing the off-ramps that one wants to in this sort of response.
Yes.
And Pakistan is not taking them, and I see nothing positive that Pakistan can achieve out of all of this.
Stephen, I want to bring you in quickly about the way the Indian government has in fact put this out. They've said that these are going to be custom match attacks because remember just a day ago our own military installations, whether Udhampur or Pathankot, all of them were attacked. So this is indeed a custom match attack.
Well, you may see it that way. I may see it that way. Pakistan probably doesn't and see it that way. Or even if it does, I get back to the notion of the leadership there saving face, that being their possible imperative here in what generally is, I agree with Glenn, kind of a chaotic handling of this whole confrontation. And we shouldn't underestimate the extent to which they may be wanting to save face as this matter unfolds. The fact that India is now on high alert for return attacks means that I would think the Indian government is assessing that Pakistan might very possibly strike back. What does India do next? That's a good question if that happens. And I've said this before, but I hope that one way or another, a way is found to de-escalate this, maybe mediation by a third party. But we don't want this to get to a point where Pakistan sees no alternative to saving face other than using its ultimate nuclear weapons. Again, I don't think it'll come to that for all sorts of reasons, but we are in very, very dangerous territory now by virtue of that as even a small possibility.
All right, Stephen Golub, thank you very much for joining us. If you're joining us early this morning, it's been a night of attacks and counterattacks. There's been a major escalation in the last few hours. It started with Pakistan trying to send ballistic missiles. That is a major step from these drones that they were sending for the last couple of nights. A major escalation by Pakistan trying to send ballistic missiles to at least 6 different places, all of which has been successfully intercepted. India, in return, has attacked multiple places in Pakistan. The latest that we're hearing is that the Sukur Air Base in Sindh has been attacked. The Nur Khan Ali base in Punjab has also been attacked. So there are multiple locations where this is being attacked by surface-to-air missiles. Pakistan, in response, has now closed its airspace up until noon today, which means this is where India is hit. It is hit close to Islamabad. It has hit the Nur Khan Air Base in Rawalpindi, in Sheikhpura, in Chakwal, which is the Murid Air Base, also in Narowal, the Rafiki Air Base in Shorkot. So you have about 6 or 7 places where India is hit with surface-to-air missiles in what is clearly now the next rung of escalation. We're given to understand that Pakistan is scrambling its jets in response. We don't know what the nature of Pakistan's response is going to be, but this has been a major escalation after Pakistan managed to get that $1 billion tranche of the IMF loan, as well as, of course, after the visit of the Deputy Foreign Minister of Saudi Arabia to Islamabad. So I think somewhere the calculation now by both sides is that they're now climbing into the next step of the escalation ladder. What happens in the next few hours, we don't know. There is some kind of a response coming from Pakistan. India is, of course, 100% prepared for it. In about 20 minutes time, I'm given to understand, there will be a briefing in South Block by senior officials of the Defence Forces. We will bring you up to speed as and when we know who is addressing the media. Clearly, it's been a night of major escalation from Lahore to Sindh, Rawalpindi. Multiple air bases have been targeted by India. There's also, by the way, drones that have been hanging around major cities, including Lahore, Islamabad, and Rawalpindi. In Haryana, over the skies over Sirsa, we're given to understand that the Fatah-2, the missile that Pakistan had launched, has been intercepted. So major escalation. There was an attempt by Pakistan to hit the Jammu Air Force Station as well. That too has been intercepted by India's air defenses. So from Lahore to Sindh, India is matching Pakistan tit for tat in what has been a major escalation by both sides. Pakistan, of course, deciding to climb that escalatory ladder after the decision of the International Monetary Fund to give it the $1 billion tranche of its loan, as well as, of course, after the visit of the Saudi foreign minister. Now, Pakistan seems to have made a calculation that they want to up the ante. We're getting more breaking news. This is again a bid by Pakistan to try and escalate the attack. The bid has been thwarted. Pakistan tried to attack the Jammu Air Force Station. Remember, Jammu has been in the target for the last 2 or 3 nights now. Remember the drone attacks that happened a couple of nights ago. It started with an attack on the Jammu airport. Now the Jammu Air Force Station was tried to be attacked by Pakistan using some form of missile. We're not sure what nature of missile they tried to use, but that attack, that attempt by Pakistan has been intercepted by India's air defense. So major escalation that has now been thwarted. Also earlier this morning, an attempt was made over Hisar in Haryana. That too has been thwarted by the Indian Defence Forces. Let me try and see if we can go across to Akash first, our defence reporter. Akash, just paint the night for us. Where all has Pakistan tried to attack us, and where all has India responded to this Pakistani escalation?
Right. So it started late in the evening yesterday. In fact, we saw that the ceasefire violations from evening, but then the drone attacks and also the missile came at around 8 p.m. And again, starting from Jammu and Samba, we saw the initial reports and in fact the confirmation that how drones have been coming, but all of these were thwarted. But this time around, Indian authorities and in fact the agencies, retaliated, and a strong retaliation was there. Noor Khan Air Base, that is in Rawalpindi, Shorkot Air Base, that is in Punjab, that have their JF-17 squadron, and Murid Air Base, that is again in Punjab. We have been told that these air bases have been hit, and in fact the assets, their air assets, including the air defense system, has been hit by Indian forces. We have seen the DGI SPR confirmation as well, though we will wait for the official confirmation from the Indian Armed Forces, Zaka. But at this point in time, while we are talking, in fact in Jammu, we have been hearing a lot of AD gun sounds, and possibly there was an attempt to in fact destroy some sort of asset or the infrastructure in Air Force station here in Jammu, but it has been thwarted. Our air defense is very much working. AD gun is importantly playing a major role this time around, because we have upgraded and in fact incorporated the counter drone technologies in our AD gun systems. So at this point in time, while it is about Jammu, it's the early morning hours, and in fact just a while back we were hearing the air sirens, in fact Zaka, but we have been told that the attempt has been thwarted. In fact a missile was launched towards Delhi as well. This is what we are learning. In fact, Manoj Gupta is bringing us this input, where a missile was launched towards Delhi, but it has been intercepted in Sirsa, and in fact the attempt to attack Delhi has been thwarted, Zaka.
All right, so that was the Fatah-2 missile that Pakistan tried to launch to Delhi. It's been intercepted in the skies over Sirsa. Let's try and bring you up to speed with the counter-offensive that India has launched. It's been a very hot night between India and Pakistan. India has launched multiple missile as well as drone strikes, starting from Islamabad in the north, Noor Khan Air Base in Rawalpindi. It's one of the largest air bases of the Pakistan Air Force. That has been hit. The Murid Air Base in Chakwal, again a substantially big air base of the Pakistan Air Force in Murid in Chakwal, that has also been hit. In Sheikhpura, a third air base in Rafiki, which is in Shorkat, which is further south. All of these are in Punjab, in the very heart of Pakistan, as it were, in Shorkat. The Rafiki Air Base of the Pakistan Air Force has also been hit, and we have one more, the Sukur Airport in Sindh. So Punjab and Sindh, which are the two biggest provinces in Pakistan, have been hit. Also in Narowal and Lahore, but these I think are smaller drone attacks, but India has also replied with ballistic missile attacks in response to what Pakistan tried to do. It launched the Fatah-2 directed at Delhi, but it was intercepted at the skies over Haryana. Let's try and go across to more reporters. Aishman is also joining us from our newsroom. So Aishman, can you bring us up to speed with the places where Pakistan tried to attack overnight and India's air defense systems have intercepted and brought down these Pakistani missiles?
Absolutely, Zaka. We've been tracking through the night the attacks that have been coming in from the Pakistani forces. We saw how they lit up the entire border area all the way from the north in Kupwara, in Uri, where the ceasefire violations were taking place. Then we saw the drone strikes which were taking place in the Jammu area, all the way down to Bhuj. There were several attacks coming in from the Pakistan side, several drone strikes which were coming in from the Pakistan side, which were intercepted by India's advanced air defense system. And that is the latest update that we are getting from our investigations editor Manoj Gupta, who's also looking at every aspect of the escalating tensions between India and Pakistan, where the Fateh-2 missile that has been launched by Pakistan towards Delhi was intercepted at Sirsa. So India's air defense systems continue to be robust, countering any offensive coming in from Pakistan. Pakistan tried those offensives when it came to targeting the military as well as certain civilian areas along the line of control and the international border, all the way from Jammu and Kashmir down to Rajasthan, even to Bhuj in near the Gujarat area. But clearly the air defense system was deterring all those attacks. But the tensions continue to escalate between the two sides because Pakistan is now priming its counter-offensive.
All right, Aishman, we'll leave it at that. I think the big news that we have is that it's been a hot night between India and Pakistan over the last 4 or 5 hours. The escalation started by Pakistan right after its announcement that the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, has approved a tranche of $1 billion for Pakistan as part of a $7 billion package that was agreed to a few years ago. The big development is that India has hit multiple air bases of Pakistan from Punjab to Sindh. Pakistan has tried to send ballistic missiles. One of them, the Fatah-2, which is a medium-range ballistic missile with a range of about 400 kilometers, tried to, or at least sent in the direction of New Delhi, which is the national capital, but got intercepted, I'm given to understand, by the Barak air defense missile, the surface-to-air missile. It has been intercepted there, and it has been brought down in the skies over Sirsa in Haryana. Let me go across to our guests in what is, I'm afraid, a very serious escalation over the last 4 or 5 hours. Lieutenant General retired Sanjay Kulkarni is joining us, former DG of Infantry. Sushant Sareen, Senior Fellow at the Observer Research Foundation, is with us. Glenn Carl, former CIA officer, is also with us. Let me start with you, Lieutenant General. What do you make of this sudden and serious escalation by Pakistan? India, of course, responding measure for measure. Do you reckon now we are in the next rung, as it were, of the escalation ladder? We've now climbed to the second rung. Now both countries are sending ballistic missiles at each other.
Good morning, Zaka. Good morning to my fellow panelists. Definitely, I think in the escalatory ladder, we've gone a notch higher, because on the 8th, we had the Pakis fire about 400 odd missiles and drones towards India. All of them, of course, neutralized. Well, yes, last night also almost similar, when we saw at around 9ish when things started off from Pakistan side. Most of the targets again from, like on the 8th, it was from, we could say from Leh to Sir Creek. Yesterday night, it was almost closer to that. Most of our airfields and some of the towns in and around the airfields were having, they were trying to strike them. Jammu primarily was one. But then what I hear from what you are saying, that at night they attempted to strike Delhi with Hattab-2 and being intercepted at Sirsa. Obviously now it required to go up the escalation ladder, because so far we've been attempting to keep everything restrained, well, non-escalatory, but it's time now. There's no more restraint and no more non-escalatory. Not, I wouldn't even call it tit for tat, just give it back, and give it back in measures that Pakistan realizes it, that it's too much. You can't be doing it. I think Pakistan doesn't seem to realize, and we have to hit at the source of terror. And the source of terror is the Pakistan army. We have to make sure that all assets of the Pakistan army have to be hit. and none better than where it hurts the most. And this the airfield was one, the nerve center, Rawalpindi, yet another one which needs to be hit, so that the Pakistanis realize it, that if they try and go up the escalatory ladder, because we attempted to hit the locations of the terrorists. There was 9 locations for those 25 minutes and 24 missiles, and that was, we thought the operation Sindoor was all over. But unlike that, when they struck India, it was they struck India. And therefore, when they've struck India, now they get it back. Even for the first 2 nights, I thought we were quite patient. We ought not to have been so patient. But notwithstanding that, since it's all over, we tried to show our patience. But now, obviously, the patience run out, and Pakistan needs to be paid back, not in the same coin, much higher. And now the time has come.
So there are at least 3 Pakistani Air Force air bases that India has hit, including the Noor Khan Air Base, one of the biggest in Pakistan. So Shan Sareen, what do you make of what's been going on over these last 4-5 hours? Is this now definitely both sides climbing up the escalation ladder? The attempt by Pakistan to try and send a missile to Delhi, that is a serious escalation. How do you think that is being viewed in New Delhi? We believe there's going to be a briefing by the armed forces in the next few minutes, but what's your assessment?
Zaka, I would imagine that the Pakistani attempt to fire a missile at Delhi would have really, let's say, would have lifted some of the restraints that the Indians have been putting on themselves over the last 2 days. For 2 nights, we've been having these kind of attacks taking place, and the Indian response has been very, very carefully calibrated. So if the Pakistanis were sending in drones and some light missiles, the Indians were responding similarly. The only difference between the 2 sides was that the Indian retaliation to Pakistani attacks was a little more successful than what the Pakistanis were attempting to do. The same thing happened last night. And then tonight, I think the Pakistanis really tried to up the ante. First, they tried to attack Jammu and another 26 places, and then they launched these missiles at Delhi. And I imagine that preposterous and ridiculous statement of their DG ISPR, who's the son of an internationally designated terrorist, incidentally. His father is an internationally proscribed UN designated terrorist, right? For his association with Osama bin Laden. That guy is the DG ISPR. Now, he says that 6 missiles were launched from Adampur, 5 of them on Amritsar, and 1 on Adampur itself. So from Adampur, we launched a missile in Adampur and 1 in Amritsar, say 5 in Amritsar, to kill 6. How stupid can he be? But he is. So clearly, I think from the Indian point of view, there has been this messaging going across that, listen, we are giving you off ramps, take them. If you're not going to take them, then we are going to hit you back. Now, I would say that we haven't really gone up the escalation ladder. Because look at it this way, the Pakistanis have been trying to hit our air bases. They've been trying to hit Pathankot, they've been trying to hit Avantipura, they've been trying to hit Amritsar, they've tried to hit a number of other Adampur and other air bases, right? So it's not that they've not tried to hit our air bases, just they've not been successful. So what have we done? We have also hit their air bases. We've used drones, and I'm now going by Pakistani accounts because we still don't have any Indian official accounts. The Pakistanis have claimed that the attacks on some of their air bases were from air to surface, which means that it were Indian aircraft which were firing those missiles from the air. And that is something which has been done in the past as well. So it is not in that sense a very significant escalation. We haven't as yet used ballistic missiles, surface to surface missiles. So we have also kept under a certain threshold so far. Just that our attacks have been a lot more successful, okay? And theirs have failed. Now, you cannot launch an assault on me and then claim the failure of your assault as a virtue and play victim. I'm sorry, that does not work. You launched an attack, it failed. I now am launching a counter attack, which seems to have gone down fairly well. But let's not kid ourselves. we are now going to be climbing up the escalation ladder because the Pakistanis are going to try and come back at us with full force. And let's see the next few hours, maybe this day will be a very critical day. Let's also not kid ourselves, Zaka, and I think we should be prepared. Our people should be prepared that there will be things which will get through our defenses. There will be casualties, there will be damage, there will be loss, and we should man up and take it all.
Okay.
And then go and go and take some more.
Yeah, I just want to bring in a word. A word that top government sources have told our investigations editor Manoj Gupta. We can break that as well. This is a message, and I guess this will be a message that will be conveyed by the defense folks who will be briefing the media, I believe, at 5:45 on the south lawns of the South Block. This is what top government sources have told Manoj Gupta, that Pakistan should try and understand that all that India is doing is commitment to a proportionate response, and that they should stop now. Pakistan should stop now. Otherwise, the next time India will have to be forced to climb the escalation ladder. So Pakistan needs to get the message and needs to stop now. It needs to stop sending all of these ballistic missiles. The Fatah 2 was attempted to hit Delhi, but it got intercepted in the skies over Haryana. Let me also try and go back to our reporters before I go back to the guests. Look, over the last 6 hours or so, there has been an attempt by Pakistan through drones, through ballistic missiles, to try and hit India at multiple places, multiple air stations. Let's try and go full frame to that. Multiple air stations have been targeted in Jammu. Jammu Air Base particularly seems to be one area where the Pakistanis have been trying for the last 3 nights to try and cause some damage. We've had drone attacks last night in Srinagar. We've also had an attempt to try and take down the Avantipura Air Base, also in Amritsar, the air base there, as well as, of course, the air base that we have in Haryana. But in response, India has attacked at least 3 air bases. 2 of them are major air bases for Pakistan. The Noor Khan Air Base in Rawalpindi, one of the biggest that Pakistan has. The Murid Air Base in Chakwal, which is also nearby. Both of these, of course, are right in the heart of Punjab. Then there is the Rafiki Air Base, a smaller one in Shorkot in southern Punjab, and then the Sukur Airport, which is used both for civilian and defense purposes in Sindh. So both in Punjab and in Sindh, there have been major attacks by the Indian armed forces. We're given to understand that at least some of these have been surface-to-air missiles, and some of these have been air-to-surface missiles, so they've been launched from a fighter jet. We'll try and get further information of that, but this is how it is looking right now. If Akash and let's get a sense of who are the other reporters that we have on the ground. We'll go across to Akash in just a moment, but it has been a night of heavy exchange of fire, drones and missiles between India and Pakistan. Pakistan climbing up the escalation ladder in a dramatic sort of upping of the ante, as it were, soon after the announcement by the International Monetary Fund of a tranche of $1 billion to Pakistan as part of an agreed upon package of $7 billion over a period of 3 or 4 years. Now Pakistan tried to send a ballistic missile towards India, intercepted in the skies over Sirsa in Haryana. It was directed at Delhi. Imagine if that missile had been successful and there was damage here in Delhi. That would have been a serious escalation of the situation between India and Pakistan, as it were. It seems to be that the Pakistani military leadership is being given a very solid and definitive message by the Indian military leadership. Back off now. Do not escalate. There you go. I want to once again bring you up to speed. So the smaller blasts that you're seeing on the map, Islamabad, Narowal, Lahore, these are all drone attacks that India has managed to pierce the Pakistani air defense and hit some of these places, including Sheikhpura, etc. But the airbase attacks that have been hit, those are missiles. Those are medium-range missiles that India has used. Like I said, in response, matching Pakistani aggression, Pakistan trying even with their ballistic missiles to pierce India's air defenses and hit some key defense installations as well as civilian installations here in India. This is India's response, and India is also sending out a message to Pakistan: please refrain from climbing further up the escalation ladder. All right, let's try and play out some of those visuals. I believe we have visuals from the Noor Khan base that was struck by India's missiles. Let's try and play out that video, and I'll come back to our guests and our reporters.
और ये नूर खान बेस के ऊपर अटैक हुआ है भाईजान नूर खान बेस में आके गिरा है ये अटैक हुआ है नूर खान बेस पे बिल्कुल घर के सामने अभी एक जहाज गुजरा है और ये नूर खान बेस के ऊपर अटैक हुआ है भाईजान नूर खान बेस में आके गिरा है ये अटैक हुआ है नूर खान बेस पे बिल्कुल घर के सामने अभी एक जहाज गुजरा है और ये नूर खान बेस के ऊपर अटैक हुआ है भाईजान नूर खान बेस में आके गिरा है ये अटैक हुआ है नूर खान बेस पे
Right, let me go across to Akash. Akash, just bring our viewers up to speed if they're just tuning in at 5:45 this morning. It's been a very, very hot night between India and Pakistan. Multiple locations in Pakistan have been hit, including at least 3 air bases. Pakistan has tried to dramatically escalate, go up the escalation ladder. Pakistan has tried to hit, among other places, even the national capital by launching a ballistic missile. It has been intercepted successfully by India's air defenses. It's been a night where they have tried drones as well as missiles. What are top defense sources telling you, Akash? What is going on in these last 4 or 5 hours?
Right, Zaka, first of all, in some time from now, we are going to have a press conference from the armed forces where we will be getting some sort of details of the sort of developments that have happened throughout the night. But at this point in time, in fact, in Jammu, we have been hearing multiple sounds, Zaka. We have been told that Air Force Station Jammu was on target. Initially, it was thwarted, but then, the sound is still on. We have been told that air defense guns are very much active. As far as, developments in the night are concerned, so we have been seeing major escalation from Pakistan where after, last evening, in fact, day before yesterday and last evening too, they have tried drones and missiles through different military stations here in India, military infrastructure. Jammu is one prime target where there have been, in fact, Zaka, you can hear the sounds as well, the air defense guns where, Jammu is on target, and again we are hearing these sounds where, our sources are telling us that Air Force Station was on target, but it was thwarted. Something rocket propelled is being sent. It can be a missile, it can be a UAV as well. We have been told, and we know that how they are using SH-15 as well. But yes, SH-15, there is less possibility that it can come here, even when they are bringing it to that bulge near Akhnur. At this point in time, while we talk about other places, so we have been told that crucial military infrastructure is on target. Of course, we will not tell the location because of limitations, but they are, targeting our crucial air assets. None of them till now is successful. They tried, attacking Delhi as well, but it was thwarted. As far as Pakistan and its assets are concerned, Zaka, we have been told that Noor Khan Air Base, one of their important bases in Rawalpindi, very close to the, headquarters, and in fact, very close to the important infrastructure was hit last night. Successful hit. In fact, their air assets were targeted, and military aircraft and transport aircraft both are there in the particular air base. We know that how they have the C-130 transport aircraft in that. They are operating some sort of drones from there. These facilities were hit by the Indian Armed Forces, including very high value target of the AD systems and radars. Shorkot Air Base, that is in Punjab, there we have a JF-17 of Pakistan. It was hit, and in fact Murid Air Base, very important Murid Air Base, they are operating their drones from Murid Air Base as well. It was hit. At this point in time, Zaka, they are trying multiple locations, not in Jammu and Kashmir, but in Haryana, in Punjab, in Rajasthan as well. And these attempts are being thwarted at this point in time. Air defense is very much active. We are still checking. We will be going with the reliable information only. And in some time from now, Zaka, armed forces are going to address the press conference. And meanwhile, we are hearing these constant sounds, possibly of the air defense guns, here in Jammu, because Jammu is on target, Zaka.
All right, Akash, any idea who in the Indian Army or the Defence Forces are going to be briefing? So far in these last 3 days, we've had the Foreign Secretary and the 2 young officers, the women officers from the Indian Army and the Indian Air Force. But this seems to be somebody else. Any word you're picking up on who is going to be briefing and why the need for this sudden early morning briefing? Because clearly things seem to have ratcheted up a couple of notches overnight in the last 4 or 5 hours.
We are assuming that someone from the IDS would be briefing IDS integrated defense staff. In fact, the coordinated command is there, and someone from IDS would be briefing, because these inputs will be of the Air Force, Indian Army, and the other forces as well. Also, we have been told that there can be a different level representation. Maybe someone from the MEA can also be a part. There is no clarity, but Zaka, as far as this briefing is concerned, so it was important, given the fact that there is a lot of narrative on social media where not just DG ISPR addressing the press conference is putting several sort of information that is not true from Indian side. We have their social media handles that are propagating some sort of narrative, and that's the reason why there was a need for this urgent press conference in the morning. Also because of the sort of operations that have happened throughout the night. We know that how Indian forces have retaliated to the aggression of Pakistan, where they have been trying to attack the military infrastructure here in India from last 2 days. Last night also, there were retaliation, there were operations, but India did not hit them.
Akash, I believe the briefing has begun. My colleague Arunima is telling us that if we can get either her, if we can get a live feed or a phone or an audio feed of the briefing, let's try and go across to her. If somebody can just put her through on the phone. Let's try and make sense of the story for our viewers. The briefing has begun by the Indian Army officials. We're not sure if this is on camera, if this is on record, or this is an off-record briefing, but certainly senior officials of the Indian Army are briefing on the lawns of South Block, is what we're given to understand, to try and get a sense of what exactly is going on here. If we can please connect to Arunima. I've been asking for the last 5 minutes to our assignment desk. Please connect our reporters on the ground. Let's try and make sense of what the story is for our viewers who may be tuning in just now at 5:50 in the morning. It's been a very hot night between India and Pakistan. You can see those pictures. India has hit multiple locations in Pakistan, from Islamabad to Lahore to Rawalpindi. The Noor Khan Air Base in Rawalpindi, one of the biggest that Pakistan has been hit. Can we please put through some reporters to try and make sense of this story for our viewers? There is, of course, a briefing that is happening right now by top Indian Army officials in South Block, on the lawns of the South Block. They will be giving us an assessment of what is going on, what has been going on in these last 4 or 5 hours between India and Pakistan. So the attempt has now gone up a notch from drones. It is scaled up now to missiles. All right, let's go across to Anvit, who is on the phone line. Anvit, where are you and what are you hearing?
Hi, Zaka. Morning. We are in Jaisalmer, and they are observing a complete blackout. They had been shut all lights and vehicular movement from 6 p.m. till 6 p.m. in the morning, and even now vehicular movement has been restricted. What we are reporting, from where we are reporting, is 70 to 80 kilometers from the border, because the last village, that is Ramgarh, beyond that, army is not allowing any civilian movement or any media movement as well. So we are reporting from here, but last night, even from here, we could clearly see the flares in the skies, and we could clearly see the ammunition coming in from Pakistan. But last night had been relatively peaceful. No visuals in the sky. Skies had been clear since last night. But yes, police have been making patrols, heavy patrols. In fact, we had also been hearing sirens, because on the forward areas yesterday, also in Jaisalmer and in Barmer, the sirens were being played out, as some drone sightings were also done. Following that, sirens had been played out, but so far as the ammunition is concerned, nothing has landed into Jaisalmer in the city side. However, some developments were.
We'll come back to you. Aman is also joining us. Aman, I believe there's a briefing by senior Indian Army officials that's going on in South Block. What are you hearing? Pakistan has shut off its airspace now for the next 6 hours till noon. I believe there's going to be a further escalation by Pakistan in the next few hours, but India has hit multiple air bases, from the Noor Khan Air Base to the Sukur Airport in Rawalpindi. Multiple air bases have been targeted by surface-to-air missiles. Let us know what is going on. What are you hearing this Saturday morning?
See, Zaka, what we are hearing from Indian government sources is that Pakistan has launched its counter-strike to Operation Sindoor. On May 7th, we saw India strike through Operation Sindoor, and the officials were saying last evening also that these drone attacks which were launched by Pakistan over the last 2 days were more of an intelligence gathering mechanism to assess our air defense capabilities. This seems to be the real attack coming from Pakistan. Of course, our air defense system is engaging all these offenses which are being launched by Pakistan. As you said, they have closed down their airspace for the next 5 to 6 hours. Seems that Pakistan is trying to now hit our air bases and they are trying to launch missiles. That is what we are hearing. The Indian government briefing is about to start. It was to start at 5:45, but it has still not started in the lawns of South Block. Shortly, Indian officials will be briefing us on what exactly is happening. But it seems that this is Pakistan's response. And India is very, very clearly saying that this response is very, very escalatory in nature. We are warning Pakistan to stop this, or India's response to this will be even more severe. Pakistan seems to be escalating the situation, Zaka, and that is what the Indian government sources are saying so far. We'll await the official press briefing, which is to happen in the next few minutes, Zaka.
Okay, Anshul is also joining us from Pathankot. What's happened there overnight? I believe there was multiple drones flying over the Pathankot airbase overnight. What is the latest that you can share with us, Anshul?
So yes, specifically over the last half an hour to 45 minutes, there has been at least 30 to 35 loud explosions that we have heard ourselves over here. I'll just try and move out of the frame and try and give a sense as how close is enemy at this point in time. The hills that you are seeing over there, these hills actually belong to the Pakistan. So we are, in fact, Pathankot is very, very close to the international border, and from this direction itself, there were several projectiles that were launched from the side of Pakistan, but our air defense systems have made sure that all these projectiles that were launched from that end were actually controlled in the air itself. They were blasted in the air itself. Nothing untoward has been reported till now. The Pathankot airbase is absolutely safe, is what we are being told. The situation is still tense because the blackouts are still continuing. There is no electricity across Pathankot over the last 4 hours. The blackout was supposed to end at 4 a.m. It is still continuing over here. There is constant announcements, and there is constant patrolling that is being done by the local police over here, trying to give out this message that people do not need to panic, do not need to step out their houses. They just need to follow the SOPs and everything will be fine. But yes, India's air defense system proving yet again that these Pakistani missiles, these Pakistani drones.
Akash is also there with us. Akash, I believe that off-cam briefing has been cancelled. Now we'll have a regular briefing at 10 a.m. Any idea on why that off-cam briefing has been cancelled and what's going on? What's the word you're picking up from MOD headquarters?
The operations are ongoing, situation is evolving, and that's the reason why they have in fact they have cancelled the briefing. We have been learning, Zaka. In fact, this briefing will be happening after 10 a.m. we have been told, and this will be a regular briefing since we are hearing about several attacks at different places throughout India. Specifically, they are targeting Pathankot, Jammu. In fact, I'm learning about some attempts in Jaisalmer as well once again, but then we'll wait for the confirmation. They are firing ballistic missiles at places. We have been told that there are places where they have been firing ballistic missiles. Artillery is very much on at the LC, and situation is evolving. That's the reason why MOD officials may have cancelled the briefing, but we have been learning. In fact, Pallavi is talking about the briefing that is going to happen at 10 a.m. Zaka, this is the major escalation. We have been talking about it, how India retaliated, and then once again in the morning time, in the daytime now, the attack is on, which is in fact going towards a major escalation, a war possibly. But then at this point in time, Indian armed forces are very much ready and capable, and they, we have been in fact told that air defense systems are very much active, and in Jammu, in fact, there are attempts at least. There are 5 to 6 attempts in the last half an hour, we have been told, in Jammu, but all of these attempts are thwarted, and in fact, drone attack is there, missile attack is there, and rocket propulsion is something that officers are talking about, possibly a missile when we say rocket propulsion. But Jammu is not the only place. In Srinagar also we have heard a sound, and in fact apart from Jammu and Srinagar, we have been told that in Udhampur also sirens are on. So at this point in time, while India has given it back to Pakistan at 3 different air bases of Pakistan. It seems that Pakistan is once again trying to attack the military infrastructure, specifically the Air Force stations and the air bases. Possibly they want to attack on airstrips or the air assets that we have at the Air Force stations. But yes, an official word is very much expected, because we have been in fact told about several other things. And then I'm hearing the constant sound, Zaka. I want to stress on this particular sound, because Jammu is one prime target. So Jammu is very close to the international boundary, international border. In the initial day, we have seen that how a barrage of drones were launched towards Jammu, and this time around we are learning about missiles. I'm also trying to check the environment. In fact, the clouds where I'm unable to see anything. Very close to the airport I'm standing, and at that particular place only we are seeing, in fact we are seeing this sort of action, where we have been told that missiles are there, missiles are coming towards the Jammu Air Force station and the airport. Both are in close vicinity. Also, other than Jammu and Srinagar, we have been told that there is a target in Haryana. I'll of course not name the location, but there is a target in Haryana as well, which has been in fact thwarted. Missile was launched. We know that how a missile was launched towards Delhi as well, the national capital. They clearly want to escalate it further. It was categorically mentioned by the Indian Armed Forces that we don't want to escalate, and that's why we are not targeting a civilian population. But we have seen that how last night in Firozpur a civilian population was targeted. Several individuals were hit because of this sort of target, where they
just give me a moment.
hit one civilian.
The big story happening right now is there's an off-cam briefing by senior officials of the Indian Army. They're saying that there has been retaliatory action that's been carried out. The LOC has been hot for the last 4 or 5 hours. In fact, more than that, it's been hot since last night. But what has happened overnight is Pakistan has now climbed up the escalation ladder from drones, which did not have any explosives. They've now notched it up to drones with explosives. And last night, they have now notched it up one rung further in the escalation ladder, trying to hit India through ballistic missiles, including one, a Fatah-2, which was launched in the direction of Delhi. Thankfully, that's been intercepted in the skies over Sirsa. India has retaliated. India has responded to the Pakistani escalation. India has managed to hit at least 3 different air bases in Noor Khan, of course, which is one of the biggest air bases of the Pakistan Air Force. They've also hit an air base in Chakwal, a civil-cum-military airport in Sukur in Sindh. So multiple military installations and civil installations as well have been hit. It's been a combination of drone attacks plus missile attacks. I also want to get more information at 10 a.m. The Foreign Secretary will be briefing. Remember, the last 3 days, it's been the Foreign Secretary along with the 2 young women officers of the Indian Army and the Indian Air Force. So that briefing is going to happen at 10 a.m. That's going to be on the record. Right now, what is happening is an off-record briefing by senior officials of the Indian Army. Let's go across to more reporters who are also joining us. Ishan is joining us from Srinagar. Ishan, again, looks like it's been a very hot night in Srinagar as well as in other parts of the Kashmir Valley.
Well, Zaka, right. This is for the first time also that drones came to Srinagar, Avantipora and Baramulla. Multiple, blasts were heard, and the defense system ensured that none of the air bases was hit. The target was to hit Avantipora Air Base and Srinagar Air Station. We should understand that Srinagar Airport is not just a civilian airport. It's a military army, Air Force air station. So that's why they try to hit the crucial infrastructure. And even 5 or 10 minutes back, we heard in Srinagar, people are waking up to the 2 loud blasts that were heard, possibly intercepting some kind of missiles or some kind of projectile being fired towards possibly airports in Srinagar or Avantipora. These are the main 2 bases. But apart from this, we have been learning that they tried to carry out, drone-based attacks last night on the India's military infrastructure, particularly in Baramulla, which acts as a front line for the line of control. So they might have tried to hit the Indian Army's main assets in Baramulla, Srinagar, and Avantipur. But that has been repulsed. What we have been given also to understand is that security around these vital installations has been doubled, and it's amply clear that they are going to attack these vital installations to basically stop the militaries or air forces advance if at all that happens with Pakistan. But
right.
overnight, there has been massive shelling that has taken place both on the line of control in Kashmir and also other areas of Kashmir where people have already left their houses and left for safer destinations.
All right, Aman is also joining us. Aman, what's the word you're hearing from top government sources? It's been a very, very hot night, escalatory action by Pakistan, India responding with both drone attacks as well as surface-to-air missiles. What are you learning from top government sources? I believe the Foreign Secretary will be having that briefing at 10 a.m. for an official word. But what are you picking up on what an escalatory night it's been between Friday night and Saturday morning?
Well, absolutely, Zaka. It's been a big escalation, first from Pakistan and a big response from India. That is what we're hearing from top government sources, especially India's attack on 3 air bases of Pakistan, mainly the Noor Khan air base, which has in Rawalpindi, which is a major response by India, because this is now India firing missiles at Pakistan after the relentless 2 days. Pakistan has sent 300 to 400 drones the previous night, and yesterday also these drone attacks have been incessant on our forward, cities, and all major cities of India are now on high alert, because there is also news that Pakistan fired a missile towards India, which has been intercepted at Sirsa. So Pakistan is really escalating the situation. This seems to be their main attack in the last 2 days. Maybe, as Indian officials were saying at the briefing yesterday, that those attacks were mainly to gauge India's air defense system capability and gather intelligence. This seemed to be the main attack which has happened last night, and though it has been foiled to a larger extent, and we'll get details of that at 10 a.m. when the Foreign Secretary and the government brief us on what exactly has happened. But so far it seems Pakistan is escalating the situation. Indian government sources are saying that Pakistan should stop, because if it doesn't stop, the Indian response is going to be even more fierce. India is ready to go to any lengths to protect its assets, to protect its territory from such missile and drone attacks by Pakistan and by hitting Rawalpindi. India has shown the capability it has to hit in the heart of Pakistan. We have seen these visuals on the screen as well. Indian government sources are very clear that India is not going to step back if Pakistan is going to do such big retaliation that we have seen since last night, and big air bases of Pakistan being hit by India. We'll get more details. I think the official press briefing, Zaka, has also been put off for now, because the operation is ongoing. It's a very evolving situation, and the next 2 to 3 hours could be very crucial in determining which way this escalation is now going, Zaka.
Arunama is also joining us from South Block. Arunama, I believe there's been some off-rec information that's been given to reporters. Who was briefing and sorry, what have they said? What is the information that you have?
Yeah, so this was supposed to be an official briefing, to respond to all that DGISPR has said. But what we were told that since air operations have begun again for the last 1 hour or so, air operations have begun again, even though on ground, this is what we learned, that on the LOC, the ground fire that we are hearing, that has become intermittent firing for now. So the entire focus is on the sky. And because of those ongoing air operations, the briefing has been delayed now. The briefing is now expected at 10. But what we can confirm is that, South Block is carrying on retaliatory attacks after Pakistan carried out its misadventure at 26 locations last night as well. And these are air operations mainly that are going on. DGISPR and Pakistani officials claim that Pathankot and Jammu air bases in India were targeted, but there's no confirmation that is coming in from South Block at this stage about whether Pathankot or Jammu air base was targeted at all, because we have seen over the last 2 days also such attempts were made and the attempts were thwarted. India, however, is confirming that 3 Pakistani air bases have been successfully targeted as a retaliatory action after Pakistan's misadventure. At around 10 o'clock, we're expecting a detailed list of the overnight operations that have been carried out. One must emphasize that what we are being told is that the operation is still ongoing. As we are speaking, the air operations are still on.
So here's what we know, that Pakistan in a dramatic manner tried to escalate the attack on India's military installations. I have a list of places that have been hit overnight, or at least the attempt was made by Pakistan to try and hit. It attempted to attack Udhampur, which is a large base that we have. Pathankot Air Base, one of the forward air bases of the Indian Air Force. The Jammu Air Force Station has also been one of the targets of the attack. Sirsa, where the skies above Sirsa is where the Fatah 2, the ballistic missile, was intercepted and brought down. That, we're given to understand, was headed in the direction of Delhi. So it's a major and dramatic escalation by Pakistan over the last 6 hours or so. I suspect it was after the the announcement by the International Monetary Fund that they are releasing that tranche of $1 billion as part of that agreed package for $7 billion over a period of 3 or 4 years. Let me ask you, Arunima, so in response to this, it's clear that Pakistan has escalated and tried to attack India's Air Force and Army bases. India has responded too. Is there any word you're picking up officially from Defense Ministry officials or from senior army sources as to what are the places that India has hit in Pakistan in response to what Pakistan has tried to do?
So before that, Zaka, since you mentioned that, from Sirsa, the target seemed to be Delhi. So what we heard from South Block is that Delhi is absolutely safe, that there was no attempt that was even close to the national capital. So that is one thing that South Block has made absolutely clear, that there's no problem for the national capital. However, on the Pakistani side, the report that we are getting is that Islamabad, Lahore and their air assets were targeted and successfully targeted is what we are being told. However, they're refraining from going ahead and giving an official word or official coordinates, because they do want the foreign secretary and the two officials who we have been hearing over the last 3 days between 10 and 10:30. That official briefing is expected, and they do want to give out the specific names and air bases at that press conference. But indications that yes, we have carried out retaliatory attacks in the Pakistani capital, in Rawalpindi and also in Lahore, and they're emphasizing that in spite of all the bombastic claims that are coming in from DGISPR, none of the Indian air bases have been breached. They're all safe, and the national capital, the misadventure that they wanted for the national capital, was stopped way ahead. So Indian air defense is still working, but once again to emphasize that the air operations are still on.
All right, so here are the military installations that Pakistan has tried to attack over the last 6 hours. There was an attempt at the Udhampur station, at the Pathankot Air Force Base, the Jammu Air Force Station, and of course over Sirsa, which again is a large Air Force base, Air Force station in Udhampur as well. There, the missile, the ballistic missile, the Fatah-2, which is a medium-range missile, is about 300-400 kilometers range, which Pakistan tried to send in the direction of the national capital. That has been intercepted and that has been brought down in the skies over Sirsa. So there are at least 4 or 5 Air Force stations that Pakistan has tried to attack, Indian Air Force bases that Pakistan has tried to attack over the last 6 hours. In response, India has hit back and it has targeted at least 3 major air bases of the Pakistan Air Force. The biggest one, of course, the Noor Khan Air Base, right in the heart of Rawalpindi. You've also had an attack on the Chakwal Air Base and the Rafiki Air Base. There's also one on a smaller civilian defense airport in Sukur in Sindh. So at least about 4 locations which are air facilities have been hit by India, both in drone attacks as well as missile attacks. Again, medium-range missiles that have been launched, air-to-surface missiles. Let me go back to our report. Aman is also joining us. Aman, again, just putting this into perspective for our viewers. So up until last night, till that IMF announcement happened, till about midnight or so, Pakistan was sending these exploratory drones, these probing missions. At least on the first night, none of them seemed to have explosives attached. Last night, there seemed to be explosives with some of those drones. But post-midnight or so, this dramatic escalation by the Pakistani Air Force to try and target specifically some forward Indian air bases, and now India in response hitting back and successfully targeting some Pakistani Air Force air bases. This is now a definitive climbing off the escalation ladder. Put it into perspective for our viewers.
Well, absolutely, Zaka. What government sources just told me that, when we attacked Pakistan during Operation Sindoor, we did not target any military installation. These were all terror targets under Operation Sindoor. It is Pakistan which started off 2 days back, by first attacking our military installations, trying to send these drones, to attack the Jammu airport, the other Bhatinda air station, which was mentioned yesterday in the briefing as well, that Pakistan tried to target. It is Pakistan which started it. But yes, over the last 2 nights, what the drones which were sent by Pakistan were more, as you were correctly saying, not were armed, many were not armed. These was most of an intel exercise to assess the capability of our air defense systems, more like a recce missions, which government sources are saying the real attack was kept off till the IMF bailout happened. Soon after the IMF bailout has happened last night, Pakistan has actually launched its operation by trying to target our air bases, and that is why India has retaliated and done this big strike, especially at the Rawalpindi Air Force Base, because that is a major Air Force base of Pakistan. By attacking that, India has shown its capability that Pakistan should immediately de-escalate, because what Pakistan is doing is actually to escalate the situation by trying to target our Air Force bases, our military stations. India did not do that in Operation Sindoor. Our strike was only against the terrorist infrastructure. But Pakistan, by its response, especially today morning, and this news that a ballistic missile was fired towards Delhi is an open, I would say, Zaka, proclamation of war by Pakistan. And, India will respond in greater, greater strength now. That is what sources are telling me, that India will not stop now unless Pakistan stops, because we are committed to defend our military installations, and this kind of an attack by Pakistan will be responded very, very strongly, and we'll hear that, Zaka, from the FS at 10 a.m.
All right, so the Foreign Secretary briefing is going to be at 10 a.m. Likely that he will be flanked by both the Indian Air Force and Indian Army officers, the lady officers. Let's try and bring you up to speed with what India has done in response overnight. It has hit multiple air bases. The biggest one, of course, is the Noor Khan Air Base in Rawalpindi. Rawalpindi, of course, is where the general headquarters of the Pakistan Army is based. This is the heart of the Pakistani Fauj, and it has hit the biggest air base in Rawalpindi, the Noor Khan Air Base. It's also hit an air base in Chakwal, that's also in Punjab. There have been smaller drone attacks in the outskirts of Islamabad. We've had a couple of attacks in Narowal, in Lahore, in Sheikhpura, etc. There's also the Rafiki Air Base in Shorkat, which is in southern Punjab. This has also been hit. So three major air bases from Noor Khan and Murid Air Base in Chakwal. The one in Rawalpindi, the Shorkot Air Base, the Rafiki Air Base, and there is a smaller airport, the Sukur Airport in Sindh. So Punjab and Sindh, these are the two heartland provinces. They make up for the bulk of Pakistan. Both of those places have been hit. Some of these smaller blasts have been through what they call loitering munitions, these suicide drones, these LMS drones. But some of the bigger attacks on the Air Force stations, we can show that Noor Khan base attack, the Rawalpindi Air Base attack, that was through a major ballistic missile. We're also getting more breaking news. This, of course, in response to what Pakistan has tried to do in India, getting breaking news that there have been at least 3 blasts that have been reported in Udhampur at the military base there. It's again one of our forward bases. There has been some degree of damage. The damage assessment is being done right now. There has been shelling, and this is, of course, keeping the LOC active and hot. There's been massive heavy artillery shelling that's been going on across Surankot, Jammu, Naushera, as well as Rajouri. Let me go across to Ishan with more details on this. So Ishan, the activity, the heavy artillery shelling is happening now, not just across the LC, but also happening across the international border. Akash has more on that. So Akash, Udhampur Air Force Station, I believe, has suffered some damage. What the extent of the damage is, we don't know. They're assessing that right now. But more importantly, there's also heavy artillery fire across the international boundary, Surankot, Jammu, Naushera, as well as the Poonch Rajouri sector.
Right, so a ceasefire violation is there, at the LC, but yes, Udhampur was one target, and Manoj Gupta is, reporting, in fact, that how, Udhampur has got hit, in fact, but in fact, there were sounds in the Udhampur, and there we have the headquarters of the Northern Army Command, and that's why it is very crucial place. It was on target, in fact, day before yesterday. In fact, yesterday it was on target, but we have no confirmation of the hit. But yes, 3, sounds have been heard, in fact, from this particular location. Also, Zaka, in Jammu, I'm learning about a civilian location being hit. They are targeting civilian population, while the attack on the Air Force Station or the air base was thwarted. I'm learning that in Jammu, we have some civilian casualty possibly. Injuries, or I should say, in some time from now, we'll have confirmation, but we have air sirens once again here in Jammu. And, Zaka, today they are launching the ballistic missiles. We know that how they have Fatah series, which has got 120 kilometers of range, and they possibly have been, launching the Fatah missiles. And in fact, there is a plan of further escalation, given the fact that DG ISPR, addressed the press conference and, said a number of things which, in fact, have not been confirmed by Indian Armed Forces. At around 10 a.m. we'll be having confirmation. But yes, artillery fire has been going on in Srinagar. The explosive sounds are in fact very much there, in fact have been heard by the locals, and Ishan has been reporting from there. In Poonch area, shelling has been happening at the line of control, where we have reported that how civilian population was targeted, Gurudwara was targeted. In Rajouri as well.
Akash, just stay on with us. I'm going to come back to you in just 1 second. I want to bring our viewers up to speed and give them a degree of reassurance as well that Pakistan has been attempting to hit multiple Indian Air Force bases, forward air bases, but the good news that I can share with you is that all are safe. There's been relatively minor damage that has happened. No casualties, no fatalities in any of these installations. The Pathankot forward air base, the Jammu Air Force Station, the Udhampur Air Force Station, all are safe. That is the word that we have from top government sources. All three of our forward air bases are safe. All personnel have been accounted for. Whatever minor damage assessment is going on, but all three air bases are safe. Arunima has more on this. So Arunima, that's the big picture. Pakistan trying to attack India's forward air bases. All of them are safe. In retaliation, India targeting some of Pakistan's air bases. The Noor Khan air base up in Rawalpindi is one of the biggest that they have in the country, and that has been hit badly. You can see from those pictures. Arunima.
Successfully targeting Pakistan is what we are hearing as well. One must underline that officially at 10 a.m. we are expecting location by location, coordinate by coordinate briefing by the Ministry of External Affairs. Most likely Foreign Secretary will take the podium once again, along with the two officers from the Indian Army and the women officers from the Indian Army and the Air Force. But what we are being told is that even though Pakistan attempted to attack Pathankot, they attempted to carry out attacks in Udhampur and also in Jammu. All these three air bases, the air assets were targeted, but Indian Air Defence managed to thwart all these three attacks at Jammu, Udhampur, Pathankot. No damage done. All our assets are safe. There's no casualty, no injury to any personnel present in the in the air base complex.
All right. Arunima, we'll try and come back to you as you try and, look, reporters are spread all across the country, particularly in some of these points that have been hit or attempted to be hit by Pakistan. There has been cross LC as well as cross IB firing. This is heavy artillery shelling that Pakistan has been undertaking for the last couple of nights at least. In the Jammu, Poonch, Rajouri, that sector, in Surankot, in Naushera, as well as in Rajouri, overnight there's been heavy artillery shelling. Ishan is there with us with more details on that. So just break this down for us. There's been an attempt to hit some of the forward air stations. All of those have been thwarted, but at the same time, Pakistan is also using heavy artillery fire, both across the LC as well as across the IB.
Well, absolutely right, Zaka. Even it started yesterday before the sunset. Generally, they would fire towards Indian positions after sunset, but yesterday they started firing at around 4:30, and then India had to retaliate. This is happening in Uri, this is happening in Keran, Tangdar, Kupwara. Every place in line of control has been impacted by the ceasefire violation. People have been moved, people have been taken out to safer locations and safer shelters, and now we are hearing that the exchange is still happening on the line of control. Look, what we have also heard is that there have been, at least 3 sounds that have been heard in Srinagar, which has woken up people. We are getting messages from people, but we should tell our viewers that there is no need to panic, because there's a lot of panic around after hearing those sounds around Srinagar and other parts as well. As a possibility that they might be also trying to hit India's important assets in Jammu and Kashmir. Yesterday, they tried to attack through drones by sending drones to a couple of locations which are very important for the defense forces, but they were immediately the air defense system ensured that they are brought down. Sources told us at least 8 drones were seen around Srinagar, Baramulla and Avantipur, which hosts one of the big air bases of Indian Air Force in Udhampur. So they try to attack the vital assets.
All right, so Ishan, we'll come back to you. There's some forward air bases, including Udhampur, Pathankot, I believe even Adhampur, again in Haryana, which is again a forward air base, has also been tried to be hit. Akash, what are top Ministry of Defense officials, Indian Army, Indian Air Force officials telling you? Clearly, I think Pakistan is climbing the escalation ladder, no doubt about it. That has been the attempt. The attempt has also been to try and target some of India's forward air bases and Air Force stations. All of those attempts have been thwarted by India. India, in response, of course, has successfully carried out major strikes from the Noor Khan Air Base to the Chakwal Air Base to the Rafiki Air Base. Tell us what you're picking up from top defense sources. Like I said, the attempts at the Air Force stations, the forward Air Force stations in Udhampur, in Pathankot, in Jammu and Sirsa, in all these 4 places have been thwarted by India's air defense systems.
Right, you rightly pointed out the Air Force stations in Jammu and Pathankot specifically are safe, and in fact I am learning that there is in fact some sort of damage in some civilian infrastructure. We'll get it confirmed by the civilian authorities as well. But till now all attempts in fact have been thwarted, and Dhaka armed forces in fact are very much capable and ready. This is what the defense sources are telling us. In fact, at around 10 a.m. we'll get the official word as to what they did last night, and also what is the sort of retaliation that they are planning now, given the fact that Pakistan is launching ballistic missiles and has shown that they want to escalate it further. Dhaka, we have been seeing that how from last 48 hours, in fact in the last 72 hours, a number of things have happened. Specifically, we talk about the current times. Yesterday it was happening in the night hours, but today, in the early morning hours, we have been seeing these attacks specifically targeted towards Udhampur and Jammu, because in Udhampur we have one military base, and there we have constant sounds here. In fact, in Jammu, ballistic missile is what has been tried here in Jammu as well. It was tried for Delhi, it was tried for one location in Haryana, very crucial location in Haryana. I'm not putting out the details right now, but very crucial location is being targeted there in Haryana as well. It has been thwarted, all safe. In fact, as far as the assets are concerned, so all our air assets are safe. In fact, they have been trying, the core headquarters of Leh, I'm told, and in fact last night it was tried, but it was thwarted once again. Air defense is in play. In Udhampur, we are learning, several, sounds, in fact, but we have no confirmation on the sort of explosions that are being reported from that particular location. In Punjab also, they have been trying, they have been launching their ballistic missiles for Punjab. In fact, especially in Pathankot, also because of the sort of air defense we have in Pathankot, they might have some sort of input of the sort of platforms that we have in Pathankot, and that's the reason why Pathankot is being targeted, and is a very important Air Force establishment there that we have in Pathankot, and also in Srinagar, Dhaka, launches are there. And we have been learning that since ceasefire violation is happening throughout the LC, so army is also retaliating to that. We are having ceasefire violation in Rajouri, Poonch, Mendhar, and in fact in Kathua also I'm learning that violation is there, but since we have the international border there, so we are waiting for the confirmation BSF, whether or not BSF is engaged in any sort of firing, because till now it is limited more on LC, line of control. In Uri and in other areas of the Kashmir, we have been learning about the ceasefire violation, but specifically in Poonch we have this heavy shelling going on.
Okay, I want to bring our viewers up to speed on what Pakistan has attempted to do over the last 6 hours or so, and this is specifically right after the amp up of the IMF bailout announcement that happened. So here are some of our forward Air Force stations and air bases. Udhampur, of course, is the headquarters of the Indian Army's Northern Command. Massive military station there. It's the headquarters, like I said. It is, of course, very critical for the entire Jammu region as well as the Poonch Rajouri region. But Udhampur, there's been some attempt by Pakistan to try and cause damage at the Air Force station there, at the military base there, but that has been thwarted. Also at the Jammu Air Force Station, there has been an attempt by the Pakistanis to try and attack the Air Force Station. Again, I can report to you there is very little, minimal damage there. The Air Force Station is very much functional. Pathankot is one of our forward air bases, one of the largest in the country. It's on the outskirts of Pathankot city. It is literally on the border with Pakistan. Remember, in 2016, it was the Pathankot Air Force Station that was attacked in a terrorist attack. Of course, that after that attack, India tried to give access to an ISI team for a joint investigation. That investigation really did not go any further. This is a massive Air Force Station, one of the biggest, one of our forward air bases. And then, of course, there is the Sirsa Air Station as well, part of the Western Command of the Indian Air Force. So these 4 installations have been tried to be breached by Pakistan overnight. All of it has been unsuccessful. I can report to you that all of our forward air bases, Air Force stations and military bases are safe. if at all there is minimal damage, assessment of which is being done in Udhampur, which is of course the headquarters of Indian Army's Northern Command. I want to go across to Arunima. So Arunima, paint the picture for us at about 6:30 as our viewers are waking up to this Saturday morning. It seems very clear that Pakistan has attempted to go up the escalation ladder. They want to try and take this to the next level. They've been sending in missiles, they've been sending in drones that are fitted with explosives, trying to take out some of India's air bases. All of those attempts have been thwarted. India, in response, has taken out, I'm given to understand, at least 3 frontline air bases of the Pakistan Air Force. What is the big picture this Saturday morning?
Yes, so the source-based information that we have, first thing first, Indians should just have trust in our defence forces. It's all good, it's all safe. Attempts that were made at Pathankot, Udhampur, Jammu, all attempts thwarted. There was an attempt and misadventure towards the national capital of Delhi as well, over Sirsa. I think even that has been, the Fateh missile has been intercepted. So that national capital is safe as well. But what is it that we have done in terms of retaliatory action in Pakistan? Some details just coming in. What we are being told by sources is that there was a calibrated and purposeful military target hit, and the adversary has got a bloody nose after those 26 locations in India that Pakistan targeted last night as well. The Noor Khan Air Base, it was hit. We have been reporting this since morning, Zaka. The strikes have happened near the vicinity of Joint Staff Headquarters at Chakala as well. So there is source-based confirmation coming to that. The jugular of Pakistan, the 14 Corps with 10 and 11 Division in Lahore, that has been targeted, and we are specifically being told that Lahore was struck because they were trying to strike Amritsar. Of course, our air defence took down the attempts against Amritsar as well, but in retaliation, Lahore was struck. Assets of the 15th Division at Sialkot has been activated, is also what our forces are learning, but they are fully prepared. But Siddhant is also here with me. If you can give me a moment, I want to get in his views. What has happened overnight, the ramifications of it as far as diplomatic quarters are concerned?
Well, you know, Arunima, I look at it, in fact, Zaka was also pointing out, they were waiting for the IMF bailout, and there's no doubt about it. There were a lot of international pressure which India could manage to build, you know, on the committee which sanctions it. There is no vote provision there. In fact, India has abstained. IMF has taken note of India's abstention. But how I look at it is in a way that, you know, what they did yesterday was perhaps a recce. This is what I was told. They sent their drones, whether they were armed or they were not armed, I really don't have much idea about it, but 300 and 400 drones were sent just to locate our air defense systems, and perhaps we fooled them again.
Yes, I can add information to that. 500 drones across 24 locations. Most did not have weapon, looked like a surveillance and prodding exercise.
Yes, and you know what we really fooled them yesterday. In fact, I was told by top sources in government of India, we even didn't use all our air defense systems. We shot them down with the aircraft guns. This is what I'm being told, and you know that was a recce which they did yesterday. They created a lot of panic. They created a lot of noise around it. In fact, there was to camouflage their operation yesterday night. What they did was they did a press conference. They invited foreign media. In fact, they you know, I was going through all that content last evening, Arunima. So you know, they kind of said that what India is doing, you know, they kind of they did spread lie against India in those press conferences. You know, that was kind of a camouflage they wanted to do. But the idea was to struck India today, Arunima, and you know, we thwarted all their attempts. Perhaps what Arunima is reporting for us is that all our bases are safe, and we have hit them harder this time around.
Yes. So that I think the body language, Zaka, I once again want to point out to that Rajnath Singh picture that we got yesterday morning with the 3 service chiefs and the Chief of Defence Staff. The CDS was present, the Defence Secretary was present. That showed, you know, combat uniform, all 3 chiefs were in there, but the body language was confidence, they were smiling, and that is, I think, because they were prepared. They were quite aware of what Pakistan was up to, and they were prepared, and that preparation has held us in good stead early this morning.
All right, so I can also report to you that there was some attempt to try and disrupt the civil as well as the technical airport in Jammu. Those attempts have been thwarted by the Indian air defense systems. Remember, so the big picture is Pakistan has been trying to take out some of India's forward military bases as well as some forward air force stations. The attempt has been on some of the biggest ones. Pathankot is one of the biggest and a forward air base that we have. It was also the scene of the 2016 terror attack. That attack has been thwarted. There was some attempt at the Jammu Air Force Station. That has also been thwarted. And then, of course, the Air Force Station in Sirsa, which has also been thwarted. In response, India has attacked the Noor Khan Air Base, of course, which earlier used to be called the Chakala Air Base of Pakistan, one of the biggest just in Rawalpindi, in the heart of the general headquarters, is barely, a few kilometers away, the general headquarters of the Pakistan military. So this hits right at the heart of the Pakistani military. But I can report to you that whether it was Udhampur, whether it was Jammu, whether it was Sirsa, whether it was Pathankot, whether it was some of these forward air force stations that India has, the attempt by Pakistan has been foiled. India has retaliated in good measure and targeted some very frontline air force stations of Pakistan. There has been, of course, increased shelling as well, heavy artillery shelling both across the line of control as well as across the international border. There has been some shelling in some civilian areas in Jammu, but I can report to you, so far at least, there are no confirmations on any civilian casualties yet. Akash is also through with us. Akash, so where you are in Jammu, there's been an attempt to try and hit the Air Force Station there, but that has been negated. What are you hearing in terms of where all India has hit Pakistan, particularly the Noor Khan Air Base, which used to be the Chakala Air Base before, one of the biggest. It's right in the heart of Rawalpindi. It's close to their general headquarters. That would not have gone well. And those pictures, that video, I think somebody there, that's the third picture that you're seeing on the right of your screen, somebody capturing that on your mobile phone saying, Bhaijan, they've hit the Noor Khan Air Base. Just walk us through what India has done in response to this very hot night between both countries.
Right. So Noor Khan Air Base, you rightly pointed out, in Chakala of Rawalpindi, near Islamabad, has got critical air assets. Zaka, I was mentioning it earlier that how their transport aircrafts as well as their military fighter jets are very much there. They're operating there, several drones in fact from there, and we have been told that in fact, the air assets in that particular Air Force stations were on target and have been hit successfully. And also, Shorkot Air Force Air Base, in fact, which is in Punjab, it has got JF-17 Thunder aircraft, F-7PG, and several other air assets as well. It was hit, and in fact, we are not learning about the airstrip, but yes, the air assets was on target, and the target was successfully hit. In fact, we are learning about Murid Air Base, that is in Chakwal of Punjab. This is a smaller air base, but is technically important air base, and we have been told that primarily supports training and secondary operations. And the drone attack that was launched towards India was very much supported from this particular Air Force station, and we have been told that it has got fighter jets and possibly some drones as well, and it was successfully targeted by Indian forces, Indian Armed Forces. So these three Air Force stations, we have got confirmation for several air assets, and in fact the infrastructure was on target and it was successfully hit by the Indian Armed Forces. Also in retaliation, now Pakistan is trying to make a dent, and in fact is trying to hit our Air Force stations, but they are not successful till now. And our air defense is very much working, 80 guns, and in fact the the systems that we have is very much working. It's the daytime now. We have been seeing the escalation particularly in the night time from last 24 to 48 hours, but will it continue in the daytime as well? What will be the next future course of action as far as India is
Akash,
concerned?
I'm sorry to interrupt. The image that I'm showing on the left is also from Jammu. It's a civilian area. There is a temple called the Shambhu temple in Jammu. We're given to understand there's been a projectile that's hit. We don't know if it's a drone or a missile, but a projectile has hit just outside the temple. No casualties. That is the important thing. You can see the remnants of the wreckage there. This is mobile phone footage that's been shot by one of the individuals there. You can see the wreckage that's strewn all over the place. This is called the Shambhu temple in Jammu. Again, the good news is that there is no casualties there. There you can see the main gate, the pillars leading into the temple. So on the outside perimeter of the temple complex, there's been a projectile hit. Again, the good news being that there is no reports of any civilian casualties in the Jammu temple attack. Aman is also joining us. Again, I want to go big picture for our viewers who are tuning in a little past 6:30 this morning, this Saturday morning. There has been a visible amping up by Pakistan. India has retaliated. Pakistan's attempts have been foiled. The attempt was to try and target some of our forward air bases in Pathankot, in Jammu, the military station in Udhampur, etc. But all of that has been foiled, Aman. In response, India is hit back with a combination of drones as well as missiles, and some of the Air Force station attacks in Pakistan have been very, very successful. What are you hearing from top government sources?
The big picture that we're hearing is that the government is very, very clear that April 22nd was the original escalation by Pakistan. India responded to that escalation through Operation Sindoor, and our attack was on the on the terror infrastructure in Pakistan, the terror headquarters in Pakistan of Jaish, of the LET, of the Hizbul, and this was because Pakistan did not act against them, and over 100 terrorists were killed in the Indian strike. For India, the offensive had ended there. India did not want to take it further beyond there. India very clearly said we did not target any civilian population, neither any Pakistani military infrastructure in Operation Sindoor. The escalation the Indian government feels is now coming from Pakistan, first through these drone attacks for the last 2 nights, which now seem to be, Zaka, more of recce missions. These drone attacks seem to be more to assess our strength of our air defense systems, our alertness, where are our air defense systems located, maybe also to try and exhaust maybe some of our air defense systems before the actual attack comes. Indian government is also now seemingly very clear that Pakistan decided to wait for the IMF bailout before launching its big strike, because it did not want its IMF bailout to be jeopardized in any manner. And this shows that soon after the IMF bailout, Pakistan cleared its airspace today morning and has launched an attack through ballistic missiles, not only at our forward Air Force bases in Pathankot and the Udhampur, it has also tried to attack our major cities. So this is a major escalation by Pakistan. That is what India is saying. India never targeted earlier Pakistan's military infrastructure, but because Pakistan has now, upped in a way the game, India is not shying back, and this attack on the airbase in Rawalpindi by India is to show how deep India can hit. And I think India is still trying to tell Pakistan to get the message to de-escalate. But if Pakistan does not de-escalate from here, Zaka, Indian government sources are telling me that we will also not stop now, and Pakistan will be taught a lesson.
All right. So our reporters are spread across the length and breadth. Ishan is joining us from Srinagar. Akash is joining us from Jammu. In Delhi, we have Arunima and Siddhant joining us from South Block. There's going to be a briefing by the Foreign Secretary at 10 a.m. Last 3 days, the briefing has been done by the Foreign Secretary along with the 2 young women officers of the Indian Army and the Indian Air Force. Siddhant is also joining us from South Block. What are you hearing, Siddhant, in terms of what the MEA has to say? The briefings have been going on by the Foreign Secretary. Any word you're picking up on, our international players trying to intervene? I believe there was a statement put out by the G7. The Saudi Deputy Foreign Minister, who was here in Delhi a couple of days ago, he was in Islamabad yesterday. And this visible upping the ante by Pakistan has happened after the announcement of the IMF, the bailout announcement of $1 billion. What are you hearing from MEA?
Well, that's right, Zaka. In fact, just a short while back, Zaka, we have been told that press briefing by Foreign Secretary, which was expected to take place at 10 a.m., has again got delayed. In fact, they have told us that they're going to inform us again when and where this press briefing will take place today. Perhaps, as Arunima was also pointing out, that the ops are still going on. The focus is on Sky at this point in time, Zaka. And in fact, yesterday, India also decided to close Kartarpur corridor, Zaka. Perhaps that was an announcement which Foreign Secretary made, because India knew that this is coming. This is coming. The time Pakistan will secure the bailout package from IMF, they are gonna hit us. Day before yesterday, Zaka, what happened post midnight? Perhaps they sent more than 300 UAVs. Perhaps we have also been told that those UAVs were not even loaded, were not even armed. Those UAVs were only sent to locate our air defense systems. Perhaps we knew about it, and we did not use our best of the systems in place. In fact, we shot them down using aircraft gun. This is what I'm being told. In fact, since then, India was preparing that what they did day before yesterday was a recce visit. Perhaps they are going to hit India, and they could target forward bases, Pathankot, Jammu, etc., those locations. So India was fully prepared for it. As you rightly pointed out, at a diplomatic level, perhaps India is not escalating. Foreign Secretary again reiterated yesterday that the first and the only escalation was the 22nd April attack in Pahalgam. India is only responding to the escalation by Pakistan. In fact, yesterday in the press briefing also, Foreign Secretary highlighted, Zaka, that how religious sites have been targeted in Poonch. There's a convent school which has been targeted.
Yes, Siddhant, I'm going to come back to you. We're getting more information, courtesy Manoj Gupta, our investigations editor, that a bunch of missiles have been fired. I can't reveal the exact number, but a bunch of missiles have been fired from the Srinagar airbase. That too, Pakistan has tried to attack, but there is very minimal damage that has happened there. So from the Srinagar airbase, missiles have been sent, and a Pak Air Force jet, at least one we can confirm, possibly more than one, but definitely one Pakistan Air Force jet has been shot down by missiles that have been sent from the Srinagar airbase. So that is a big development. One Pakistan Air Force jet being downed by India. Remember, Pakistan has a combination of the F-16s, which are the American fighter jets, the fourth generation fighter jet, and also a combination of the JF-17 and the J-10. The JF-17 is the 4.5 generation Chinese fighter jet, and the J-10 the fourth generation fighter jet. So it's a combination of Chinese as well as American military jets, fighter jets that the Pakistan Air Force has. We don't know which of this has been brought down, but at least two Pakistani Air Force jets have been downed by India in missile strikes that have been launched from the Srinagar Air Force Station. Arunima, what more details are you hearing? There was supposed to be an army briefing earlier this morning. I believe there wasn't much information that came from there, but at 10 o'clock, the Foreign Secretary is expected to brief the press. But this big development that we are breaking right now on our screen, at least two Pakistani Air Force fighter jets have been brought down by missiles that have been fired from the Srinagar Air Force Station.
I think this was the air operation which led to the delay and subsequent postponement of the briefing. We got a message early in the morning around 5 a.m., quarter to 5, that by 5:30 there will be a briefing in the lawn, which you can see in my frame in South Block. But when we reached here, we were told that the air operations were still on, and there were intense operations that were going on, and therefore it's not feasible to brief and put out the correct picture at this stage, because it was a developing situation, it was an ongoing situation. We were also told that while the entire focus is on the sky, it's the air operations which are giving a bloody nose to Pakistan. On ground, there is intermittent firing that is going on along the line of control, and now I'm hearing that in Rajouri there is intense artillery fire. Some civilian houses in Dhangri have also taken the hit. So Pakistan is trying to cater to its own domestic constituency by targeting civilians. First they have targeted civilians in Poonch, now similar exercise going on in Uri and in Rajouri as well. So while their air assets are being taken down after their misadventure, they're trying to respond on the ground by artillery firing, which is also being responded to very strongly by the Indian Defence Forces.
All right, so there's going to be a briefing. We know that two Pakistani fighter jets have been shot down by India. What these jets are, I think we should hold back on that, at least the make of these jets, what these jets are. But definitely two fighter jets of the Pakistan Air Force have been brought down by missiles that have been fired by India. All right, we're going ahead and saying that these are Pakistani F-16s. I want to be very, very responsible, very measured and restrained in our reporting that India has shot down two Pakistan Air Force jets. Despite all of this fog of war and all of this confusion that happened a couple of nights ago, we can now report to you early Saturday morning there has been a dramatic escalation, clearly an attempt by Pakistan to climb up the escalation ladder. They have gone up a couple of notches, a couple of rungs in that escalation ladder. India has responded measure for measure. Pakistani Air Force jets, two F-16s, have been shot down by missiles that have been launched from the Srinagar Air Force Station. Akash, what are you hearing from your top defense sources? PAF aircraft down.
I have no independent confirmation on that. Manoj Gupta is bringing us this input where, he has been reporting that how two F-16s have been in fact brought down by the Indian Air Force. So we'll wait for the official confirmation as well. But this is big, Zaka. This is big. We have seen that how F-16 was very much there, a part of the sort of activities that happened in 2019 when the dogfight actually happened between MiG-21 and F-16. And even at that time, we know the whole episode of Wing Commander Abhinandan. But this time around, we are learning that we have shot down these F-16s. I'll check for with the Air Force as well for the independent confirmation. But Manoj Gupta has been reporting that how 2 F-16s in fact have been downed by the Indian Air Force. In fact, we have got several sort of videos that are in fact somewhere confirming the debris and in fact some sort of smoke coming from a distant place. Ishan has been reporting this, but it is big, Zaka, given the fact that Pakistan Air Force consider itself as a superior force. They have always challenged Indian armed forces and in fact Indian Air Force specifically for the dogfight because they think that their machines are superior, their training is superior, and this is one development where it is a slap on their face where they have been trying the military establishment, military infrastructure in different places here in India. None of them is successful, but this time around we are learning that in Srinagar at least 2 F-16 aircraft have been downed by the Indian Air Force, Zaka.
So 2 Pakistan Air Force jets have been downed by the missiles that have been hit by the missiles from the Srinagar Air Force Station. So bringing you up to speed, the big picture that Pakistan has escalated over the last 6 or 7 hours post midnight after the announcement by the International Monetary Fund that they were releasing the tranche of $1 billion, part of the $7 billion package that Pakistan has managed to procure from the IMF, emergency bailout money. Right after that, and right after the Deputy Foreign Minister of Saudi Arabia left last night, there's been a dramatic escalation by Pakistan. Multiple attempts at forward air bases, at Air Force stations from Jammu to Pathankot, which is one of the biggest Air Force stations in northern India. In fact, it is bang on the border with Pakistan. It was also the scene of the terrorist attack that happened in 2016. We're also learning that the Sirsa Air Force Station was also one of the targets of attack. But all of that, the Udhampur military station, all of that has been thwarted by India's air defense systems. And now in retaliation, India is hit and brought down 2 Pakistan Air Force jets. They've been brought down over Srinagar is what we're given to understand. These are deferred visuals we're getting from Udhampur, and the visuals that you're seeing on the left side is India attacking the Noor Khan Air Base, which used to be called the Chaklala Air Base earlier, hosts a big military college as well. It's very close to the general headquarters, the heart of the Pakistani military. There's been a massive attack there on the Noor Khan Air Base by India in retaliation to what Pakistan tried to do overnight. Let me go back to Aman, Arunima, reporters. Aman, again, as we await the Foreign Secretary's briefing in about 3 hours' time, what's the word that you're getting in from our top defense sources? India, of course, wanting to be absolutely certain that we are the responsive authority here. We're responding to the escalation by Pakistan. It is Pakistan that is choosing to climb the escalation ladder.
Zaka, and what government sources are also saying that we were prepared for this. We knew that a major attack by Pakistan will happen. We were very, very clear that the drone attacks which were happening, on Friday night, we also saw these big drone attacks. This was mainly, Friday morning, was mainly to assess our air defense preparedness. Pakistan was waiting for the IMF bailout. This information and this intel was there with the government that the Pakistan will only launch its big strike after the IMF bailout process is over, and that is what has happened absolutely in the way India anticipated. India's defense system was at an all-time high early this morning also, and we were anticipating this to happen. That is very, very clear. India is also saying that this upping of this escalation by firing these Fatah series missiles, not just on our forward air bases like Pathankot and Jammu and Udhampur, but also at our major cities, especially Delhi, is a major escalation by Pakistan. This shows that Pakistan's intentions are not good. We have to safeguard our territory, we have to safeguard our assets, and that is why we've hit at the heart of the Pakistani, army in Rawalpindi, the Chakala Air Base. A very, very secure facility inside Pakistan, which India has managed to hit. This shows that India is giving this warning to Pakistan that you need to stop here, because if you escalate further, India then will not stop, because India considered Operation Sindoor as it's a major operation, in retaliation to what happened on April 22nd in Pahalgam. But this is now showing that Pakistan, Zaka, is in no mood to stop, and India is responding in equal measure.
So there's also visuals we're showing on the top right of your screen, which is from Jammu. It's a Shambhu temple. There's debris of a projectile that you can see strewn all over the place. This is just on the outer perimeter of the temple. Let me also go to Arunima. Arunima, who's in South Block for us. Arunima, what are you hearing? What are you hearing from your top government sources? This Pakistani jets being downed, is a huge statement by India. Pakistan Air Force jets that have been shot down over Srinagar airspace. But the attempt by Pakistan to try and target some of our forward military stations, forward air bases, that has been thwarted. And in response, India has targeted, among others, the Noor Khan Air Base or the Chaklala Air Base, which is one of the biggest that Pakistan has. Also the Chakwal, the Murid Air Base, again in Punjab. And you also have one more, the Rafiki Air Base. 3 air bases of Pakistan have been targeted in missile strikes by India. What more do you have?
Yes, so Zaka, they had put out a statement late last night saying that 26 places were targeted, and they're just sticking to that for now as far as official word goes. Yes, they have told us that the intense air operations are going on, but on that specific input that Manoj Gupta has about India taking down a Pakistani jet, the South Block is not confirming that as yet, and understandably so perhaps, because even day before yesterday night there was intense speculation that similarly a Pakistani jet had been down and a Pakistani pilot had been taken into custody, but India has remained non-committal. They've not confirmed, not come on record on that. So in this case also, I think they will take their time, and once they are ready to share the details, only then will they come out with an official confirmation. Because of course, even though both sides officially are just calling this a conflict, the terminology of war is not being used officially. The fact is that if that is the situation, and if you have someone in your custody, then the Geneva Convention will apply.